Rain Village, inside the Pentagon conference room. After Tsunade finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. Jirya noticed Orochimaru's breathing next to him had become heavier. He knew his old friend's dream well and didn't expect that his own student and Orochimaru's experiment would fulfill Orochimaru's dream of mastering all the techniques and knowledge of the ninja world. So, the fifth Kazekage knocked on the table, drawing everyone's attention. His voice was calm. For us, it just means that guy is even harder to deal with. He was already very strong anyway. Not just that guy's pace of destroying the world will accelerate. The third Tsuchikage Anoki glanced at everyone present and spoke in a deep voice. According to the intelligence brought by Kuretsuchi, that guy mentioned that there is nothing left in this world he wants. He will accelerate his progress in destroying the world. That's not good. The fourth Raikage suddenly thought of something, and his body almost immediately stood up. While we're still in this meeting, that bastard might have already left the Rock Village and is heading to the Cloud Village to capture B. That bastard wants to take the 8 Tails, since he wants to accelerate the destruction of the world. That guy will definitely go to the Cloud Village to capture Killer B. Don't panic. Tsunade hurriedly raised her voice to stop the fourth Raikage and persuaded him in a serious tone. Rushing back now won't help. If that guy wants to capture the 8 Tails, neither you nor the Cloud Village can stop him. The most important thing now is to prevent him from destroying the ninja world. Tsunade, aren't you worried about the 9 Tails? The fourth Raikage glared angrily at Tsunade. Although what Tsunade said was true, it inevitably made the fourth Raikage a little upset. Even if he couldn't defeat Akihara Kagura or protect that idiot B, he still wanted to do everything he could for his sworn brother. Even if he knew it was futile, at least for now we don't need to worry about the 9 Tails' safety. Tsunade shook her head, her expression very calm. Uchiha Madara only lost the battle. He is outside the Konoha, and he will also participate in this war to stop Akihara Kagura. This news immediately shocked everyone present. It must be said. This news was indeed astonishing. A legendary figure like that would join their side. No wonder Tsunade wasn't worried about the 9 Tails problem in Konoha at all. It turned out that such a high-level figure was guarding the 9 Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha. All right. Tsunade sighed and took the initiative to summarize. Now we must quickly decide on one thing here. Forming a ninja alliance among the 5 great nations is the trend, and we must do everything possible to stop Akihara Kagura from destroying the ninja world at any cost. Before that, Konoha will stop Akihara Kagura from collecting all the tailed beasts. Everything else you have can wait until after the war, and the Konoha will give up all the benefits Akihara Kagura has taken. If we can't stop Akihara Kagura now, everything we're discussing here will be meaningless, and our villages will have no future. This war is unavoidable for us, and besides our great nations. When Tsunade said this, she looked at Hanzo of the Salamander, who was hosting the meeting. Lord Hanzo has been contacting other countries during this period. The samurai of the Land of Iron and the ninjas from smaller countries like the Land of Hot Water will also unite to stop the crisis of the ninja world's destruction. Indeed. Hanzo of the Salamander nodded and spoke in a deep voice. I am well aware of Akihara Kagura's threat, having seen his combat firsthand. Unless everyone unites to find a way, we will only be defeated by Akihara Kagura one by one, allowing him to collect the tailed beasts and revive the 10 Tails. I also happen to know some information about the 10 Tails. Once Akihara Kagura successfully revives the 10 Tails, a single strike from it will be enough to destroy a great nation. At that point, the ninja world will have no chance of resistance. The present Cage couldn't help but look at each other. Now, they had to admit that Tsunade and Hanzo of the Salamander were right. In fact, they originally agreed with the proposal to jointly resist Akihara Kagura, but they wanted to take this opportunity to regain some things. If Tsunade was willing to make a promise, all the better. If this continued, it would only waste the urgent time. The cages of the other major villages nodded in agreement. Seeing that they were finally willing to stop wasting time, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. If everyone agrees, then we should quickly return and assemble the ninjas of our respective villages to form a ninja coalition capable of resisting Akihara Kagura. Besides, we should also maintain intelligence communication during this time and find out as soon as possible the strength of the sudden appearance of Akihara Kagura's white Zetsu army. Agreed. The fifth Kazekage nodded. Agreed. The fifth Mizukage Terumi had no objections. Agreed. The third Tsuchikage Anoki nodded. The old man just wanted to end this meeting quickly and return to Rock Village to assess the village's losses. Agreed. The fourth Reikage nodded solemnly. He also wanted to return to Cloud Village quickly, fearing that his sworn brother Killer Bee might be captured by Akihara Kagura. Agreed! This was a voice that was very familiar to everyone present. Tsunade suddenly frowned. Many present did not have time to react, because in normal thinking there were 5 cages at the meeting, and it was normal to hear 5 voices agreeing. Jirya and Orochimaru reacted the fastest. They quickly stood up, ready for battle. The cages from other villages also became vigilant. Most of them had heard this familiar voice and immediately realized who it belonged to. Akihara Kagura! That's Akihara Kagura's voice! When did that guy sneak in? Be careful! Hanzo of the Salamander was the first to alert them. The old man was the first to notice the situation on the ground. He saw something strange and shouted, "The shadows on the ground are unusual!" The meeting room was brightly lit. This made the shadows on the ground very clear. All the shadows in the meeting room began to move rapidly. Everyone watched this scene in alarm, knowing it was the enemy's tactic. Is it Toad flat shadow manipulation? Jirya stared at the converging shadows, recalling the technique he had taught Akihara Kagura, but then he shook his head and said, "No, it's more flexible than Toad flat shadow manipulation. It's more like the Nara clan's secret technique." The shadows continued to move. These shadows converged and finally formed a large, pitch-black door shape above the pentagonal meeting room from which a figure floated out. Akihara Kagura! The fourth Reikage gritted his teeth and uttered the name of the intruder. Everyone present immediately became alert, as the person they were here to deal with was Akihara Kagura. They would not consider the intruder a guest. "Stay alert!" Hanzo of the Salamander shouted loudly. A group of Rain Village ninjas responsible for maintaining order immediately prepared for battle, even though they were likely the weakest among those present. However, these Rain Village ninjas showed no fear. No need to be nervous. Akihara Kagura's body slowly landed on the ground, calmly observing everyone present, seemingly indifferent to the faces full of hostility around him. "It seems I might not be quite used to this myself." Akihara Kagura extended his hand and slowly brushed his hair. "I spend most of my time at the route, and this is my first time attending such a grand event. It seems the leader of the route is indeed not suited for such occasions." The ninjas present remained extremely vigilant. Although Akihara Kagura appeared very relaxed and calm, even seemingly joking, the ninjas present did not believe he was joking at all. "I'm not quite used to this." Akihara Kagura extended his foot and lightly tapped the ground. "I remember Jirya-sensei taught me that when using hands is inconvenient, feet can be used to form seals. This little trick is quite useful at times." Before he finished speaking, a stone platform from the earth flow wall technique rose directly beneath Akihara Kagura, allowing him to sit above and overlook everyone present. The first thing Akihara Kagura did upon sitting was to express his gratitude to his teacher. "Jirya-sensei, thank you for teaching me this little trick." Everyone's eyes turned to Jirya. "You!" Jirya looked at his strongest student with a very complicated expression, not even knowing how to communicate with him. All along, Jirya thought this student was very obedient. Now it seems this student's resolve is more steadfast than anyone's, or he would not have been able to inherit the will of the Uchiha clan and come this far. No one's persuasion could change Akihara Kagura's mind. "Lord Orochimaru is also here." Akihara Kagura chuckled and brought up something. "I didn't receive your birthday gift this year. Did you forget?" "Ha ha ha! At that time I was imprisoned at the root." Orochimaru chuckled and began to chat with Akihara Kagura. "The most important thing about a birthday gift is the surprise. None of my actions can escape your notice, so it wouldn't be a surprise to you. Why waste time preparing one? What you say makes sense." Akihara Kagura pondered for a moment and then nodded seriously. "You're right. I forgive you for the birthday gift this year. Why waste time talking nonsense?" The fourth Reikage, naturally hot-tempered, had no patience for idle chatter with Akihara Kagura. His body instantly entered lightning release chakra mode. "Since you have delivered yourself here, let's end it now." "Lord Reikage." Tsunade hurriedly tried to stop him from acting rashly. However, the fourth Reikage moved extremely fast. He stood on the conference table in an instant, crushed it with one foot, and reached for Akihara Kagura in mid-air. "Lord Hokage, this is a rare opportunity." The third Tsuchikage Onoki clasped his hands and solemnly reminded Tsunade. "Now that the 5 Kage are gathered here, we can use the power of the 5 Kage to seize the opportunity to kill Akihara Kagura." "Indeed." The fifth Kazekage Gaara nodded. Even the fifth Mizukage Terumi agreed with the Tsuchikage's proposal. This is a rare opportunity. Usually, a single village's cage would not be a match for Akihara Kagura, but with all the cage here, they might have a chance if they act together. These few people represent the strongest 5 Kage in the ninja world. Prepare to retreat. Orochimaru planned to leave immediately. If the five Kage really intended to kill Akihara Kagura here, it would be suicidal. The most prudent action now is to escape immediately. As expected, just as Orochimaru had guessed, the fourth Raikage body rushed straight towards Akihara Kagura. Instantly, lightning appeared around Akihara Kagura's body, wrapping him like armor. Lightning release armor. The strongest defensive secret technique of the Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage attack was instantly repelled. The fourth Raikage anger grew even stronger. The lightning release armor was his father, the third Raikage, most skilled defensive technique. You dare use the Cloud Village's secret technique to defend against me? Dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, decisively unleashed his dust release. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and a white light shot out from it, instantly neutralizing the light of Anoki's dust release, making him suddenly alert. The Tsuchikage swiftly moved to the side. Akihara Kagura's white light of dust release instantly pierced through the Tsuchikage's desk, turning both the desk and the floor into nothingness, causing Anoki's heart to tighten. His dust release was actually defeated by this kid. Lava release, melting apparition technique. The fifth Mizukage, Meiterumi, spat out a thick acid, which rushed towards Akihara Kagura like molten lava. Still using such outdated techniques. Akihara Kagura shook his head at Meiterumi's technique, casually watching the acid corrode the lightning release armor on his body, and nonchalantly asked. Back then, Mist Village sent the corresponding scroll to Konoha, which described the Kekkei Genkai formed by combining earth and water chakra nature transformations. Do you think I read it? Read it, Meiterumi responded with a frown. That's even better. Akihara Kagura raised his fingers. A mass of fiery red acid emerged around him, forming a water dragon that lunged towards Meiterumi. This way you won't be surprised when I use this Kekkei Genkai technique. Splash! Meiterumi looked in horror at the incoming acid water dragon. In an instant, a mass of yellow sand transformed into a sand wall, blocking the acid water dragon. The sand was quickly corroded by the dispersed acid. Akihara Kagura turned to see Gaara manipulating the sand and suddenly snapped his fingers. Magnet release, formed from wind and earth chakra, has always seemed like an interesting Kekkei Genkai to me since Sand Village sent over that synthesis scroll. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked open. The buildings in Rain Village were mostly made of steel. Several steel rods burst from the ground, instantly breaking through Gaara's sand defense under the force of the magnetism, binding Gaara's body like iron ropes. Gaara! The Sand Village guards, Kenkuro and Temari, rushed up with Kenkuro controlling his puppet towards Akihara Kagura, while Temari swung her fan. Puppet technique! Akihara Kagura curled his fingers, and black chakra strings shot out from his hand, instantly attaching to Kenkuro, directly controlling his body. This was a combination of yin-yang release and the puppet technique. This! Kenkuro raised his fingers in disbelief as he manipulated his puppet Crow to attack Temari following Akihara Kagura's movements. Kenkuro! Temari couldn't defend against her brother's surprise attack. Tsunade swiftly charged forward, smashing Kenkuro's puppet into pieces with a punch, saving Temari in the nick of time. Enough! Tsunade stopped her movements immediately, looking gravely at Akihara Kagura and questioned in a deep voice. Kagura! Akihara Kagura, what are you doing here at this time? Probably. Akihara Kagura nonchalantly released the chakra strings in his hand and smiled at Tsunade. I was worried about the Hokage being troubled by others. As Konoha's advisor, it's only right to eliminate those who disobey the Hokage orders. Don't joke around at a time like this. Tsunade sternly interrupted Akihara Kagura and said gravely, Are you worried that the 5 great nations uniting will ruin your plans? Quite the opposite. Akihara Kagura closed his eyes, raised his fingers, and shook his head. This time I'm here to urge you to unite. Akihara Kagura looked up at the sky, spreading his hands as if showing mercy. I don't want my last memory of the old era to be of a bunch of fools still fighting over meaningless things when the end of the world arrives. This guy, he really is kind-hearted. Even at a time like this, he is still worried about disputes among the 5 Kage. However, everyone present could hear the mockery in Akihara Kagura's words. They even knew that this guy's appearance at the 5 Kage summit was just to flaunt his power. You! Tsunade clenched her fist. Lightning release, lariat. The fourth Raikage swiftly leaped up, his entire body crackling with arcs of electricity, and charged angrily at Akihara Kagura with his arm extended. The speed of the fourth Raikage was incredibly fast. However, Akihara Kagura simply raised a finger, with blue lightning chakra flickering at his fingertip, and directly met the fourth Raikage's chest. Hell Stab, one-finger assault! Hell Stab is the strongest secret technique of the Cloud Village. The technique is classified into 4-finger, 3-finger, 2-finger, and the strongest 1-finger. When performed with 1 finger, its offensive power is at its peak, and it is the most difficult to master. Even the 4th Reikage had never successfully mastered this technique. The lightning chakra on Akihara Kagura's finger was as sharp as a ninja sword, instantly piercing through the 4th Reikage lightning chakra defense and his chest. Blood splattered out. The 4th Reikage's body was flung backward and crashed to the ground. The Reikage was defeated by Cloud Village's strongest secret technique. Being defeated by his village's own technique felt especially humiliating for the 4th Reikage. A technique that even the people of his village could not master had been grasped by the enemy, Lord Reikage. The 2 bodyguards of the 4th Reikage quickly landed beside him, anxiously examining his wounds and the injury on his chest. Tsunade hurriedly jumped to the 4th Reikage's side, assessing his injuries. Her palm emitted a green chakra, healing the Reikage's wounds. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Of course, I was very precise." Akihara Kagura glanced back at the healing Tsunade, tilted his head slightly, and chuckled. "If Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu can't save the Reikage, I would be more than willing to help heal my defeated opponent." "Cough, you!" The 4th Reikage, both angry and anxious, spat out blood. "Calm down." Tsunade quickly reprimanded the 4th Reikage in a low voice. She didn't want her patient to worsen his condition. "He's agitated." Akihara Kagura shrugged. The 2 Reikage bodyguards angrily charged forward. However, a figure suddenly flashed out, stopping them with an outstretched hand. "You are still young. Don't sacrifice your lives here. Focus on caring for Lord Reikage." Hanzo of the Salamander landed beside them, drew his sickle from his back, and watched Akihara Kagura warily. "I'll keep an eye on him. He is humiliating the Cloud Village." One of the Reikage's bodyguards was still unwilling to back down. Without turning his head, Hanzo of the Salamander sternly advised, "If you cannot endure this humiliation, how can you stop this war that could destroy the ninja world?" "Lord Hanzo, there is no need to be overly tense." Tsunade quietly reminded Hanzo, "Akihara Kagura's presence here is not to kill. He's here to show off and demoralize us." "I understand that." Hanzo glanced around the conference room and lowered his voice. "All the Kage present have already been defeated, and no one else can match him. Now, Lord Hawkage, please lead everyone out and seal this room. I will engage him and release my poison sac, trying to ensure mutual destruction." "Lord Hanzo," Tsunade exclaimed in shock. "I've considered it from the start." Hanzo raised his head, looking at Akihara Kagura sitting on the high platform, and said in a low voice, "I considered that he might come to disrupt the summit. The construction of this room took that into account. If sealed from the outside, it will be airtight, containing the salamander poison I release, ensuring mutual destruction." "This guy!" The 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki looked at Hanzo in amazement. As a contemporary, Anoki considered himself willing to sacrifice everything, including his life, for Iwagakure, but he could not be as ready to sacrifice as Hanzo of the Salamander. Such a lowly tactic! Akihara Kagura chuckled softly and pointed at Tsunade behind Hanzo of the Salamander. "Shouldn't you ask Tsunade behind you if she thinks this approach is reliable?" "Lord Hanzo." A trace of respect appeared on Tsunade's face, but she had to follow Akihara Kagura's words and remind Hanzo of the Salamander. "Akihara Kagura is skilled in space-time techniques. This method won't stop him and will only result in your unnecessary sacrifice." "Even so," Hanzo's voice, muffled inside his gas mask, responded solemnly, "I am already an old man with not much time left. I can't just sit by and do nothing for you young ones." Sweat appeared on Tsunade's nose. "This old man!" Even Orochimaru had to grit his teeth, recalling the times he clashed with Hanzo. "He's always like this. This is the magnanimity of the demigod ninja." Jiraiya sighed, deeply admiring Hanzo's demeanor. Even though this old man knew his sacrifice would be in vain, he still wanted to use his life to pave the way for other ninjas. Hanzo of the Salamander, revered as the demigod in the ninja world, always seemed to be like this. When he was at his peak, he was an invincible ninja in the ninja world, yet he would spare those juniors who lost to him, believing they would become more outstanding in the future. But when he grew old, he never hesitated to give his life, as if his aging body was nothing to cherish. This man, his entire life seemed to be ahead of others. This man, his entire life seemed to be a model of an excellent ninja. Even the Kages of other villages had to admit that they couldn't match Hanzo's magnanimity when they saw he was ready to sacrifice himself. In his youth, he was willing to teach the juniors who challenged him, and in his old age, he was even willing to sacrifice his life for the juniors who had grown up. The only pity is, Hanzo is a ninja of Rain Village. But even though he was the leader of a small village in a small country, he still earned everyone's respect at this moment. Letting such an excellent ninja sacrifice himself is a tremendous waste. Akihara Kagura shook his head and softly lamented. Hanzo, even in your old age, a ninja as excellent as you should have a place in the new world I create. I have lived long enough. Hanzo rejected Akihara Kagura's goodwill. You deserve more time. Akihara Kagura chuckled softly, standing on a high platform overlooking everyone present. Let's end the small talk here. I've seen enough of this commotion. I originally made it clear that I didn't want the memories of the old era to be in ruins, but after thinking it over, perhaps I should use more straightforward words to clearly tell you, and I hope you can accept your fate. Akihara Kagura extended his hand and spoke softly. Since the birth of this new world, more than 1,000 years have passed, and wars have never ceased. Even the first Hokage, Hashirama, couldn't change the smoke of war hovering over the ninja world today. And I'm not just talking about you great nations. Now then, it's time to end all this. Kagura, what are you going to do? Jiraiya looked nervously at his student. At this moment, Jiraiya couldn't discern what his student intended to do. His chakra quickly gathered, fearing that Akihara Kagura might suddenly change his mind and start a massacre here. If Akihara Kagura killed everyone here, who knows how long it would take for the 5 great ninja nations to unite again? It's just a declaration of war. Akihara Kagura looked down at the crowd, speaking nonchalantly. But I need you to help me deliver this declaration of war to the entire world. At this moment, I declare war on the entire ninja world. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Even though they knew Akihara Kagura had become the public enemy of the ninja world, hearing him so openly declare war on the entire world still made them a bit terrified. Please help me inform the entire ninja world. Akihara Kagura tilted his head and scrutinized them before speaking slowly. Whether you are ninjas from the 5 great nations or smaller countries, or even those still wandering outside, please ensure your participation in this war. After all, this will be the last war of the old world. This war is not a continuation of the old era's battles for interests, but a moment for all ninjas to witness the beginning of a new world's creation by the sage. I will cleanse this world of its pain and tragedy through this war, and the ninja world endlessly pursuing interests will also meet its end. If nothing unexpected happens, you ninjas of the old era probably still want to prove your existence and wouldn't want to become the lament of the old era's demise and the fodder for the new era's birth. I will give you one last chance. If you can give up your meaningless disputes, gather all the ninjas of the world and wage war against me. If you can abandon the killings and battles for profit and strive with all your might to seize a glimpse of peace for this lingering era, I will give you that chance. Akihara Kagura raised his head, seemingly envisioning the outcome of this war. I also hope to see everyone from the old era's memories choose a glorious death rather than hiding like sewer rats, only to be erased by random attacks without leaving a trace of their existence. Do you think you are certain to win? A nervous rock ninja responded with sweat on his forehead. Victory is naturally expected. Akihara Kagura shook his head and spoke with disdain. Even if countless ants gather, how could they possibly harm the feathers of an eagle in the sky? Moreover, if you can really do it. Akihara Kagura's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze became sharp, intimidating anyone from looking directly at him. If you can completely give up the battles and killings for profit, sacrificing your lives not for trivial gains but for the dawn of peace in the ninja world, and if my plan is thwarted and my body falls under your blades, what I gain will definitely not be a failure. Jiraiya's face suddenly changed. At this moment, this man suddenly remembered something. When he traveled the ninja world with Akihara Kagura, they stayed in Sand Village for a while, and Akihara Kagura proactively suggested helping Gaara, the Jinchuriki of One Tail, trained by using external force to compel Gaara to cooperate with the One Tail within him. At that time, they discussed a possibility. When all the ninjas of the world face a common threat, would the ninja world unite and eliminate their internal conflicts? Jiraiya's mind suddenly went blank. Could it be that his student plans to do exactly that? Does he intend to become the enemy that forces the entire ninja world to unite? Jiraiya looked at his student with a gaze filled with unresolved horror. No way. If we win, he still doesn't lose. If we lose. Jiraiya calmly thought for a second, and his gaze dimmed instantly because even if they win the war, Akihara Kagura could verify one of his experimental ideas. However, if they lose the war, Akihara Kagura gains the power to destroy and recreate the world, and he might really destroy the world and create anew, achieving another of his goals. No one dared to gamble on this. Even Jiraiya, no matter how brave, didn't dare. Even Tsunade, a gambler who fears no losses, wouldn't dare to gamble on this. That's all. Akihara Kagura finished expressing everything he wanted to say, and his body gradually merged into the shadow beneath him, his voice turning cold and merciless once more. Now, go tell everyone in this world. It doesn't matter if this is the 4th or 5th ninja war. For this era, this ninja war will be the last. Akihara Kagura's body completely sank into the shadow, and his voice coldly echoed within the pentagonal meeting room, reverberating constantly in the enclosed space. Go tell them. The last ninja war starts now. Akihara Kagura has left. The entire Pentagon conference room fell silent. The 5 present remained speechless for a long time. Even all the attending ninjas were at a loss for words, standing there with their heads bowed. Immediately form a ninja alliance. Tsunade looked at the cage present and said in a solemn voice, "That guy wants to become the enemy of the entire ninja world and involve everyone in this war. So as he wishes, spread his declaration of war throughout the ninja world." No one present raised any objections. Even though they knew that darkness lay ahead, they had no choice but to move forward with Akihara Kagura's plan. His strength was overwhelming, and he commanded a massive army. No matter what, no one could escape this war. The 5 quickly passed the resolution to form the Ninja Alliance, and they didn't even need to consult with their daimyo before starting to arrange the alliance matters. In addition to the ninjas from the 5 great nations, many ninjas from smaller nations also joined, represented by Hanzo of the Salamander. The meeting quickly allocated all the positions. The only troublesome issue was the position of the Supreme Commander of the Ninja Alliance. None of the 5 present were a match for Akihara Kagura, and none had the face to take on a role opposing him. The 4th Reikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, the 5th Keizukage, and the 5th Mizukage were all quickly defeated by Akihara Kagura. In comparison, Tsunade the Hokage stood out. She hadn't fought Akihara Kagura, so she hadn't lost to him. Moreover, her status was more appropriate. After all, in terms of relationships, Tsunade was the Hokage of Konoha. Akihara Kagura was only her assistant. Lady Hokage is the most suitable candidate. Hanzo of the Salamander took the initiative to propose, providing solid reasoning. You were once Akihara Kagura's superior. Only the Hokage can boost the morale of the Ninja Alliance. Strategically, this is just a war against a rogue ninja from Konoha, making it easier for everyone to believe in their victory. Of course. After speaking, Hanzo added another point. This also has a drawback. It might lead the participating ninjas to underestimate the enemy, or fewer ninjas might join, thinking it's just Konoha's issue. But overall, this war is ultimately led by the 5 great nations. Their ninjas are the main force against this world-ending battle, so having the Hokage as the supreme commander has more advantages than disadvantages. Tsunade's eyes filled with gratitude. At least Hanzo of the Salamander was willing to stand by her and provide sound reasoning. This spared Tsunade from having to propose it herself, which might be seen as a power grab. Honestly, Tsunade wanted the position. She understood the situation well. She knew that Uchiha Madara's participation was crucial in this war. She couldn't command Madara, but she could use the Supreme Commander's authority to coordinate the ninjas with Madara. The cage present were cautious. They feared saying anything that might be perceived as a power struggle, especially being pushed into the position. Lord Hanzo has a point. The 5th Keizukage expressed his agreement but quickly raised his concern. I believe Lord Hanzo's idea of having the Hokage as the supreme commander could boost morale, but the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. This war concerns the survival of the ninja world. No level of caution is too much for the participating ninjas. They should at least understand the strength of their enemy. We should be focusing on gathering more forces. Of course, I'm not vying for the position. Gaara's expression was calm, his eyes scanning everyone present. I'm just worried that many ninjas might see this as Konoha's problem and not want to get involved. Konoha has suppressed Sand Village for years, and there's significant resentment. I still need to persuade my village to join the war. Mist Village can't agree either. The 5th Mizukage Terumi hesitated before voicing her opposition. As Lord Hanzo and Lord Keizukage said, many might not want to participate. While Mist Village resents Akihara Kagura, more ninjas resent Konoha's suppression. When the 5th Hokage took office, she launched a war against Mist Village on her first day, ordering her assistant to capture the village in one day. Now that assistant has defected. Even if his goal is to destroy the ninja world, many will still see the 5th Hokage as forming the Ninja Alliance to kill her rogue subordinate. People tried to stop me from attending this meeting. Frankly speaking, Terumi sighed and revealed her difficulties. Once they know that the 5th Hokage of Konoha is the commander of the Ninja Alliance, I will have to forcibly issue orders to compel the village's ninjas to participate in this war. Tsunade fell into silence. To win this war, Tsunade dared not give up this position, nor could she nominate anyone else because they might not cooperate with Uchiha Madara. As for the other cage, the fifth Kazekage looked at the other cage present and couldn't help but speak. From the perspective of status and qualifications, it is appropriate. However, many people in the ninja world know that you all were once captives of Akihara Kagura, which might undermine your authority. So what can we do? The fourth Reikage, knowing his lack of strength and that his appointment as the commander of the alliance would be opposed, angrily cursed. At this point, we can't let Uchiha Madara be the commander of the Ninja Alliance, can we? This was almost a joke. No one would think that the Ninja Alliance would obey Uchiha Madara. The situation reached an impasse. Hanzo the Salamander scanned everyone present and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, now is not the time to hesitate. Even if the fifth Kazekage takes the role of the commander of the Ninja Alliance, it could serve to inspire the young. His status is even younger than Akihara Kagura. We can promote Lord Kazekage as a rare young genius in the ninja world to confront Akihara Kagura. The fifth Kazekage immediately looked embarrassed. As a defeated opponent of Akihara Kagura, even having been beaten by him years ago, his age and qualifications were very shallow. He could barely command respect in Sand Village, let alone serve as the commander of the Ninja Alliance. There is another way. Tsunade's gaze fell on Hanzo of the Salamander, reminding in a deep voice, Akihara Kagura has always been called the god of ninja in the ninja world. We can let the former demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, take the position of commander of the Ninja Alliance. This would be extremely beneficial for Konoha. If she herself were to take the position, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the ninjas of Mist Village, Sand Village, Cloud Village, and Rock Village. It would be better to push someone friendly to her. At least Hanzo the Salamander would not reject her proposals and would even support them for the sake of the overall situation. Moreover, the position of the commander of the alliance was largely ceremonial. The real decision-makers were still the five Kage. A demigod of ninja challenging the god of ninja. The third Tsuchikage Anoki glanced at Hanzo of the Salamander. I agree. The fourth Reikage had a good impression of Hanzo of the Salamander, especially since Hanzo helped when his guard recklessly risked his life by restraining two subordinates. One of the guards was someone he was grooming to be the fifth Reikage. This alone was enough for the fourth Reikage to support him. Moreover, the character and quality of Hanzo of the Salamander had earned their trust. At least they didn't have to worry about him deliberately sabotaging them. I agree. The fifth Kazekage also expressed his agreement. I agree. The fifth Mizukage Terumi also cast her vote in favor. Compared to having Tsunade as the commander of the alliance, they would rather vote for Hanzo of the Salamander. This demigod of ninja also had the courage to die together with Akihara Kagura. I am too old. Hanzo the Salamander shook his head and objected. I have already decided to fight alongside the leader of the samurai of the land of Iron, Mifune. Lord Hanzo, you are the most suitable candidate. The power of the demigod of ninja is not something other ninjas can fathom. The fifth Kazekage softly persuaded. Perhaps I am too young, and my words are not pleasant to hear, but the commander of the alliance is just a demigod challenging the god of ninja. At least everyone will understand the gravity of this war. In theory, this was quite suitable, because the reputation and contributions of Hanzo of the Salamander were significant enough, and he had been tirelessly working to stop Akihara Kagura, even proactively gathering a large number of small country ninjas and samurai for the Ninja Alliance. Moreover, this elder was not one of the five Kage. No matter which major village's Kage took the position of the Allied Ninja Force's supreme commander, it would more or less cause significant dissatisfaction among the other village's ninjas. In contrast, Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader from a minor village, wouldn't provoke as much resistance, as long as it doesn't cause excessive rejection. This candidate can be accepted by more ninjas. Finally, Hanzo of the Salamander's strength is not weak. Besides the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo even challenged 3 major villages. Even though he was defeated, he ensured the integrity of the Land of Rain and Rain Village. Even at this point, Hanzo of the Salamander's title as the demigod of ninja, though aged, could still be convincing to some extent. Weighing the pros and cons, Hanzo of the Salamander seems to be the most suitable candidate. This! Hanzo of the Salamander could not refuse and had to accept the proposal of the others. However, he proactively suggested another idea. If I am to be the supreme commander of the Allied forces, my age won't allow me to participate energetically in battles. The 5 Kage thought that the supreme commander of the Allied ninja forces was overthinking. However, Hanzo of the Salamander directly proposed a strategy, his eyes dimming slightly. Everyone, why not use me as the Supreme Commander as bait in the war? According to Akihara Kagura's arrogant thinking, he will definitely lead his army to attack me directly. I can use the poison of the salamander to kill as many of his troops as possible, and the allied ninja forces can attack his army from the rear. At the beginning of his tenure as the Supreme Commander, he had already thought of his sacrifice. The 5 cage present fell silent upon hearing Hanzo's words, as they had to admit that his proposed strategy was highly feasible. Lord Hanzo! Tsunade hurriedly stopped Hanzo's idea and said, "It is too early to talk about your sacrifice now. We have more important matters to discuss." In any case, this Supreme Commander would support her. Tsunade immediately took the opportunity to propose communicating with Uchiha Madara for the allied ninja forces, as Uchiha Madara was the strongest force against Akihara Kagura in this battle. Additionally, Tsunade also raised the issue of protecting the 9 tails and 8 tails. However, this depended on whether the 8 tails of Cloud Village was still there when the 4th Reikage returned. If the 8 tails was still there, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails, Killer Bee, and the 9 tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, must be hidden in advance to avoid being found by Akihara Kagura to resurrect the 10 tails. There was also the issue of the Allied Ninja Forces headquarters. To be honest, the Allied Ninja Forces headquarters didn't seem safe anywhere, because the other major villages had been attacked by Akihara Kagura, and the only one that had not been attacked, Konoha, was so well known to Akihara Kagura from his years in its leadership that returning to Konoha would be like going home. In the end, the headquarters was placed in Cloud Village. The towering heights of Cloud Village could at least prevent a sudden attack from White Zetsu. The Allied Ninja Forces troops were also simply divided, as it was impossible to create more units at this point, so they could only roughly divide them. However, Tsunade raised another concern with some unease in her heart. "I don't know if it's my illusion, but I'm always worried that Akihara Kagura has some other plot." At this point, the 4th Reikage frowned and said in a deep voice, "The entire ninja world is gathering to fight him. What need does he have for further plots? Even if he does have some plot." The 5th Kazekage shook his head and tried to reassure them. "We can't think about it now. We have no choice but to move forward, no matter what." Hanzo the Salamander looked at the 5 cage present and solemnly declared, "We must all abandon past grievances and unite to stop his plot to destroy the ninja world. That young man has already declared war. Besides facing him in battle, we have no other choice in the Rain Village. The Supreme Commander of the Ninja Alliance, Hanzo of the Salamander, is stationed here." After the 5 cage left the meeting, the major ninja villages will gather their forces in the Cloud Village, while the Rain Village is responsible for contacting powers outside the 5 great nations. The entire ninja world quickly spread the news that Akihara Kagura intended to destroy the ninja world. The ninja villages of the 5 great nations invited all ninjas in the ninja world to join this war to defend the ninja world. Along with this news, naturally, Akihara Kagura's declaration of war also spread. In a remote small town, a man wrapped in bandages and a handsome young man are here. They are Mamachi Zabuza and Haku, who had long since retired. They overheard a group of rogue ninjas spreading the news at the market. "The last time I saw that guy was 4 or 5 years ago." Zabuza squinted his eyes, but without his usual murderous intent. "That guy betrayed the Konoha and even wants to destroy the ninja world." "Are you going to participate, Lord Zabuza?" Haku asked in surprise. "I heard many people will join this time. Are we going too?" Zabuza was silent for a while, then suddenly grinned. "We can't let that guy destroy the world, can we?" There are many people in this world like Zabuza and Haku who are heading to the Rain Village, even familiar faces. For example, Suichitsu Hazuki and Jugo both wielding a sword. They originally intended to find Uchiha Sasuke but couldn't approach Konoha, so they decided to gather here and encountered Zabuza. "Give me the Kyubikirabacho." Zabuza straightforwardly wanted his Kyubikirabacho back. "Zabuza-senpai, aren't you dead?" Suichitsu was terrified, as if he had seen a ghost, because according to the legend in the Mist Village, Zabuza was dead. Everyone in the mist knew Zabuza, and no one could take the Kyubikirabacho from a living Zabuza. "Brat, hand over the sword first!" Such arguments were not uncommon. Many rogue ninjas had grudges, but under the order maintained by the ninjas of the Rain Village and Hanzo of the Salamander, they were barely kept in check, compared to the bustling Rain Village. The other major nations' ninja villages were quite calm. The 4th Reikage of the Cloud Village and the 3rd Tsuchikage of the Rock Village were highly respected, and the ninjas of these 2 villages quickly assembled. The situation in the Sand Village and the Mist Village was more complicated. Gaara and Mei Terumi had a hard time convincing everyone. As for Konoha, it was undoubtedly the most complicated. The Konoha's ninjas all agreed to stop their former Hokage from destroying the world, cooperating with Tsunade's efforts. Hade Kakashi also completed the transplant of Uchiha Obaido's Mangekyo Sharingan, but Orochimaru and Kabuto didn't dare to help him transplant Hashirama's cells. The only ones not cooperating, naturally, were the 3 Uchiha outside the village, outside Konoha, in a temporarily open training ground. 2 figures were moving swiftly. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke both had incredibly strong physiques. Madara had been tempered through the Warring States period and countless training sessions, even transplanting the cells of the first Hokage to reach this point. Uchiha Sasuke, having activated the lightning release chakra mode, could engage in taijutsu battles with Madara, even moving faster than Madara. Chidori! Lightning surged in Sasuke's hand, and with the acceleration of the lightning release chakra mode, he charged towards Madara like lightning, with the added speed. Chidori's piercing power was terrifying. Susanoo, Madara raised his fingers and directly activated the second form of Susanoo, but it was still pierced by Chidori. Susanoo! Sasuke also activated Susanoo. A huge purple giant appeared, drawing a bow and shooting an arrow that pierced Madara's Susanoo. The second form is not enough. Madara's blue Susanoo rose again. I know! Sasuke's purple Susanoo also ascended, turning into an armored giant, continuing to evolve until it evolved into the fourth form of Susanoo. The fourth form of Susanoo had a complete body, greatly enhancing flexibility in battle. This was Sasuke's limit after transplanting Itachi's eyes to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, reaching this point under Madara's guidance. But this was still not enough to satisfy Madara. Uchiha Madara directly activated the complete Susanoo. The tall blue giant slashed the purple Susanoo apart with a single stroke and said in a deep voice, "The difference between the complete Susanoo and the fourth form Susanoo is just one slash." This form of Susanoo still poses no threat to Akihara Kagura. Being able to maintain the fourth form is already quite good. Uchiha Sasuke wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a low voice, "Even Kakashi struggles to activate the first form of Susanoo." Uchiha Madara stared at Sasuke, who bore a striking resemblance to his younger brother, as if he was transported back to the days when he sparred with his brother. Back then, Uchiha Izuna would occasionally say he was tired. Sasuke and Izuna are really too alike. "That guy is not an Uchiha," Madara snapped out of his memories, his voice turning cold. "That guy doesn't have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, you haven't reached your peak yet. The time is too short." Sasuke didn't have enough time to train. If the war had started later, perhaps he could have slowly mastered the complete Susanoo. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough time. "Do you have time to talk?" Tsunade approached at that moment, wanting to discuss the war with Madara. Killer B, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village, is training Uzumaki Naruto, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha, in a secret area of the Cloud Village. The battlefield for this war has been set at the Cloud Village. "We will be there." Madara waved his hand and said coldly, "If there's nothing else, don't disturb Sasuke's training." Tsunade sighed helplessly. This guy is really impervious to reason. However, the allied ninja forces desperately needed Madara's power, so she couldn't say much and could only hope that he would show up where he was needed. "Any news on Akihara Kagura?" Madara suddenly called out to Tsunade, his voice cold. "Have you located where he's hiding? The Valley of the End?" Tsunade nodded, sharing the intel the allied ninja forces had gathered. "According to our scouting ninjas, Akihara Kagura's army has swelled to a terrifying size. The Valley of the End can no longer contain his forces. At least 100,000 white Zetsu are under his control, set to participate in this battle. According to the Allied Ninja Force's staff predictions, this massive army will move from the Valley of the End and directly attack the Allied Ninja Force's headquarters in the Cloud Village. Where are the 8 Tails and 9 Tails?" Madara glanced at Tsunade and asked about a classified detail. Sasuke also showed a hint of concern in his eyes. He was more worried about Uzumaki Naruto's safety, knowing that Akihara Kagura would definitely try to take the 9 Tails from Naruto. That! Tsunade was unsure whether to answer. To ensure the safety of the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki, the Allied ninja forces had placed them in the rearmost lines to protect them from being captured by Akihara Kagura. "HMPH!" Madara snorted coldly, sneering disdainfully. "How can ninjas who can't trust and understand each other resist that guy? No, the 8 Tails and Naruto are both in the rearmost lines within the Cloud Village." Tsunade quickly shook her head and sighed. "It seems Lord Hanzo was right. The Supreme Commander of the Allied Ninja Forces, Lord Hanzo of the Salamander, had informed me earlier that if we want everyone in the ninja world to fight together, nothing should be hidden from each other." "That kid's not bad," Madara rarely praised someone, but he did when evaluating Hanzo. Given his status and age, it was indeed fitting for him to call the elderly Hanzo a kid. Madara had heard about the work of the Supreme Commander of the Allied Ninja Forces. Although I haven't met that kid yet, I've heard of his reputation recently. At least in terms of uniting the ninja world, he's more reliable than Hashirama. When you gather, I'll bring Sasuke and Albedo over. Uchiha Madara looked at Tsunade and spoke disdainfully. A ninja from a small village is more reliable than the cage of the 5 great nations. Indeed, Hanzo of the Salamander has performed admirably as the Supreme Commander of the Allied Ninja Forces. At least on the surface, Hanzo has been working very diligently. He has genuinely been in contact with the major ninja villages, keeping information flowing smoothly and mediating conflicts between the villages. Hanzo has even been giving frequent speeches in Rain Village, urging all ninja to set aside past grievances and unite against a common formidable enemy in the face of the impending destruction of the ninja world. The entire ninja world, nearly 100,000 ninja have been organized. Among them, 80,000 ninja have been mobilized from the 5 great nations, while 20,000 ninja from smaller villages and samurai from the Land of Iron have been assembled. In terms of numbers, they are evenly matched. According to the Allied Ninja Forces Intelligence Department, Akihara Kagura's army of White Zetsu is also rapidly gathering, with about 100,000 of those peculiar-looking creatures. In the Land of Lightning, the Allied Ninja Forces are continuously advancing in this direction. All the ninja are wearing the same forehead protector. Regardless of which village they came from, they have removed their village's forehead protector and replaced it with a standard one bearing the kanji for ninja. Due to time constraints, identical uniforms could not be made, resulting in slight differences in their attire. Below a tall tower, 100,000 ninja have gathered in a grand assembly. Ninja from the 5 major villages and those from smaller villages have all converged here to receive war equipment and will be assigned to various units by the Allied Ninja Forces Staff Department. In the Logistics Department, Haruno Sakura and several medical ninjas are distributing emergency medical supplies to all ninjas in preparation for the imminent war to ensure they can treat their wounds promptly. 4 sets! A somewhat familiar voice reached Haruno Sakura's ears. When Haruno Sakura looked up, she saw a figure she had not seen in a long time, an enemy who had cast a significant shadow over her during her girlhood. Mamachi Zabuza. Haruno Sakura was shocked as she looked at the person in front of her. Mamachi Zabuza. Lord Zabuza, it's someone you know. Haku looked at Haruno Sakura with amazement. Hurry up, hurry up! Suijutsu Hazuki grumbled nearby. Jugo looked helplessly at the noisy Suijutsu Hazuki. Because both he and Mamachi Zabuza were originally from Mist Village, they had decided to form a temporary team to join the battle together after the commotion. Be quick! Mamachi Zabuza looked dissatisfied at the stunned Haruno Sakura and said coldly, Little girl, you have grown up. Are you still frightened by my killing intent? You jest, senior. Haruno Sakura suddenly felt a sense of relief, smiled slightly, and handed 4 sets of emergency medical supplies to Mamachi Zabuza. As she watched Mamachi Zabuza leave, Haruno Sakura suddenly felt that the war was not so frightening. For the same goal, former enemies are standing together, fighting side by side against a powerful foe. Wait! Haruno Sakura suddenly realized something. This is the area of the 3rd Division. Was Mamachi Zabuza assigned to the 3rd Division? That seems quite normal, because the 3rd Division is for close and mid-range combat. The only odd thing is, the 3rd Division's commander is named Hideki Kakashi. When Hideki Kakashi saw Mamachi Zabuza among his subordinates, his eyes widened in astonishment. What a joke! How is Mamachi Zabuza still alive? Something is not right. Hideki Kakashi stared in disbelief at Mamachi Zabuza. He couldn't believe he was going to fight alongside him. What a cursed fate! Mamachi Zabuza looked displeased at Hideki Kakashi and grumbled to his temporary subordinates. This guy is called Hideki Kakashi. The second time we met, I single-handedly hung him and his subordinates. I can't believe he is the commander of the 3rd Division. This war will be hard to win. You! Hideki Kakashi rolled his eyes helplessly at the troublesome guy in front of him. Show a bit more respect to your superior. Every time we meet, you are the one who loses, right? The Ninja Alliance army has numerous members. Even those who have only crossed paths twice, like Hideki Kakashi and Mamachi Zabuza, do not see eye to eye, let alone other ninjas with generational blood feuds. In this assembly area, curses and grumbling could be heard everywhere. Outwardly, people refrained from sparking conflicts, but behind the scenes they would still curse a few times. It's all the fault of the Konoha ninjas. They used to rely on that scoundrel Akihara Kagura, and now they can't handle their own rogue ninjas, causing such a big mess in the ninja world and dragging us in to die. Just say less. That guy wants to destroy the ninja world. Amidst the ninjas cursing and grumbling within the medical ninja unit, two young ninjas wearing glasses, one with blonde hair, continued to distribute medical supplies with smiles on their faces. They were Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Nano. Medical ninjas are scarce no matter where they are. Tsunade wanted to place Kabuto in a special unit, believing his Edo Tensei would be very useful, but Kabuto wanted to protect the dean. That was the most important thing. No matter what happened, the dean must be protected. Even if the ninjas outside were noisy and the ninja world seemed about to be destroyed by Akihara Kagura, Kabuto's mind was focused on one thing, protecting the dean. Kagura! Nan murmured this name, still with a hint of worry on her face. Kabuto, will this world really be destroyed by him? If everyone thinks so, then let it be. Kabuto smiled faintly, not believing the rumors flying around outside. Let's just do our duty and protect ourselves in this war. Akihara Kagura's involvement wasn't needed. Kabuto knew exactly what he should do. Just as many years ago when he misunderstood Akihara Kagura, resulting in almost being killed by Uchiha Itachi. Now, Kabuto was very clear. As long as he protected the dean, everything would be fine. Kabuto! Orochimaru's voice came from behind Kabuto, who smiled and said, "Are you sure you don't want to join us in dealing with Akihara Kagura? Aren't I already doing that?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses and responded with a light smile. "The work of the medical ninja unit is also important. You know what I mean." Orochimaru shook his head, continuing to smile. "The Edo Tensei ninja unit would be very useful in defeating Akihara Kagura. Staying here doing these trivial tasks is a waste of your talent. Forgive me for refusing." Kabuto shook his head, declining Orochimaru's proposal. To avoid further entanglement, Kabuto asked, "Shouldn't you be attending a meeting now, Lord Orochimaru? That's a place for big shots." Orochimaru replied with a faint smile, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. "Those fools are discussing a battle strategy against an opponent they can't defeat while neglecting the real solution." "Orochimaru, we have a meeting!" Jiraiya suddenly appeared, calling out to Orochimaru from a distance. "That idiot!" Orochimaru cursed, having no choice but to leave with Jiraiya, unable to continue pestering Kabuto. Atop a high tower, the leaders of the ninja world were still discussing strategies. Inside a meeting room, a map of the ninja world was placed in the center. Narashikaku, the chief strategist of the Ninja Alliance army, pointed at several marked locations on the map with a stick. "According to our deployment, the main forces will be distributed along the borders and coastline of the Land of Lightning, with thousands of sensory unit members dispatched to monitor Akihara Kagura's movements at all times. We must not underestimate Akihara Kagura's cunning." The voice of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was somewhat angry. Upon returning to Rock Village after the last meeting, he saw a scene of devastation and listened to reports from other ninjas. Anoki began to speak about the lessons learned from Rock Village, saying in a deep voice, "Even if he hadn't taken action last time, Rock Village would have been overrun by his army. The intelligence I received indicated that he led tens of thousands of white Zetsu to bypass Rock Village's sentries and borders, appearing directly within Rock Village and quickly surrounding the village. We have learned from Rock Village's lessons." Narashikaku nodded, tapping the map with a stick. "From this position, we can mutually support each other at any time. Even if each unit faces an encirclement, other units can quickly come to their aid. However, he will likely come at us openly." Narashikaku analyzed Akihara Kagura's mindset and softly explained, "Akihara Kagura and the White Zetsu army are currently entrenched in the Valley of the End. They could march from the Land of Hot Water straight to the Land of Lightning by land. However, we can't rule out the possibility that they might move by sea and land directly on the coast of the Land of Lightning. Although the coastline is mostly cliffs and not suitable as landing points, according to the intelligence, these cliffs pose no challenge to White Zetsu. Of course, this war will undoubtedly be resolved on land. We will only station a part of the sensory unit on the coastline, allowing them to land and reach our defensive positions. We are unlikely to stop them anyway. The sensory unit will track the enemy's movements. The 100,000 White Zetsu will surely split their forces. The surprise attack unit will strike a smaller enemy force to gauge their real strength. The intelligence unit, led by Yamanaka Inoichi, will relay information remotely, and the headquarters will decide whether to change the plan based on this information. If all goes well, The 1st Division, a mid-range attack unit led by Darui, will be responsible for continuously engaging the enemy and drawing them into our defensive positions. The 2nd Division, a close combat unit led by Rock Village Jonin Kitsuchi, will engage the enemy directly on the front line after the 1st Division retreats. The 3rd Division, a close to mid-range combat unit led by Hadake Kakashi, will immediately support in case of unfavorable battle conditions. The 4th Division, a long-range combat unit temporarily led by Narashikamaru, will be on standby to support frontline and potential rear battles. The 5th Division, a special operations unit composed of samurai from the Land of Iron and other ninjas skilled in special tactics, led by Mifune from the Land of Iron, will serve as reinforcements from the rear. We also have the medical and guard units, all positioned centrally on the battlefield. If Akihara Kagura's White Zetsu army attacks the medical unit, any of the units can quickly come to their rescue. The 5 present all nodded. In such a short time, nearly 100,000 ninjas from the 5 great nations and other small and medium ninja villages had been organized to this extent by Narashikaku. This strategist from the Land of Fire indeed had a sharp mind. However, additionally, Narashikaku hesitated, his voice becoming grave. There is one most important and dangerous unit. They are responsible for confronting Akihara Kagura. As he said this, his expression became extremely serious. This unit will face Akihara Kagura head-on. Narashikaku glanced at Tsunade and spoke softly. Although Uchiha Madara claims to be willing to help us, we must have a backup force ready to step in at critical moments. This unit will need to risk their lives to stop Akihara Kagura. The cage present fell silent. This was the most difficult task for the Ninja Alliance. If no one could stop Akihara Kagura, it would mean that this war could turn into Akihara Kagura leading the White Zetsu army to annihilate the Ninja Alliance. However, for a Jonin to stop Akihara Kagura, it would be almost no different from a Genin. Even the cage-level experts could only make Akihara Kagura expend a bit more chakra. Jirya and Orochimaru will join this unit. Tsunade immediately volunteered herself and her 2 friends. She knew Jirya would definitely join in, and as for Orochimaru, his opinion didn't need much consideration. I'll join as well. 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki sighed and said, the young people are all participating in the war, standing on the front lines to prevent the destruction of the ninja world. We cannot hide in the rear either. After all, within the Ninja Alliance, the 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki, relying on his dust release, could be considered the strongest ninja. Hanzo of the Salamander, the 4th Reikage, the 5th Keizukage, and the 5th Mizukage all agreed without hesitation. They too could not back down, this special unit. Aside from Jirya and Orochimaru, along with Hanzo of the Salamander, it essentially consisted of the strongest 5 Kage within the Ninja Alliance. They were the most powerful ninjas of the Alliance. If Uchiha Madara did not appear in time, they would use their lives to stop Akihara Kagura's massacre. All right. Next, we need to appease those young ones outside. Hearing the increasing noise outside, Hanzo of the Salamander said solemnly, before the war we must find a way to eliminate their discrimination against their comrades. It was clear. This was the moment for them to make an appearance. Hanzo of the Salamander led the 5 Kage out of the tower, looking down at the dense crowd of nearly 100,000 ninjas gathered below the tower. At a glance, it was like an endless sea of noisy people. In a normal war, anyone seeing such a large-scale gathering of ninjas would not think they could lose. This size of a ninja alliance was enough to solve all the troubles in the ninja world. The 5 Kage standing on the tower suddenly felt confident. Quiet down a bit. Listen to what this old man has to say. Hanzo of the Salamander's voice carried down from the tower. Although it sounded somewhat old, it was still powerful and resounding. If anyone could stand in my position and see the scenery below, I think you would probably understand what I'm thinking. 100,000 Ninja Alliance, the most powerful army in the history of the ninja world. When I look at you, I even believe that no one in this world can stop us, no one can defeat us. Any conspirator attempting to stir up war will be crushed under your feet. This time, everyone is here for peace. Perhaps many have never thought, including those of us who initiated the formation of the Ninja Alliance, that all ninjas in this world would gather here for the same goal, to protect the world we live in, abandoning mutual hatred and hostility, standing shoulder to shoulder here. On a hillside, 3 figures stood on this hillside. While Hanzo of the Salamander was giving his speech on the tower, Uchiha Madara, accompanied by Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obaido, arrived here. Uchiha Sasuke had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Uchiha Obaido had one eye with the 3 Tomo Sharingan and 1 Rinnegan. According to the prior plan, Uchiha Madara gave one of his eyes to Uchiha Obaido, allowing Obaido to use Rin Rebirth to resurrect the Edo Tensei ninjas under Akihara Kagura in the war, thereby first eliminating Kagura's subordinates. Is that Hanzo of the Salamander? Uchiha Madara sat on a rock on the hillside, looking at the old man giving a speech, as well as the Ninja Alliance below. I never thought the ninja world would really unite one day, much stronger than during Hashirama's time. Both Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obaido nodded. To be honest, even they could not imagine this. No one in the ninja world would have thought that the 5 great nations would unite against a common enemy, and many might have suspected that the Ninja Alliance would kill each other even before forming. But all this was beyond everyone's expectations. The Ninja Alliance, actually we came together. HMPH, even if they've formed the Ninja Alliance, a collection of trash is still just trash. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered, revealing a cold sneer on his face. Now, use your Susanoo and shoot an arrow at that Hanzo of the Salamander. What? Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. Does Uchiha Madara want to fight the Ninja Alliance now? Hanzo of the Salamander is the commander of the Ninja Alliance. Assassinating their commander in front of 100,000 ninjas is undoubtedly a declaration of war against the Ninja Alliance. At this time, are they going to have infighting within the Ninja Alliance that needs to unite against a common enemy? Seeing Uchiha Sasuke's hesitation and struggle over his order, Uchiha Madara sighed inwardly. This kid was ultimately not his brother. If Izuna were here, that guy named Hanzo of the Salamander would have already become a porcupine. Then let me do it myself. A blue Susanoo giant appeared around Uchiha Madara, and an 8 Yasaka Magatama reflecting blue light formed in Susanoo's hand. He threw it far towards the tower where Hanzo of the Salamander stood, not caring if it would hurt anyone in the process. Atop the tower, Hanzo of the Salamander was still delivering his speech. Standing beside him, the 5 Cage also felt a surge of pride, for anyone who saw the 100,000 strong Ninja Alliance below would feel a sense of grandeur and develop an unshakable confidence in victory. Here, there are 100,000 people. Just at that moment, a blue Yasaka Magatama flew over. This technique, activated by Susanoo, soared across the sky toward the tower. Everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to it. Everyone also saw the source of the technique. Not far from the assembly point of the Ninja Alliance, on a hillside, stood a blue Susanoo as tall as half a mountain. Uchiha Madara, controlling the blue Susanoo, launched an attack on the high-ranking members of the Ninja Alliance, an abrupt change that shocked everyone. This guy, how dare he attack the Alliance at this moment? For the high-ranking members of the Ninja Alliance, the sheer number of people brought immense confidence. The 100,000 ninjas present, if each used a water release technique, could drown him. Kamui! At this critical moment, Hatake Kakashi's eyes suddenly widened, and his Mangekyo Sharingan absorbed the Yasaka Magatama into the Kamui dimension. Uchiha Madara! Tsunade, her face contorted with rage, looked at Uchiha Madara in the distance. She could hardly contain her anger and roared, Are you declaring war on the Ninja Alliance at this time? What Ninja Alliance? Uchiha Madara squinted his eyes. With the repulsive force of the Rinnegan, he slowly floated towards the tower, his voice icy. The commander of the Ninja Alliance is a puppet of Akihara Kagura. Who is this alliance really against? Everyone present stood in astonishment. This guy. What is he talking about? The commander of the Ninja Alliance, Hanzo of the Salamander, is a puppet of Akihara Kagura. The ninjas present looked up at Hanzo of the Salamander on the high platform in disbelief, gazing at the commander they revered. This is the finest ninja in the world. Even the 5 Cage respect his noble character and are willing to let him be the commander. How could this be possible? A 6 Paths puppet? Jiraiya asked gravely. Having fought with Nagato before, Jiraiya knew the Rinnegan could control puppets. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. Could Hanzo of the Salamander be a puppet of Akihara Kagura? As expected. I knew it. This puppet can't deceive Madara. Hanzo of the Salamander admitted it. The voice of the 6 Paths puppet came from the main body, and though Hanzo's voice was still old, he admitted his identity. His eyes gradually turned into Rinnegan. Rinnegan! Many people saw the change in Hanzo's eyes. How could this be? Hatake Kakashi's heart felt as cold as an icy abyss. Fear swept through him instantly. How could this be? How could it be like this? How could? Are you kidding me? What is going on here? Nara Shikamaru's body started to tremble, fear engulfing his mind, rendering him incapable of thinking. What is going on? Our alliance commander is that guy's puppet, Lord Hanzo. was the first to advocate for the formation of the Ninja Alliance. How could he be controlled by someone? As the son of the Ninja Alliance's strategist, Shikamaru was highly intelligent and thus invited to participate in the strategy formulated by his father. During that time, Narashikaku often mentioned Hanzo of the Salamander. Because of Hanzo of the Salamander's noble character, Konoha's proposal to form a ninja alliance to resist Akihara Kagura was accepted by the ninja world. "Calm down!" Temari, a ninja from the Sand Village, quickly regained her composure and slapped Narashikamaru across the face, leaving a red handprint. "Now is not the time for wild thoughts." "I know." Narashikamaru immediately regained his senses, covering his cheek, his heart still pounding violently. "But I don't know what to do. When did Hanzo become his puppet? What else has that guy done, and what can we do to escape his control?" This is a question facing all the ninjas. Even some of the most resilient ninjas couldn't help but ask themselves a question when they saw Hanzo of the Salamander revealing the Rinnegan and heard the voice of Akihara Kagura. Now, what should they do? Were all their actions under Akihara Kagura's control, and even guided by Akihara Kagura? A chill ran through the knowledgeable ninjas. The 5 present felt a mix of pain and collapse, a trace of rage appearing on their faces, the fury of having their wills manipulated. Narashikaku, the strategist of the Ninja Alliance, felt his fingers tremble slightly, his brain momentarily stagnating and unable to function. How could such a thing happen? The supreme commander of the Ninja Alliance was actually a puppet of Akihara Kagura. What does that make this Ninja Alliance? When did this happen, and does it make all the strategies he, the advisor, devised a joke? No, that's not right. The important thing now is to get information. If Lord Hanzo was only captured and killed by Akihara Kagura in the past few days, then everything can still be salvaged, proving that their current path is not wrong. But if Lord Hanzo became Akihara Kagura's puppet before the formation of the Ninja Alliance, it would mean they were trapped in a grand conspiracy. How unexpected! How unexpected! Narashikaku took a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face. "I'm very curious, when did this happen?" "Yes, when did this happen?" Jiraiya stared at Hanzo of the Salamander's body and asked sternly, "When did you kill Hanzo and start controlling his body?" "Long ago, I suppose." Hanzo of the Salamander extended his hand, stroking his cheek. The aged voice of the 6 Paths puppet calmly spoke. "About 10 years ago. I deceived you all about one thing, Jiraiya-sensei. Actually, I awakened the Rinnegan much earlier than I previously told you all. I probably activated the sage body after transplanting Hashirama's cells, and it took less than a year to awaken the Rinnegan. Hanzo of the Salamander was the 3rd puppet I created. That deception was merely to cover Hanzo's identity. The 3rd puppet. Jiraiya's heart sank. This meant that Akihara Kagura had other puppets, and Hanzo of the Salamander was merely the 3rd one. How many more puppets did this guy have hidden? How many people in the ninja world were his tools? The 5 present couldn't help but ponder this question as well. "So," Jiraiya gritted his teeth and continued solemnly, "when I took you to the Land of Rain for training, you already had the Rinnegan at that time. Probably around that time. That time! Even before we saw Nagato again." Hanzo of the Salamander's voice remained old and slow, but the speaker had changed. "Let me think. It was around the time you wanted to track down Nagato and the Akatsuki base that I found Hanzo. After a chat with Hanzo, he was forced to voluntarily become my puppet. We aimed to destroy this decaying world and create a new one together. Hanzo was already very old then, with little value left. Yet I still chose him." Hanzo of the Salamander ignored the others, his gaze sweeping across Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Because his status was high enough, he was a suitable old man. I only needed a minor disguise of his character to establish a lofty image in your hearts. Why didn't you find it strange at the time?" Hanzo of the Salamander's voice was tinged with confusion as he spoke, seemingly unable to comprehend Jiraiya's words. "Jiraiya-sensei, why would a reclusive old man suddenly volunteer to die?" Jiraiya suddenly remembered. During the time before he arrived in the Land of Rain, there had been no news of Hanzo of the Salamander. After Jiraiya's arrival, Hanzo had suddenly become active, even showing signs of being ready to sacrifice himself at any moment. "All of that? Was you controlling him from behind the scenes?" Jiraiya's eyes widened as he recalled how Hanzo had secretly told him about his intention to sacrifice himself, even going so far as to willingly die in front of Nagato. At that time, Jiraiya had been deeply moved by Hanzo. At that time, Akihara Kagura had also appeared to be quite touched. However, it was all orchestrated by Akihara Kagura from behind the scenes. That kid had been pretending all along, pretending to respect this demigod of the ninja world. There is no need to deceive you at this point. Hanzo of the Salamander's old voice carried a note of melancholy. Hanzo had long lost his ambition. I helped him regain it all. Wait a moment. Orochimaru suddenly caught a flaw, narrowing his eyes. Kaguya, I remember you had interactions with Hanzo during the 5-cage summit. This was a flaw. Was Akihara Kaguya trying to scare them? This is quite normal. Hanzo of the Salamander's body continued to speak. Because within this body, Hanzo's soul still resides. There are 2 methods for creating puppets with the Rinnegan. One method is to use a corpse, finding a suitable body to make into a puppet. The other is to use a soul. Even a reanimated ninja can be turned into a puppet. This guy is right. Uchiha Madara, the owner of the Rinnegan, confirmed Akihara Kaguya's statement with a cold voice. The materials for the 6 Paths puppets are indeed not very demanding. Puppets made by the Rinnegan are formed using yin-yang release, so the material requirements are low. As long as there is sufficient compatibility, suitable 6 Paths puppets can be made. Indeed, before creating Hanzo, when I made my first puppet, I attempted to place the puppet's original soul into it. When creating the second puppet, it happened to be a puppeteer who had turned his own body into a puppet, which made my technique more refined. The second puppet. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, thinking of Sasori of the Red Sand and how similar he was to Asura Path Pain, understanding everything. It must be Sasori of the Red Sand. Sasori of the Red Sand had long become Akihara Kaguya's puppet. That's why Sasori always cooperated with Akihara Kaguya. Correct. Hanzo of the Salamander's puppet nodded, answering Orochimaru. When Jiraiya-sensei and I encountered you and Sasori of the Red Sand, you saved Sasori's puppet but left behind his real body. It was at that moment I turned Sasori into Asura Path. Perhaps there is no one more suitable than Sasori to become an Asura Path puppet. He is like a work of art. Even I couldn't find any flaws in him. Enough! Hanzo of the Salamander's voice calmed down. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Jiraiya. There is still plenty of time today. Once the war truly begins, we might not have time to talk about these things. You need not doubt, because the appearance of the allied ninja forces was within my expectations. Within your expectations? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. Yes! Hanzo of the Salamander nodded slightly, continuing in a cold tone. When I intend to destroy this world, humanity will gradually unite under the pressure of impending doom. Even without Hanzo, there will still be twisted situations like the Ninja Alliance. Of course, my actions have indeed contributed to the growth of the Ninja Alliance. In order to ensure the smooth execution of my plan to destroy the ninja world, a small and slightly old strategy was needed, such as promoting someone to become the commander of the Ninja Alliance. And this small strategy was merely the cause from many years ago. During the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo of the Salamander initiated a war against the 3 great ninja villages, Sand Village, Rock Village, and Konoha, to protect the Land of Rain from their conflict. The result, of course, was an inevitable defeat. Many things happened during that war. Perhaps you were all thinking about how Sand Village was defeated by Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, or reflecting on Hanzo of the Salamander and the Land of Rain's failure in challenging the great nations. At this point, Hanzo of the Salamander's gaze fell upon the floating figure of Uchiha Madara. Some people might also ponder the trajectory of Nagato's life, wondering if there might be any issues with his Rinnegan. But I focused on one thing. After his defeat in that war, Hanzo of the Salamander spared 3 young people who had fallen into his hands and magnanimously granted them the title of Konoha's Sannin. When I heard this story, Hanzo of the Salamander's glory had long faded, leaving only a decrepit old man. I then began to utilize him in a decade-long plan, pushing the disheartened Hanzo of the Salamander to regain his prominence. First, I turned him into a puppet of the Rinnegan. To determine whether the Rinnegan could see through puppets, I specifically made Hanzo of the Salamander appear before Nagato and put on a righteous performance. Brother Nagato seemed not to notice anything amiss. Thus, I had him perform before Jiraiya-sensei. Of course, these efforts alone were insufficient, as the ninja world had long forgotten Hanzo of the Salamander. Many young ninjas no longer remember this figure. But I knew that 3 people would definitely remember. Akihara Kaguya, controlling Hanzo of the Salamander, directed his gaze at Tsunade and Orochimaru, a raspy laugh emanating from his throat. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, Jiraiya-sensei, you would definitely remember this old man. Among the great nations of the ninja world, Konoha's power is the strongest. Because of my presence, Konoha's influence is unprecedented. I facilitated Lord Orochimaru's assassination of the 3rd Hokage, successfully reviving his name. I deliberately abandoned the position of Hokage. I intentionally acted extremely radical, relinquishing the struggle for the Hokage position to ensure either Jiraiya-sensei or Lady Tsunade would ascend to the position, as you two are the only ones in Konoha who would deeply remember Hanzo of the Salamander. Tsunade's heart ached with a sharp pain. This situation occurred occasionally after Akihara Kagura's defection. Every time Tsunade pondered Akihara Kagura's actions, her heart would hurt, and she felt a suffocating sensation enveloping her body. Indeed, this guy was right. Only Konoha's Sannin would remember Hanzo of the Salamander. In fact, only Konoha's Sannin throughout the entire ninja world would have a lasting impression of Hanzo of the Salamander, as their titles and their childhood memories of a powerful figure were tied to this man. Lady Tsunade ascended to the position of Hokage. Everything is unfolding as I anticipated. Hanzo of the Salamander's voice gradually steadied, even carrying a sense of smug satisfaction. At the opportune moment, I revealed my true identity. I went to the Land of Rain to attack Brother Nagato, an essential part of my plan. Or rather, the most crucial part was manipulating Hanzo to save Jiraiya-sensei, delivering Jiraiya-sensei and Brother Nagato to Konoha, reintroducing Hanzo before Lady Tsunade, and actively proposing an alliance to confront me. So it was your scheme to have Hanzo save me back then? Jiraiya took a deep breath, recalling how he had once drifted along the river, on the verge of drowning due to his severe injuries and exhaustion, only to be saved by Hanzo of the Salamander. Even if it weren't for Hanzo, neither he nor Nagato might have made it back to Konoha. Jiraiya had always respected and felt grateful towards Hanzo, but now it was yet another conspiracy by his disciple. Tsunade's heart ached increasingly. A feeling of weightless panic made her body tremble, nearly causing her to collapse. She remembered their conversation at the Konoha hospital back then. Hanzo had volunteered to liaise with the ninja world. At that time, she greatly admired Hanzo's vision and magnanimity. Coupled with her past trust in his character, she suggested holding the 5-cage summit in Rain Village. Back then, she had already fallen into Akihara Kagura's trap. Everything was so inevitable. Hanzo's voice was old yet powerful, as Akihara Kagura, controlling the old man's body, finally got to the main point. With the successful convening of the 5-cage summit, the villages of the 5 great nations would undoubtedly fight over the position of the supreme commander of the allied ninja forces. At that moment, I appeared, bringing you a tremendous fear. During that summit, I just wanted you to fully understand one thing. You are not qualified to oppose me. Only Lady Tsunade or Hanzo are most suitable. Unfortunately, Akihara Kagura, controlling Hanzo, looked at the other village leaders. You will definitely oppose Lady Tsunade because Konoha has gained too much from the ninja world. I know Lady Tsunade well. She is someone who will back down. She needs a suitable person, a ninja commander willing to support her in seeking Madara's help. Hanzo, while retreating strategically, analyzed the so-called pros and cons. Facing the other village's doubts about Lady Tsunade, she had to step back and choose someone who had left a deep impression on her since her youth to become the supreme commander of the allied ninja forces. And that person had long since become my puppet. Look, Akihara Kagura's voice, through Hanzo, contained a hint of satisfaction, seemingly very pleased with a plan he had set in motion years ago. The reason I chose to deliberately step back and let you become Hokage was because I knew that at a critical moment when the ninja world united, you would nominate Hanzo, who seemed very powerful in your youth, thus pushing my long-controlled puppet to become the supreme commander of the allied ninja forces. Fear engulfed them like seawater. All of this, once again, it fell within Akihara Kagura's calculations. The sense of grandeur they felt after witnessing the strength of the allied ninja forces vanished without a trace. They only felt their hearts sinking into the abyss of fear with Akihara Kagura's words. Neither Tsunade, Jiraiya, nor the other leaders, not even the always strategic Narashikaku, could escape the deep fear. Even the elderly third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was gasping for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He could wipe away his sweat, but not the panic in his eyes. Clap, clap, clap. Uchiha Madara lightly clapped his hands. Madara had already heard Akihara Kagura admit to his 2 conspiracies back in Konoha and the forest where they clashed. Hearing these stories again, he had to admit that Akihara Kagura's schemes were quite brilliant. Truly impressive. Admiration appeared on Uchiha Madara's face as he sincerely praised. When it comes to cunning and strategy, I always thought that the insidious and despicable Tabarama was quite adept, but in this aspect he doesn't even deserve to serve UT. However, you still missed one thing. Uchiha Madara grinned, revealing a smile. Why do you think that when Nagato used the Rinnegan, he didn't discover that Hanzo was your puppet? How could the true owner of the Rinnegan not uncover his real identity? Madara chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes. Kid, your puppet's identity is exposed now. Whatever plans you have for Hanzo can be declared over at this moment. Madara! Hanzo had already clasped his hands together and spoke softly. Why don't you guess which of the 6 paths is Hanzo? Scatter! Madara immediately realized something, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. Everyone, get out of here! This guy is that kid's animal path! There was no time to stop it. Even Limbo wouldn't make it in time. He shouldn't have flown over. He should have dealt with this puppet earlier. That silver-tongued kid always plays these tricks. Summoning technique! Hanzo's hand slapped the railing of the high tower. A familiar figure appeared beside Hanzo, ignoring the fearful and angry gazes of the others, looking down at the 100,000-strong allied ninja forces below, like an innocent child, sincerely spoke the first words upon appearing. So many people! Akihara Kagura. Outer path, Akihara Kagura. This is the true form, apart from the 6 puppet paths. At this moment, the 100,000-strong ninja alliance saw Akihara Kagura standing atop the tower, looking down at them, recalling the fear this person had once instilled in them. This was the person who single-handedly conquered the ninja villages of 4 great nations, treated the strongest Konoha as a plaything, and even manipulated the hawkage position to suit his schemes. However, accompanied by the appearance of Akihara Kagura through Hanzo of the Salamander Animal Path summoning technique, he seemed completely unworldly, looking down at the endless ninja alliance. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Akihara Kagura's mouth as he spoke with satisfaction. You've gathered too many people. I'm almost impressed by your efficiency. HMPH! Uchiha Madara sneered, glancing contemptuously at Tsunade and others, who were pale-faced. Such words might deceive these 5-cage kids. After speaking, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly turned serious, staring intently at Akihara Kagura before him. Kid, gathering all the ninjas of the ninja world here using the Ninja Alliance, what is your purpose? Do you intend to resurrect Kaguya recorded in history? At least not today. Akihara Kagura raised a finger and gently waved it, continuing to smile. I'm just worried that the Ninja Alliance might fall apart in their quarrels, so I came here to help you understand each other before the war officially begins. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What nonsense is this guy talking about again? Humans cannot understand each other. Akihara Kagura lightly laughed, looking down at the Ninja Alliance below the tower, and continued, even if they gather under orders, it's merely superficial. But humans can understand fear. The smile on Akihara Kagura's face gradually turned sinister as he spread his arms. As long as everyone knows fear, they can barely understand each other. What nonsense are you talking about? The 5th Kazekage, Gaara, the youngest among them, still had the spirit of youth. The sand gourd on his back instantly turned into a wave of yellow sand, sweeping towards Akihara Kagura and Hanzo of the Salamander. Akihara Kagura raised his eyes, revealing his Rinnegan, and the boundless yellow sand halted a foot around him and Hanzo, as if a protective shield had appeared around them. The Rinnegan's pupil technique, time-limited seal space, made its debut in this world. The Rinnegan's pupil technique, time-limited seal space, could not only serve as a cage but also as a defensive ability, blocking any attack weaker than Akihara Kagura. Gaara desperately tried to squeeze the defensive shield around Akihara Kagura with his sand, but he couldn't break through. The yellow sand swept away like a massive wave, but it ultimately failed to shake the solid mountain wall. The 4th Raikage, A, swung his fist, smashing it heavily against the barrier, feeling as if he had struck steel. Tsunade slowly extended her hand as if touching the edge of a barrier. Her fist glowed with chakra and her powerful punch landed on the barrier, but it showed no signs of breaking. Is this the kid's Rinnegan technique? Uchiha Madara squinted his eyes, having lent one of his Rinnegan to Abaido Uchiha. Even if he wanted to use Limbo, he could only use a single Limbo clone. However, he had to test it. A Limbo clone flew out of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, striking Akihara Kagura's barrier, but it couldn't shake it at all. Unbreakable! Uchiha Madara frowned. Was Akihara Kagura's Rinnegan barrier a defensive technique? If it was a defensive technique, then the barrier must have a limit to its defense. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one present could break that barrier. Hatake Kakashi beneath the tower noticed this first. He raised his eyes, trying to use Kamui to silently attack Akihara Kagura. However, the space ability of Kamui seemed to vanish without a trace, causing Kakashi's heart to tremble. Kamui is ineffective. This was Hadake Kakashi's trump card. Don't bother trying. Akihara Kagura, standing within the time-limited sealed space, smiled and spoke, "Let me handle some business first." Akihara Kagura spread his palm, ignoring everyone's attacks, and gently clasped his hands together. Wood release! Advent of a world of trees! Roots and vines spread from the high tower, quickly covering it in a dense layer of green. Thick vines, like giant snakes, surged towards the 100,000 strong ninja coalition below. Scatter quickly! A third Tsuchikage, Anoki, flew up, raising his hand to unleash a dust release that shattered dozens of vines, but it couldn't halt their growth and spread. The ninja coalition rapidly planned to scatter and flee, but most ninjas could not escape the assault of the vines. The vines transformed into fast-moving wooden dragons. Wherever these wooden dragons moved, vines and roots followed, instantly entangling ninjas and binding them to trees, absorbing their chakra. The 5 Kage and Jirya on the tower couldn't afford to entangle with Akihara Kagura. The fourth Reikage leaped down, a cluster of blue lightning release chakra around his arm like a sharp blade, slicing through vines to rescue the immobilized ninjas bound to the trees. A wooden dragon seemed to sense the fourth Reikage's actions, twisting its body to crash directly into him. Lightning Cutter! The fourth Reikage raised his arm, his lightning release chakra nearly maxed out. He dodged the wooden dragon's charge and struck its head with his elbow, forcefully killing it. However, as the wooden dragon hit the ground, its massive body began to spread. The vines transformed into more wooden dragons surrounding the fourth Reikage. "We can't use dust release here." Anoki looked at the ninjas bound to the trees, feeling uneasy. His powerful technique would indeed destroy a section of the forest, but dust release would also kill the ninjas trapped in the forest. The forest echoed with cries for help. The numerous ninja coalition, moving in groups, managed to cut down the attacking vines and roots, but the forest's counterattack quickly swept back. Strange tree creatures of varying sizes started to appear throughout the forest. It seemed the entire forest had come alive under Akihara Kagura's chakra. These countless, differently sized tree creatures swiftly dismantled the ninjas' defenses. A tree creature, roughly human-sized, extended vines to capture a group of ninjas, binding them to its body as it rapidly transformed into a large, thick tree. This scenario continued throughout the forest. One tree creature after another appeared, making it impossible to resist. Even if a team of ninjas managed to defeat a tree creature, it didn't change the outcome, as stronger tree creatures would emerge the moment one died. Wooden dragons continued to swim through the forest, assisting the tree creatures in overwhelming strong ninja teams. Akihara Kagura, he seemed poised to defeat the ninja coalition single-handedly. As for Uchiha Madara, Madara was unconcerned with the fate of the ninja coalition below. His focus was on how to break the Rinnegan's ocular technique, as the barrier's protection was exceptionally strong, even more so than the Uchiha flame formation. It just so happened. This was a troublesome time. Madara's strength was not at its peak. To break Akihara Kagura's barrier, he might need to utilize Sasuke's space-time techniques. The most important thing was, Madara suspected Akihara Kagura had other schemes. He planned to take Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obaido to intercept the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails and 8 Tails, as that was the true battleground, if everything went as expected. Once Akihara Kagura immobilized the ninja coalition, he would surely attempt to seize the Jinchuriki. Madara glanced at Uchiha Sasuke still fighting below, ignoring Akihara Kagura's arrogance. He leaped down, disappearing, intending to intercept the Jinchuriki first, on the tower. There are too many people. Akihara Kagura felt the continuous influx of chakra from the vines at his feet into his body, which then flowed into the 10 Tails shell within him. He took a satisfied deep breath. A 100,000 strong ninja coalition. This was an unprecedented experience. Akihara Kagura monitored the chakra absorption progress while cautiously preventing the 10 Tails shell within him from reviving, just a little more. If the 10 Tails were revived prematurely, Akihara Kagura wasn't sure what changes would occur from truly becoming the 10 Tails, Jinchuriki. It would undoubtedly raise suspicions in his new superior, Black Zetsu, likely implicating him. The revival of the 10 Tails shell had reached a critical point, needing only a slight flow of chakra from his body to revive it. This trump card must not be revealed now. The Ninja Coalition's assembly site, originally a desert, had become a vast forest, with ninjas bound to the trees. Akihara Kagura's immense chakra continued to sustain the attacking vine. Aside from a few powerful ninjas still struggling, most had lost the ability to resist. "This won't do," Hate Kakashi, panting heavily, stared at Akihara Kagura, who was still controlling the vines. His Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan desperately tried to absorb Kagura's body to stop his technique, but Kamui couldn't penetrate Kagura's barrier. "Kakashi, can you keep going?" Sarutobi Asuma was still protecting Hate Kakashi. They were nearing their limits under the vine attacks, and even more vines were closing in on them. Swish! A vine lashed towards Hate Kakashi. A massive cleaver suddenly severed the vine, blocking the attack. Mamachi Zabuza looked at Kakashi with annoyance. "What are you doing here, leader of the 3rd Division? My newly recruited subordinates have already been captured." "No, I have an idea." Kakashi quickly came up with a plan and ignored Zabuza. He dashed towards the tower, intending to enter Kamui's intangibility state to approach Kagura from a different dimension. "You idiot!" Zabuza cursed under his breath. After Kakashi left, Zabuza grudgingly teamed up with Sarutobi Asuma to cut through the vines and rescue those bound to the trees. However, their efforts seemed like a drop in the ocean. The endless supply of vines overwhelmed them, making resistance futile. Even more terrifying were the wood dragons and walking wooden figures in the forest, crushing any ninja who dared to resist. Despair began to spread throughout the forest. 100,000 ninja allied forces were trapped in this artificially created forest, constantly under attack, with someone always being bound to a tree. Kabuto, Yakashi Nano, the head of Konoha's orphanage, was also bound to a tree. She had never encountered such a bizarre situation, feeling uneasy and panicked. "Dean, don't worry." Yakashi Kabuto, seeing that the dean was not in danger, looked at the vines slowly growing towards him without any intention of resisting. He merely extended his arms, allowing the vines to bind him to a tree. Kabuto didn't feel his chakra being absorbed. He even saw a small flower blooming on the vine, emitting a captivating fragrance. After this catastrophe, will new life stubbornly grow? Kabuto seemed to be conversing with the flower, his gaze fixed on the flower swaying gently, a look of surprise in his eyes. He began to ponder Akihara Kagura's past actions towards him and the dean, then changed his tune. "So, will there be a catastrophe?" Flowers began to bloom throughout the forest. Amidst the deadly forest and the cries for help from the Ninja Alliance, colorful flowers suddenly started blooming everywhere. This scene was particularly striking. However, Kabuto seemed accustomed to it. He appeared to understand Kagura's intentions, smiling as he observed the blooming flowers around him. "Do I need to do anything more?" The flowers in the forest swayed in unison. This war was no longer Kabuto's concern. Atop the tower, Akihara Kagura released his clasped hands. His objective was achieved. He turned to Hanzo of the salamander beside him. "Let's go find the Jinchuriki of the 8 and 9 tails." "All right." As the commander of the Ninja Alliance, Hanzo knew all their intelligence, including the whereabouts of the 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, who were hiding in a waterfall training. Kagura deactivated the spatial restriction and placed his hand on Hanzo, intending to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave instantly. Kamui! A strange space-time ripple clashed with the Flying Thunder God technique's spatial wave, neutralizing both techniques simultaneously. "Huff!" Hate Kakashi panted, standing before Akihara Kagura. His eyes were a pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. "I finally made it here!" Kagura had almost single-handedly trapped the Ninja Alliance and was about to capture the 8 and 9 tails Jinchuriki. If he succeeded, the situation would become unimaginably dire. Fortunately, he made it in time to stop him, or rather, he hoped he made it in time. "Kakashi!" Akihara Kagura raised an eyebrow and glanced at his old friend in front of him, looking at his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Do you want to stop me from seeing Naruto? There's no need to say more." Hate Kakashi took a deep breath, a kunai appearing in his hand. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto was undoubtedly one of Akihara Kagura's targets. This time, he must stop Akihara Kagura. "Give it up, will you?" Akihara Kagura gazed at Hate Kakashi, chuckling lightly. "If it were in the past, I might have put aside important matters to play with you for a while." Akihara Kagura slowly shook his head, showing no interest in fighting Hate Kakashi. "I don't have time to mess around with you now. Someone has already gone ahead of me." Yes, someone had gone ahead. Uchiha Madara had already taken Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obaido to the place where the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails and 9 tails were hiding, because he knew where the priorities lay. "Do you take me for a child?" Hate Kakashi's forehead twitches, but he couldn't help recalling the times they had spent together in the past. This old friend, who now sought to destroy the world, had always been very tolerant of him, emotionally. Akihara Kagura's presence was as significant as that of Might Guy. From the age of 10, Akihara Kagura had been transferred under Hate Kakashi's command, and from then on, they started pursuing Uchiha Obaido together. The experiences Hade Kakashi went through during that period were more exciting than many events in his life. Along with taking care of Uzumaki Naruto and Karin, there was also Mitarashi Enko, who played a supporting role. Even after Akihara Kagura left the Anbu, became Jiraiya's student, and at 13 became the leader of Root, rising to the top echelons of Konoha, he and Hade Kakashi remained old friends, often seeking each other's help. Just like Uzumaki Naruto's attitude over the years, they formed a family of sorts, seemingly targeted by the world's malice. Hade Kakashi was a down-and-out head of the family, Akihara Kagura was the successful elder brother, Mitarashi Enko was the fiery-tempered big sister, and Karin and Uzumaki Naruto were the children they raised together. These people had no special blood relations. However, both Hade Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto believed that if they encountered trouble and sought help from any one of them, the other would extend a hand like family. If they faced any pain, the other would comfort them like family. In fact, Akihara Kagura was the one who always took care of them the most. If it weren't for Akihara Kagura, Hade Kakashi knew he might still be living a lonely life like a scarecrow, always thinking he couldn't keep those important to him, whether it was his dependable father, his trustworthy companions, or his teacher Minato, who was like a parent. All the important people had already left Hade Kakashi. The one who made Hade Kakashi willing to face the world again and have important people in his life was precisely Akihara Kagura in front of him. Hade Kakashi felt a bit nostalgic. This troublesome subordinate who insisted on helping to find tutors for Karin and Naruto on that day made him feel less lonely. Naruto! You raised him, and now you want to kill Naruto? Hade Kakashi took a deep breath, looking at Akihara Kagura before him, his feelings mixed with bitterness and suppressed anger. Akihara Kagura wanted to take the 9 tails from Uzumaki Naruto, which would undoubtedly lead to Naruto's death. He wanted to kill Naruto, something like that. Akihara Kagura patted his forehead, seemingly understanding Hade Kakashi's feelings, and suddenly smiled. I probably understand what you mean. But Akihara Kagura smiled gently, as if anticipating Hade Kakashi's question. Because of me, his life wasn't so hard. He didn't have to struggle to become strong and survive in this world. That is the compensation for his sacrifice. You always intended to kill him. Hade Kakashi's face turned extremely ugly as he recalled something Uchiha Obaido mentioned. That night we unmasked Obaido. Something like that. Akihara Kagura was still smiling, showing no intention of avoiding the topic. Anyway, for me, making a big scene that night was enough. Kakashi, I've told you before, the me you know has never been the real me. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, his eyes flashing slightly. The air remained undisturbed, and the space-limiting seal silently opened. Enough! The game of playing house with you should have ended long ago. In an instant, Akihara Kagura turned into a golden light and appeared behind Hade Kakashi. His hand abruptly grasped Kakashi's neck. Kakashi had no time to resist. His body instinctively tried to enter the Kamui phase through the Mangekyou Sharingan, but he suddenly realized something was wrong. His body. It wasn't entering the Kamui space. He couldn't enter the Kamui phase at all. What was happening? Was it because Akihara Kagura used the Flying Thunder God's space-time technique at this moment? Kakashi couldn't imagine that Akihara Kagura had silently used the Rinnegan's ocular jutsu. His limited thinking led him to believe that the opponent had used some forbidden technique. Kakashi tried to activate the Flying Thunder God instantly. He had left marks of the Flying Thunder God array in safe places everywhere he went, but he hadn't expected that his body wouldn't move at all. Even the Flying Thunder God failed at this moment. Akihara Kagura ruthlessly dragged Kakashi to the edge of the high tower. The weightlessness of his feet leaving the ground filled Kakashi's eyes with unease and terror. All his escape methods were invalid at this moment. How could this be? Kakashi's heart trembled. Space-time techniques are not everything. Akihara Kagura looked at Kakashi indifferently and warned, even with space-time techniques, you might not be able to resist fate. With that, Akihara Kagura's hand released Kakashi's neck, as if letting go of an object he intended to discard. Kakashi's body plummeted freely from the sky. This guy! Kakashi desperately tried to use Kamui in mid-air, but to no avail. He could only watch as his body accelerated towards the ground. A kunai wrapped in wire flew out, lodging into the high tower. Kakashi grabbed the wire tightly, narrowly avoiding a fatal fall, although he survived. The fright was enough to terrify him. Originally, he thought that obtaining the Mangekyou Sharingan's ocular jutsu Kamui would allow him to stop Akihara Kagura. But he couldn't use it in time, and before he could do anything, Akihara Kagura subdued him and threw him off the tower. when Kakashi no longer dared to rely on Kamui and climbed the tower step by step, grasping the wire tightly, the place was already deserted. Akihara Kagura had vanished. This calamity finally ended. The entire assembly area of the Ninja Coalition was in ruins. What was once a desert had turned into a forest. Firstly, the worst news was that the supreme commander of the Ninja Coalition, Hanzo of the Salamander, was a puppet of the enemy. This revelation meant that the enemy had access to all their intelligence before the battle even began, shattering the morale from the highest ranks to the ordinary ninjas. Secondly, the 100,000-strong Ninja Coalition was defeated single-handedly by Akihara Kagura. Even the performance of the 5 Cage in this battle was lackluster, appearing no different from ordinary ninjas. For instance, the 4th Raikage, A, was directly captured by vines. Of course, there were some luckier ninjas. Jiraiya and Orochimaru managed to evade the vine attacks. Both possessed considerable strength, enough to dodge the attacks of the wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Orochimaru wielded the Kusanagi sword, cutting through a vine to rescue Tsunade, who was tied to a tree. "Tsunade, you should have summoned Katsuyu." "No time." Tsunade shook her head helplessly. Moreover, even Katsuyu would be useless, because Akihara Kagura's main targets were the 5 Cage. She, along with the 4th Raikage A, Gaara and Meiterumi, all faced attacks from the wooden dragons within the advent of a world of flowering trees. "I always have this inexplicable feeling." Tsunade looked at her 2 old friends who came to rescue her, her expression serious. "To understand Akihara Kagura's strength, I reviewed all the village's information on wood release. Akihara Kagura's abilities seem excessively powerful. Isn't that always how he's been?" Jiraiya frowned, deep in thought. "That guy has never lost, always performing exceptionally, hasn't he?" "But," Orochimaru looked at the dense forest where numerous ninjas were darting about, rescuing their trapped comrades. "No matter what happens, no matter how many enemies there are, no matter how strong they are, he can always defeat them. This can only mean one thing." Orochimaru had to reveal the truth. "Everything we do is under his control. This world has never been out of control." Tsunade, who had been pondering Akihara Kagura's strength, was forced to reconsider another issue by Orochimaru's words. When will they be able to escape Akihara Kagura's manipulation? Tsunade now doubted her life, not knowing what she should do or could do, because, as long as she did anything, that action might be a trap. Who could have thought? She just wanted to uphold the will of the previous Hokages and protect Konoha with her life. Yet even becoming Hokage turned out to be a trap. Who would have expected it? Facing an enemy that a single village couldn't handle, wasn't it natural to form an alliance of ninjas to fight against the strong enemy? To ensure the proper operation of the alliance, wasn't it right to promote the most suitable and prestigious man as the commander? But it turned out to be another of Akihara Kagura's traps. Tsunade felt as if she was walking on a beach full of traps, afraid to take a step forward, suspecting any move she made was within Akihara Kagura's control. "Lady Tsunade!" Hate Kakashi rushed over with several ninjas, reporting urgently. "Akihara Kagura and Hanzo of the Salamander are heading to where Naruto and Killer Bee are hiding. We must hurry." Tsunade abruptly stopped midway through her sentence, her mind instinctively considering, if we rush over now, could this also be within Akihara Kagura's control? Others frowned as well. This doubt began to spread among the allied ninja forces. "Hey, Tsunade!" The 4th Raikage, with a displeased expression, approached, having been rescued by his bodyguards. His face looked grim. "What should we do now?" "I don't know anymore." Tsunade looked up at the sky. "Stop overthinking." Anoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, descended. This elder's heart was the first to calm down, his mindset gradually regaining stability, though his voice remained heavy. "Even if we know it's a trap, we have to jump, right? Even knowing it's a trap, for the sake of the ninja world, they had to jump in." When Anoki heard that Akihara Kagura had used a scheme to make Hanzo of the Salamander, a puppet, the commander of the alliance, he had also despaired. But Anoki recalled the teachings of the 1st Tsuchikage. The will of stone in Rock Village made this stubborn old man in the ninja world resilient once more. "Better to try and fail than to do nothing at all." Anoki rose again, teaching firmly. "No matter what that kid says, no matter what his schemes are, we must believe one thing. We are doing what we believe is right. The formation of the allied ninja forces is right. One village cannot stand against a powerful enemy. One village cannot stop the enemy from destroying everything. So 5 villages should unite to fight the enemy. This is fundamentally right. Even if Hanzo is a puppet of Akihara Kagura, our initial intention to support him was right, because the disguised Hanzo was a trustworthy man. This is also right. Fighting to protect the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki is right. We strive to protect this world, to ensure its continuity, to prevent that kid from destroying the ninja world. All of this is right. No matter what that kid says, no matter what schemes he has, no matter what he tries to convince us to give up, we must stand firm like a rock, unyielding like a mountain by the sea. Anoki looked down at everyone present, his elderly voice firm and resonant. Don't worry about the outcome. The only thing we must keep in mind is to always believe that we are doing the right thing. Having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure, as long as this elder is not a puppet of Akihara Kagura. The words of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, clearly invigorated many ninjas, and even the more mature-minded ones couldn't help but nod in agreement. As long as they are doing the right thing, and as long as their goal is to protect the ninja world, they must not waver in their resolve, no matter what the enemy does. Accompanied by the speech of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, the will of stone of Rock Village spread rapidly, saving the ninja coalition, which was in a precarious situation. Unfortunately, their opponent had already lost interest in entangling with the ninja coalition. Land of Lightning, on a huge turtle island. No one knows how old this turtle is, as it has been roaming the Land of Lightning for ages. A vast forest and a complete ecosystem have developed on its back. Similarly, this is also the training ground for the Jinchuriki of Cloud Village. The two most critical Jinchuriki in this war are here. This is the place where Cloud Village's Jinchuriki train, which is why Cloud Village has always been able to deploy Jinchuriki in wars. Each generation of Jinchuriki trains here, reflecting their inner selves before this waterfall. Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, is considered the most outstanding Jinchuriki in the ninja world. He has been easygoing since childhood and is responsible for leading Uzumaki Naruto to this waterfall, hoping Naruto can achieve full-tailed beast transformation and have the power to protect himself in this war. Yamato leads a team of Anbu ninjas to protect them, also worried about any unforeseen incidents with Uzumaki Naruto, ready to stop him from going berserk at any moment. During this period, Killer Bee has acted as Uzumaki Naruto's mentor, continuously teaching him how to train under the waterfall until today's session. It's about time for Uzumaki Naruto to move on to the next step of his training. Behind the waterfall, Killer Bee made a gesture and walked into the waterfall. Let me show you, the training ground of Cloud Village. Following Killer Bee's lead, the group walked behind the waterfall, discovering a hidden world. The waterfall served as a natural barrier, blocking all prying eyes. After passing through the waterfall, they saw buildings hidden deep within. Several towers of varying sizes stood inside, with headless statues positioned on either side. It's here. Killer Bee raised his finger, pointing deep into the structure. Begin the fight with the 9 tails. With that, Killer Bee walked further in. Is it here? Uzumaki Naruto followed Killer Bee step by step. Yes, idiot! Killer Bee nodded while leading them inside and started introducing the place. This is the place where the spirits of Cloud Village's ancestors reside. We will open the door inside, sit down, close our eyes, and focus our minds. Uzumaki Naruto slowly nodded and followed him in. No matter what happens inside, Uzumaki Naruto would not be surprised anymore. During this time, he had experienced the return of his rogue ninja companions, met his biological father, the 4th Hokage Minato, accepted the guidance of his resurrected father on the nature transformation of the Rasengan, and learned Sage Mode from him. Just when he thought the future was bright, he saw his most respected brother become the most terrifying mastermind in the ninja world. To be honest, luckily, Uzumaki Naruto had a strong mentality. If his mentality were weaker, he might not have been able to accept reality. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him using the Flying Thunder God technique, startling everyone present and making them instinctively become vigilant. It's me! Uchiha Sasuke reached out his hand, stopping Killer Bee, who was about to draw his sword, and said in a deep voice, I am here to inform you that the ninja coalition has been defeated and Kagura will likely arrive soon. The coalition is defeated. Everyone present was shocked. The ninja coalition had nearly 100,000 soldiers. Even if there were 100,000 pigs, Akihara Kagura couldn't kill them all in 3 days. If I remember correctly. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Yamato's forehead as he spoke cautiously. Today should be the day the ninja coalition gathers. They had just gathered, and they had already been defeated. That's right! Uchiha Sasuke nodded and explained in a deep voice. The coalition commander Hanzo of the Salamander was Kagura's puppet. He used Hanzo to infiltrate the coalition's core, and with his own power, he defeated the 100,000-strong ninja coalition. Madara and I came specifically to protect you. Big brother, what about them? Cold sweat also dripped down Killer Bee's face. You know, Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Killer Bee and said, "At least for now, no one is a match for Akihara Kagura. Even Madara doesn't consider himself Kagura's opponent. And one more thing." A tall figure walked through the waterfall, stepping in slowly, his voice cold as he said, "If the ninja world reaches a critical point, I hope you two Jinchuriki can sacrifice yourselves so I can gain the power to defeat that person." "Madara!" Yamato looked at the newcomer with a flash of surprise on his face. "Madara!" Uchiha Sasuke frowned and said coldly, "Wait, you mean you want to take the 9 tails from Naruto?" "No, of course not." Uchiha Madara shook his head, a trace of contempt at the corner of his mouth. "I've already tested the power of the 9 tails. It's not enough to contend with that kid Akihara Kagura. What I need is the 10 tails, if the ninja world truly reaches its most dangerous point." Uchiha Madara looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee, speaking in a deep voice. "It may really require you two to sacrifice yourselves. I will take the risk of becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Only the 10 tails Jinchuriki has any hope of defeating that kid." "Naruto will die." Uchiha Sasuke was about to refuse. "Then he dies." Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow and casually suggested, "You can preserve his body. With the Rinnegan, you can revive him after this war is over." Uchiha Sasuke felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what exactly. With the Rinnegan, resurrection wasn't that difficult. "No way!" Killer Bee immediately wanted to object. Because Killer Bee and the 8 tails within him were partners who lived and died together, he didn't want the 8 tails to be used as material for reviving the 10 tails. "Your refusal is invalid. Besides, you can't protect the tailed beasts within you." Uchiha Madara looked at the 8 tails and Killer Bee, tilting his head with interest. "If you value the tailed beast within you after this war, I can separate the tailed beasts from the 10 tails just like the Sage of 6 Paths did 1,000 years ago." Killer Bee's brows were still furrowed. However, the 8 tails inside him thought it wasn't necessarily a bad idea. Killer Bee wouldn't even have to die. It could leave behind a small amount of chakra within him to ensure he wouldn't die from the tailed beast's extraction. On Turtle Island, as the people inside the waterfall were discussing, Akihara Kagura had already arrived here, along with a group of unaware individuals. A giant clay bird flew down first, dropping a string of bombs on Akihara Kagura's head, seemingly wanting to blow him up directly. "This idiot!" Sasori of the Red Sand looked at the clay bird and Deidara on top of it speechlessly. "Besides insulting him, what else can you do? I don't believe I can't kill him." Deidara watched the clay bombs land beside Akihara Kagura, puffing his cheeks angrily. "I've hated him since I was 9. Art is an explosion, ha!" The clay bombs on the ground exploded instantly. However, after the explosion, Akihara Kagura still stood on the ground, even waving at them with interest, as if inviting them to come down. "Oh, this guy is still provoking me." Deidara controlled the clay bird to dive down, with a clay doll appearing in his hand, rushing down with a furious face, wanting to throw the clay doll on Akihara Kagura's head. "Let him taste my latest creation, lightning release." Akihara Kagura raised his palm. A dense mass of lightning suddenly struck Deidara and the clay giant bird. Deidara's clay bombs instantly became ineffective, and the clay doll immediately lost its explosive power. Both the clay giant bird and Deidara fell to the ground. As Deidara lay there, his face was covered with black scorch marks, and he coughed out a mouthful of black smoke. This is Deidara's weakness. Once he encounters a lightning-release ninja, Deidara's explosions are restricted. This is the consequence of not training dust release properly. These words from Akihara Kagura enraged Deidara. "I'll fight you to the death." Deidara, filled with fury, wanted to fight Akihara Kagura, his face contorted with rage. "Sasori was always your man. You bastard must have been secretly mocking me all along." This was what infuriated Deidara the most. He had joined the Akatsuki organization to deal with Akihara Kagura, only to find that the organization was filled with Akihara Kagura's people. Even the disobedient leader of the Akatsuki had been ousted. Deidara was almost driven to madness, especially since his longtime teammate, Sasori, turned out to be Akihara Kagura's man. It meant that this person he wanted to take revenge on had always been under Akihara Kagura's watchful eye. Deidara felt utterly humiliated. To regain his dignity, he felt he had to perish together with Akihara Kagura. Moreover, Akihara Kagura didn't even realize this. This bastard even had Sasori try to persuade him to join in the destruction of the ninja world. Didn't he understand that Deidara was out for revenge against him? "Deidara!" Sasori's voice stopped Deidara. He manipulated Deidara with chakra strings, forcing him to stay in place, and then looked down at Akihara Kagura. How can you still be in the mood to tease Deidara at a time like this?" Tusk! Akihara Kagura looked at Deidara being controlled and shook his head with a chuckle. Look how funny he is when he's angry. I'll fight you to the death. Deidara was so furious he almost exploded. Akihara Kagura raised his finger, and a shadow on the ground immobilized Deidara completely. All right, let's leave you here to bask in the sun for a while. Sasori and I have other business to attend to first. Ah! Deidara could only roar helplessly at the sky. Have you brought the people? Akihara Kagura asked, looking at the empty-handed Sasori. They are almost all here. Sasori nodded and said, if it weren't for Deidara refusing to come using your shadow ability and insisting on flying here with his clay bird, we wouldn't have been delayed for so long. As Sasori spoke, he raised his fingers and controlled the chakra strings to cut Deidara's clay bird into pieces. A tall figure rolled to the ground. It was Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame was not having a good time. After the battle between the Uchiha brothers, Kisame wanted to return to the Akatsuki base, only to find it in ruins. Fortunately, there were still 4 members of the Akatsuki left. Out of these 4, 3 were Akihara Kagura's people. Sasori, Kakuzu, and Hidden all pounced on Kisame, capturing him alive. Kisame was the most suitable to become the Gakido Preta Path puppet because he was skilled at absorbing chakra. As for the remaining Ninjendo, human path, Akihara Kagura had to make use of Mengetsu, whom he had previously collected. The 6 Paths puppets would still be useful in this war. At least they could help block the high-ranking ninja coalition trying to land on Turtle Island. You! Kisame looked at the black rods piercing his body, revealing a mouthful of shark teeth. You hid so many people within the Akatsuki. Your information is outdated. Akihara Kagura chuckled, patting Kisame's head and imprisoning his soul within his body. All right, let's test the Rinnegan's chakra absorption ability later. It should be more reliable than your Samehada. Samehada shivered in a corner. Fortunately, Samehada had a familiar face. Mengetsu, long deceased, reached out and patted Samehada, calming it down. Tendo Deva Path Uchiha Shisui Ninjendo Human Path Mengetsu, Chikashodo Animal Path Henzo, Gakido Preta Path Kisame Hashigaki, Shirado Usra Path Sasori, Jigokyudo Naraka Path Hidden. The appearance of the 6 Paths puppets was a bit delayed. The only ones who have truly been useful so far are Hanzo and Sasori of the Red Sand. Even Shisui of the Deva Path is merely a tool to control the Uchiha. Moreover, there are the reincarnated first Hokage, Hashirama, the second Hokage, Tabarama, the fourth Hokage, Minato, and another man who is about to be reincarnated. This war is too intense, and it's almost impossible for any living person to participate. Karin and the Uchiha from the Root Division are not here, and even Deidara will be sent away soon to be with Kakuzu. Let me think, what else is missing? Akihara Kagura raised his hand and released a white zetsu, using it as a sacrifice to summon and revive a man. You'll deal with Uchiha Sasuke, Edo Tensei. A man with crimson eyes was revived. After being resurrected by Edo Tensei, the first thing Uchiha Itachi did was to look for Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts beside Akihara Kagura. His gaze sharpened as he saw the first person. Shisui, why are you? Uchiha Itachi's mind went blank for a moment. Itachi! Uchiha Shisui also didn't expect to see Uchiha Itachi again. With a complex expression, he said, Are you looking for Sasuke? I know everything about that night of the clan's annihilation. I asked Kagura to save some clan members. I'm sorry. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head in pain. I know you're still hiding Shisui's Kato Matsukami. Akihara Kagura ignored their conversation and said proactively, Uchiha Itachi, do you remember the promise you made before you died? Sasuke has now chosen Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obaido. Do you want to consider doing something to bring Sasuke to our side in the upcoming final battle? Shisui. Akihara Kagura waved his hand and said, Tell him everything about us and see what he decides. Will you tell your brother the truth, or will you keep everything hidden, overturn all the stories, and sacrifice yourself so that your brother can have a place in the new era of the ninja world? Of course. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him and continued with a slight smile. You would certainly sacrifice your own reputation, wouldn't you? The reincarnated Uchiha Itachi fell silent immediately, his expression darkening as he nodded. I understand. I will do as you say. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura chuckled, speaking with interest. Just keep Sasuke occupied so he won't cause me any trouble. Besides, you want to see Sasuke's progress, don't you? He has already awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi slowly lowered his head. Indeed, this was what Uchiha Itachi wanted to see. All right. Now let all the actors get into position. Akihara Kagura extended his hand, forming the hand seals for the summoning technique, his eyes flashing slightly. Let's prepare. prepare for our lead actor Uchiha Madara to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Before that, let him use Albedo to revive his other plans and then push him into desperation. Let Madara know. All plans are ineffective against me. The only thing he can do is to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. On Turtle Island, outside the Falls of Truth, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Albedo were present along with Killer Bee and Yamato as they sensed the arrival of Ikehara Kagura. The next moment, a golden light appeared in their sight. "He's here!" Uchiha Madara's expression changed, and he moved instantly to intercept the golden light rushing towards him. In an instant, his body was hit by the golden light and was flung into the cliff wall by the high-speed Ikehara Kagura. Crash! Crash, crash! Pieces of rock embedded in the cliff wall where Uchiha Madara had fallen crumbled down. "Is he here?" Ikehara Kagura raised his fingers, having sensed the presence of the 9 tails within, and saw the 8 tails Jinchuriki blocking the waterfall's entrance. "It seems they're all here." Ikehara Kagura answered himself, nodding slowly. "Just in time, both the 8 tails and 9 tails are here. I can carry out my plan directly." As soon as he finished speaking, Ikehara Kagura raised his palm. A wooden dragon suddenly burst out from the forest, charging towards Killer Bee. Killer Bee's body swiftly transformed into the form of a tailed beast, opening his mouth to condense a tailed beast ball, which he then shot straight at the wooden dragon's head. However, the tailed beast ball was caught in the wooden dragon's mouth like a ball, and the dragon slowly absorbed its chakra, preventing it from exploding. The next moment, the wooden dragon spat the tailed beast ball onto the 8 tails. "Fool! Idiot!" Killer Bee's voice was filled with frustration. "Wood release, smothering binding technique." Yamato hurriedly formed a hand sign, and wooden boards rose from the ground, attempting to stop the wooden dragon's attack, but his wood release was ineffective in this battle. The wooden dragon broke free from the restraining boards and continued charging towards Killer Bee. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't just stand by. His eyes instantly revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and a purple Susanoo giant rose. A huge bow appeared in Susanoo's hand, and a series of purple arrows were fired, pinning the wooden dragon to the cliff, where it slowly transformed into a forest. "You've become stronger, Sasuke." Ikehara Kagura chuckled softly, his gaze falling on Uchiha Sasuke, with a hint of regret in his eyes. "When your life was destroyed, I gave you a new one, yet now you stand against me." Uchiha Sasuke's heart trembled. The purple Susanoo instantly dissipated into mist. "But," Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist, trying to strengthen his resolve, "but you only wanted to use me to kill Itachi as revenge. Moreover, now you want to destroy the ninja world." Susanoo rose again around Uchiha Sasuke, his resolve firm. "To protect Naruto and to prevent you from destroying the ninja world, I must oppose you." The next moment, the bow in Susanoo's hand was raised. A huge purple arrow was shot towards Ikehara Kagura. Summoning Jutsu! Ikehara Kagura raised his palm. A familiar figure appeared in front of him. A tall red Susanoo rose, raising a red shield to block the oncoming arrow. "That is..." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes narrowed in disbelief at the sight of the red Susanoo. "You resurrected him too!" Uchiha Itachi, using the Edo Tensei to resurrect Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, 4 members of the Uchiha clan who had left the village were gathered together. "Since you betrayed me..." Ikehara Kagura spread his palms, laughing softly. "Then you've lost my protection. Accept your fate." "I'm sorry, Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi raised his eyes, standing within the red Susanoo, slowly lifting his palm. "I didn't expect to see you again in this manner." "It doesn't matter." Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and reopened them, his expression becoming solemn. "Just as well, I have many questions for you. Who is telling the truth about the night of the Uchiha massacre? What was it all for? Have you learned the truth?" Uchiha Itachi finally had to admit this fact. Now that the truth of the massacre had been uncovered by others, his brother was once again forced into isolation. So, the plan to free his brother from the conspiracy must begin. Uchiha Itachi sighed inwardly, walking step by step towards Uchiha Sasuke. "If you want to know everything, then defeat me." "Fine!" Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, controlling his Susanoo to instantly enter its 4th form, lunging towards Uchiha Itachi. "You are no match for me now." The 2 Susanoo clashed instantly. The ground began to tremble. The battle between these brothers resumed. While they were fighting, Ikehara Kagura's gaze fell on Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Albedo. He tilted his head slightly. "So, we don't need to hesitate about our battle either. You deal with them." Ikehara Kagura ignored them, stepping towards the depths of the waterfall, seemingly unconcerned with Uchiha Madara and the others blocking his path. "I'll go inside and capture the 9 tails first." 3 figures emerged from the forest. The first Hokage Hashirama, the 4th Hokage Minato, and the 2nd Hokage Tabarama. "A bunch of evil Uchiha." Tabarama looked at the gathered Uchiha and spat disdainfully. All these troubles in the ninja world are indeed caused by the Uchiha. Whether it was Akihara Kagura, Uchiha Madara, or Uchiha Obaido to Tabarama, these Uchiha were all evil. He didn't care how harsh his words were. Uchiha Madara's forehead twitched. Before Uchiha Madara could say anything, the three reanimated Hokage started their actions simultaneously. Akihara Kagura charged directly at Uchiha Madara, Minato at Uchiha Obaido, and Tabarama at Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara directly engaged Akihara Kagura. Facing Akihara Kagura, he didn't have any special means, nor did he have time to support others. He could only find a way to delay the time. However, the rest depended on Uchiha Obaido. If possible, Madara didn't want to revive the 10 Tails. He didn't want the ninja world to face the crisis of Kaguya's resurrection. Hopefully, this guy would fulfill his wish. While fighting Akihara Kagura, Uchiha Madara glanced towards Hashirama. His old friend Hashirama was approaching the Konoha ninja named Yamato. Yamato felt a bit desperate. Although he was the weakest, still, he was assigned a powerful opponent. Lord First! Yamato sighed inwardly, clasping his hands together, hoping that the first Hokage would show mercy in this battle. Don't be nervous, Hashirama chuckled softly, comforting the younger generation from the village. And don't be afraid, I'll finish this quickly. Don't underestimate me, Lord First. Yamato's eyes filled with anger, his hands forming a seal rapidly. Wooden planks sprouted around the first Hokage, attempting to bind him directly. An excellent technique. Hashirama raised his finger, sincerely praising his junior, then raised a fist to shatter all the surrounding wooden planks. Yamato's heart immediately sank into despair again. It was as if adults were beating children here. Hashirama's wood release was on a completely different level from Yamato's, making Yamato scurry around in desperation. Boom! A figure was thrown to the ground. Uchiha Madara's figure was flung to the ground by Akihara Kagura's kick. Lost an eye. Akihara Kagura looked down at Uchiha Madara, smiled lightly, and continued, "Perhaps with only one Rinnegan you can still handle others in the ninja world, but it greatly affects our battle." Indeed. Perhaps to deal with others, Uchiha Madara only needs one eye, but against Akihara Kagura, even 2 eyes are not enough, let alone just one. Especially since their taijutsu skills are very close. With the loss of one eye, Uchiha Madara is even a bit slower in predicting Akihara Kagura's movements and is completely no match for him. HMPH! Uchiha Madara stood up, wiped the corner of his mouth, sneered disdainfully, and retorted, "But you also have a Rinnegan. You should know why I gave one of my eyes to someone else, right?" Uchiha Madara didn't believe Akihara Kagura couldn't figure it out. This guy's mind is far more intricate than anyone else in the ninja world. Even Black Zetsu is just a toy in his hands. He must have guessed Madara's intention of giving that eye to Uchiha Obaido. It's just to revive my Edo Tensei. Akihara Kagura nonchalantly spread his palms and continued carelessly. "I am well aware of your plan, but I can't stop it, can I? Because that guy still has a Mangekyou Sharingan, and Izanagi's invincibility is enough to help him." Exactly. A smile finally appeared on Uchiha Madara's lips. Akihara Kagura suddenly smiled as well and continued with interest. "Madara, would you like to guess why I let you revive these Edo Tensei Hokages? What do you want to use them for?" Uchiha Madara's face darkened, though he didn't know why. It seemed like he had fallen into a trap. However, according to their plan, Uchiha Obaido was to prepare to use the outer path, Rin Rebirth, before the battle began. As soon as he saw the 3 Edo Tensei Hokages, he was to act immediately. There was no time left. On the other side, Minato's kunai directly slit Uchiha Obaido's throat. Minato's movements were extremely swift and fierce. Even with a Rinnegan, Uchiha Obaido had no ability to resist under his assault. Without Kamui, Uchiha Obaido couldn't last even a few seconds against Minato. Too late. Uchiha Obaido's voice came through again, his body faintly dissipating and reappearing in a safe place, hands already clasped together. "Madara, the first technique has already started. I only have this one chance." "Obaido," Minato looked at his student in surprise. "The attack failed. Sensei, I'm sorry." Uchiha Obaido looked at his teacher and slowly shook his head. "I have entrusted everything to Kakashi. This time against you, I have prepared only 2 techniques. One technique is Izanagi." As Uchiha Obaido spoke, the transplanted Mangekyou Sharingan in his eye faintly glowed, indicating the use of Izanagi. "This technique allows me enough time to escape Sensei's pursuit and use another technique." Minato, with his kunai, appeared beside Uchiha Obaido. No matter how many times he killed his student, it was useless. During the duration of Izanagi, any unfavorable reality for Uchiha Obaido would turn into a dream. With his hands clasped, Uchiha Obaido, in Izanagi's invincible time, roared, "Outer Path, Rin Rebirth!" As soon as he finished speaking, a white light emerged from the three Hokages present. The Rin rebirth was completed under the support of Izanagi, as long as I can revive Sensei and the others. Uchiha Abaido took a deep breath, looking at Minato in front of him, watching the white light emerging from his teacher, disregarding Uchiha Madara's obstruction. His long, tense mind finally relaxed. There is still hope to correct everything. With the combination of Izanagi and the Rin rebirth, no one could stop Uchiha Abaido from reviving the three Edo Tensei Hokages. The most bizarre thing was, Uchiha Abaido was still alive. Izanagi could even alter the inevitable fatal outcome of the Rin rebirth, turning any unfavorable situations into mere illusion. The cost for this was just a transplanted 3 Tamo Sharingan, though it's uncertain how much longer he can live. Nevertheless, Uchiha Abaido has achieved his goal. No one cares about him now. The most important thing is the resurrection of the 3 Hokage. With a flash of white light, the bodies of Hashirama, Tabarama, and Minato glowed momentarily. They clearly felt the revival of life force within them. At this moment, they also broke free from the control of the Edo Tensei. Tabarama was the first to realize the reversal of the situation. Big brother, Madara! Hashirama felt the surge of overwhelming life force within him in disbelief. This is his strength at its peak. Minato, not paying attention to his own resurrection, looked at his student in astonishment. Instinctively, he reached out to support the collapsing Uchiha Abaido, his expression becoming increasingly complex. Abaido, you! I'm sorry, Sensei. It was my fault that you all died. Uchiha Abaido, sitting dejectedly in the water, struggled to speak. No, this is just a small redemption. Kill me, Sensei. I want to see Rin. The rest I leave to you all. Minato hesitated, unable to make a move. Although this student had been misled and caused the Nine Tails incident, resulting in the deaths of himself and Kushina, he was now also striving to protect the ninja world and had even helped free himself and the first 2 Hokage from the Edo Tensei. Just as Minato was about to refuse, a figure appeared on the ground. A pitch-black hand suddenly pierced through Uchiha Abaido. It's all right. I'll help you, Abaido. Black Zetsu's hand pierced through Uchiha Abaido's chest with a sinister smile. Uchiha Abaido used Izanagi to evade the inescapable death of the Rin rebirth, but he couldn't escape the shadow from the darkness. Black Zetsu! Black Zetsu crushed Uchiha Abaido's heart, looking at Uchiha Madara with indifference and continued with interest. Madara, your plan is also within our control. You want to fully revive Hashirama. Exactly. We want to do that too, because both your and Hashirama's chakra are at their peak, second only to the Sage of 6 Paths. Among the reincarnations of Asura and Indra I've seen, you are the closest to them. The living you are the most valuable treasures in this ninja world. The dead Abaido will become the irrefutable proof of the alliance between me and Kagura. Black Zetsu's lips curled into a sinister smile as he withdrew his hand from Uchiha Abaido's chest. Rin! Uchiha Abaido collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his chest. Do you think you can see Rin? Black Zetsu, looking at the still murmuring Uchiha Abaido, sneered. Abaido, you are the most useful pawn. Even in death, you cannot be spared. What do you mean? Uchiha Abaido's remaining Rinnegan widened involuntarily. This guy, he still wants to use him, because your Kamui space is something Kagura needs. Black Zetsu, looking at the dying Uchiha Abaido, continued with a grin. You, who resurrected the Edo Tensei, will now become Kagura's new Edo Tensei. He really needs your Kamui space. Finally, I can be a little relieved. Akihara Kagura slightly flexed his fingers. As long as this guy is reincarnated, I'll have a safe space. At least when that's revived, and if they want to attack me, I'll have a place to go. You think too much. Black Zetsu, looking at Akihara Kagura, lightly laughed and spoke good words for Kaguya Otsutsuki. Mother is a kind person. How could she attack you? Now I've helped you kill Uchiha Abaido and obtained his body, so you can rest assured, right? Black Zetsu absolutely does not trust Akihara Kagura. Black Zetsu has never trusted Kagura and only relies on him out of necessity, knowing that Akihara Kagura intends to use Kaguya to deal with the possibly still existing Sage of 6 Paths. Naturally, Akihara Kagura also cannot appear too trusting of Black Zetsu. Being overly trusting of Black Zetsu would make Black Zetsu suspicious. Conveniently, Uchiha Abaido's Kamui dimension is a safe place, and Akihara Kagura wants to secure it to ensure his own safety after Kaguya's revival. Black Zetsu definitely believes it. Black Zetsu inwardly curses Akihara Kagura's stupidity. Reviving Kaguya requires the 10 Tails Jinchuriki as a sacrifice. This fool Akihara Kagura thinks that merely using the 10 Tails and a large amount of chakra can revive Kaguya. Once Akihara Kagura chooses to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he is destined to be a sacrifice. Hiding anywhere won't save him then. The fourth Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, disregarding Uchiha Obaido's life, coldly commanded, "Quickly bring Obaido's Rinnegan to me. I need to gather the Rinnegan for battle," while Minato hesitated. Tobirama instantly appeared beside Minato, directly reaching out to grab Uchiha Obaido's corpse and plucking out Obaido's eye. Uchiha Madara's eyelid twitches. Madara didn't expect that bastard Tobirama would act first and moreover grab his eye. Would this bastard even give it to him? Honestly, given their enmity, Uchiha Madara still harbored a grudge against Tobirama and even wanted to kill him. "Your eye!" Tobirama tossed Uchiha Madara's eye to him with a look of disdain. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's combat power is crucial, and Tobirama wouldn't let minor grievances hinder the greater goal. He knew Akihara Kagura was the real threat. "HMPH!" Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, unhappily catching the eye and inserting it back into his socket, restoring his vision. As for Uchiha Obaido, Tobirama looked at Obaido, quickly clasping his hands together. "I have a technique that can bind Uchiha Obaido's soul within his body. As long as his soul can't enter the afterlife, Akihara Kagura can't reincarnate him." Minato was momentarily speechless. The second Hokage's methods are a bit too cruel, aren't they? I can undo that forbidden technique. Akihara Kagura shrugged, looking at Tobirama. "Second Hokage, I've already figured out the methods to counter all your forbidden techniques. Forget about Obaido." Uchiha Madara coldly interrupted Tobirama's meddling, saying, "You two take the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki off this island first. The most important thing now is to ensure the safety of the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki. They must not come to any harm. Conveniently, Minato and Tobirama, having been fully resurrected and freed from Edo Tensei, should take the Jinchuriki away, leaving the battlefield to Madara and Hashirama to deal with Akihara Kagura." "Wait!" The 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee quickly spoke. "Don't leave yet. Naruto is still here. We need to monitor him. Don't let the 9 Tails go out of control. Naruto is undergoing the trial to obtain the 9 Tails chakra," Yamato quickly explained. Fearing that Akihara Kagura might capture him, Hokage-sama, Lady Tsunade wanted him to gain the power to protect himself, so he brought him to the Cloud Village's trial grounds to attempt the trial of acquiring the 9 Tails chakra. "We dared not enter to confront Akihara Kagura, and Naruto was confident he could handle the 9 Tails. We're just outside, preventing Kagura from interfering, but inside there could be loss of control." "I understand." Minato rushed into the waterfall. However, upon entering the trial grounds, he too felt a violent impulse within him. Frowning, Minato sensed the extraordinary nature of the place and had to sit cross-legged to stabilize himself. Only, as Minato sat down, his consciousness entered a trial space where he saw a familiar red-haired figure with a blonde boy battling the 9 Tails, which exuded an evil aura. Clearly, Uzumaki Naruto was at a critical stage of his trial. After entering the trial grounds, Naruto immediately sat cross-legged to unlock the 9 Tails seal. His mother, Kushina's chakra, appeared at this moment. This was Naruto's first meeting with his mother. Back during the 9 Tails incident, in order for his son Naruto to meet his parents, Minato, who was responsible for sealing the 9 Tails within Naruto, also sealed a part of his and Kushina's chakra. Later on, Minato was revived using the Edo Tensei and was tasked with guiding Naruto in his training, during which he also took the opportunity to reconfigure the seal within Naruto. At that time, for safety, Minato did not dare to fully release the seal. He merely adjusted the seal space to make it easier for Naruto to use the 9 Tails chakra. Now, the seal is completely undone. Kushina's chakra is aiding Naruto in attacking the 9 Tails, dispelling the negative energy within it. However, at this critical moment, his father Minato intruded, bringing with him half of the fearsome 9 Tails chakra into this spiritual space. "Why is Dad here?" Naruto, who had not yet defeated his 9 Tails, saw his father Minato rush in, followed by a surge of red chakra behind him. This was a fortuitous mistake, because half of the 9 Tails was also sealed within Minato. When Naruto was very young, to ensure the 9 Tails did not go out of control, Minato used the power of the Reaper to split the 9 Tails into 2 halves, sealing one half within Naruto and the other half within himself as a sacrifice to summon the Reaper. Now, Minato has fully revived with half of the 9 Tails, coincidentally appearing in the sealing space, where the same origin of chakra immediately caused them to merge into the same spiritual space. However, Minato had no time to pay attention to the negative chakra of the 9 Tails. Kushina's chakra! Minato did not even look at his son. His first gaze was drawn to that head of red hair. Known as the fastest man in the ninja world, he was momentarily slowed down. That head of red hair ran through his entire life. Minato remembered the moment his heart was moved upon first seeing that red hair. They met and knew each other from the ninja academy, gradually became ninjas who understood and trusted each other, leading to marriage. Whether becoming Hokage or ultimately sacrificing for Konoha, that red hair was always by his side. "Hey, Minato!" Kushina saw Minato's arrival and broke into a big smile. "I have one good news and one bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" "The good news." Minato chuckled lightly. "The good news is that our family is finally reunited." Kushina beamed with joy, her eyes squinting with happiness. Her chakra seemed to become more lively upon seeing her husband and son. "What about the bad news?" Minato slowly walked towards her. "The bad news?" Naruto looked behind Minato at the red chakra, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "The negative energy from the half of the nine tails within you has also surged over. Our family has to deal with 2 nine tails here now." Before he finished speaking, in the strange space of this trial ground, the red chakra behind Minato quickly flew over, revealing a massive 9 tails, slightly darker in color. The 9 tails beside Naruto and Kushina was noticeably brighter. 1 yin 9 tails, 1 yang 9 tails. The 2 massive 9 tails simultaneously roared at the family of 3, speaking in unison as they were originally one entity. "It's been 17 years. Kushina, Minato, Naruto. Your family is all here, and today I will kill you all here." A trace of unease appeared in Naruto's eyes. Even 1 9 tails was troublesome, and it was his mother Kushina who was helping to restrain it. Now, there are 2. How can he deal with 2 9 tails in spiritual space? "Don't worry." Kushina seemed to sense her child's unease, ruffled his hair, and comforted him with a smile. "Just stay behind Mom and Dad, and we'll help you take care of them." The next moment, the 2 9 tails charged towards them simultaneously. 9 tails! Kushina spread her arms, and countless adamantine chains flew out. Her gaze was resolute and firm. "Now is not the time for you to act rampant." Chains bound the legs of both 9 tails, slamming them back to the ground. Minato calmly instructed his son, "Naruto, you take the right, I'll take the left." "Got it!" In the next moment, 2 yellow-haired figures dashed left and right. Minato rushed towards the Yin Kurama, his face showing the markings of Sage Mode, and he commanded his son in a deep voice. "Naruto, go directly into Sage Mode. Sage Mode, activate. Sage Mode, activate." Naruto quickly clasped his hands together. "Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan Barrage." The father and son, both in Sage Mode, simultaneously leaped towards the fallen 2 halves of Kurama, their dense Rasengans smashing into the 2 beasts. In the next moment, the 2 halves of Kurama transformed into chakra. The chakra of the 2 Kuramas simultaneously entered Minato and Naruto, allowing both of them to master the Kurama mode at the same time. Of course, these 2 Kuramas were just fragments of Yin Kurama and Yang Kurama's chakra. As Minato and Naruto absorbed the chakra, sealing gates appeared behind them, each sealing a gigantic Kurama. Kurama! Kushina's eyes showed a mischievous glint, reminiscent of when Kurama was sealed within her many years ago. "This time they will be spending time with you." "Kushina," the 2 Kuramas gritted their teeth in unison. "We might never see each other again." Kushina's chakra waved goodbye to each Kurama like a little girl, laughing as she said, "You 2 big guys need to get along well with Minato and Naruto. You!" The 2 Kuramas looked angrily at Kushina, this woman. She was clearly provoking them. "Kushina!" Minato looked at Kushina's chakra, his eyes suddenly dimming. He knew what was happening with her chakra. "Hey, by the way," Kushina's chakra suddenly seemed to remember something, and she said in surprise, "Minato, why are you here too? What happened to the chakra you left in the seal?" "Because," Minato did not speak, sighing inwardly, "because this matters. It was too long a story." Minato had to start from 17 years ago, talking about the conspiracy of the 9 Tails attack, about how Uchiha Obaido, who had died during the attack, was the cause, how Uchiha Obaido was controlled by Uchiha Madara, and how Uchiha Madara was manipulated by Black Zetsu. "It was all their doing." Kushina pouted in dissatisfaction, muttering, "We finally achieved peace, and they had to cause so much trouble." "So," Minato nodded gravely, explaining more about the story of Akihara Kagura. "These masterminds who once manipulated others have now been used themselves. The greatest threat to the ninja world now is a man named Akihara Kagura, who has manipulated all these schemers and even once controlled me." Kushina was left with her mouth wide open. The ninja world was so vast. Akihara Kagura's story was truly rare. Even hearing it for the first time, the layered schemes of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Obaido were strange enough, yet they ultimately became stepping stones for Akihara Kagura, turning into his pawns. Whether it was the 5 great nations standing for the majority of the ninja world, or Uchiha Madara, the small group of schemers, they all became tools for Akihara Kagura to achieve his evil goals. "I must stop Kagura." The first time Naruto heard the full story of Ikehara Kagura from his father, his eyes still firm and unyielding. "I will bring him back to Konoha." "Sorry," Naruto glanced at his father, then at his mother. "Because I never met you two while growing up, Kagura was like an older brother to me." "But Ikehara Kagura never belonged to Konoha." Minato looked at his son, hoping he would understand the difficulty of the situation. "Ikehara Kagura's will is unbreakable. The second Hokage once said that no one could change his mind. He will use any means to achieve his goals. Naruto, if you truly want him to return to Konoha and continue being a Konoha ninja, this task will be 1,000, even 10,000 times harder than becoming Hokage. This task, it is much harder than becoming Hokage. After all, Konoha has only had 5 Hokages, and each one has fallen into the hands of Ikehara Kagura. Even Tsunade once became a tool for Ikehara Kagura to control the ninja world. Go ahead and do it." Kushina patted Naruto's head, smiling as she encouraged him. "A grown man always needs to do things others can't." After speaking, Kushina's chakra slowly dimmed. She continued to smile, not wanting to make her husband and son sad. "All right, go stop the destruction of the ninja world. I need to take a long rest." "Kushina," Minato's heart ached. "Mom," Naruto's heart ached too. "All right." Kushina extended her arms and hugged her 2 loved ones. Tears finally flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. "Our family can't stay here forever. Those people are still fighting outside. Naruto, you have grown up. You have grown up. Go and do what you believe is right. Minato, since you have been revived, you must live well. You have to see Naruto get married, see Naruto have his own children. I want to see so much through your eyes." Naruto slowly nodded, tears streaming down his face. Minato furrowed his brows tightly but said nothing. "So, goodbye." Kushina's chakra gave her husband and son one last gentle hug. She patted their shoulders, a contented smile on her lips, and then slowly dissipated in the spiritual space. Naruto wiped his reddened eyes, his tears seemingly unending. "Let's go." Minato clenched his fists and said softly, "Naruto, there are more important things to do now. Don't disappoint your mother." Outside the waterfall, 2 figures blocked the entrance to the cave. Uchiha Madara and Hashirama stood together, preventing Ikehara Kagura from approaching. Hashirama occasionally touched his arm, glancing at Ikehara Kagura across from them, and cautiously said, "Even though I've been revived and my chakra is at its peak, this guy still feels stronger than me." "HMPH, that's normal." Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully. "That brat only managed to awaken the sage's body by luck using your cells. He can't possibly be a match for the 2 of us. If we lose, you must hold him back at all costs." "Huh, what about you?" Hashirama looked at Madara in surprise. "I can only take a gamble." Madara's voice grew heavy as he thought about what he was about to do. Since the history on the Uchiha stone tablet had been altered, and the bark of the Senju clan warned about the dangers of becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he might be risking his life. "A gamble?" Hashirama fumbled in his pocket as if searching for something. He surprisingly found something. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate right now?" Hashirama inexplicably pulled out 2 dice and handed them to Madara. "Madara, if you need to gamble, I'll lend you my luck." A vein popped on Madara's forehead as he restrained the urge to scold. "Your luck? Can anyone have worse luck than you?" "Perhaps." Hashirama tossed 2 dice to Uchiha Madara, a confident smile appearing on his face. "I lost my whole life before dying. Is this the only time I will win by luck?" Uchiha Madara reached out to catch the dice, putting them into his clothes. A faint smile crossed his face. "HMPH, I'll believe you this time. However, we might not lose." Uchiha Madara raised his finger, coldly staring at Ikehara Kagura, his voice becoming serious. "Get ready, I understand." Hashirama clenched his fist, a substantial amount of chakra suddenly rising from his body. "I'll go first, Madara." In the next moment, Hashirama charged towards Ikehara Kagura. Uchiha Madara followed closely behind. In the Warring States period, these 2 were unparalleled when they joined forces once, creating the first ninja village, Konoha. After many years, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama finally joined forces again. This time, they are challenging the strongest man of this era. Ikehara Kagura had not been watching them. Seemingly resting with his eyes closed before the battle, he suddenly opened his eyes as he sensed the 2 terrifying chakras quickly approaching his attack range. In the next moment, Ikehara Kagura confronted them directly. A wave of water arose on the surface of the waterfall lake. The 3 clashed in an instant, their chakras converging, creating a huge splash that soared into the sky. Hashirama charged directly at Ikehara Kagura. Uchiha Madara leapt into the air, aiming a hand at Ikehara Kagura's head like a deadly assassin, attacking from above and below together. Akihara Kagura moved swiftly and sharply, grabbing Hashirama's wrist with his left hand and seizing his shoulder with his right, using the momentum to leap and kick Uchiha Madara, sending him flying. "This guy!" Hashirama tried to pull Akihara Kagura down. However, Akihara Kagura flipped to the other side, still holding Hashirama's wrist, and threw him onto the water surface like in a wrestling move. "Fire release! Great fireball jutsu!" In the instant Uchiha Madara was sent flying, he quickly formed hand signs, spitting a huge flame towards Akihara Kagura. This fireball was so large, it looked like a falling meteor from the sky. Even though it was the simplest great fireball jutsu, in Uchiha Madara's hands, it far exceeded the power of some renowned S-rank techniques. "Water release! Water formation wall!" Akihara Kagura slashed his hand across the water surface, raising a surge of water like a wall, instantly engulfing the fireball. In the next moment, a tall blue Susanoo came flying over. A giant blue samurai sword cut through the water wall. Uchiha Madara directly used Susanoo, knowing that the outcome of this battle would not be determined by mere taijutsu, and started pressing Akihara Kagura to use chakra-consuming techniques. "Hashirama!" Uchiha Madara shouted in a deep voice, controlling Susanoo to lift Hashirama, placing him inside Susanoo's crystal, speaking coldly. "Prepare yourself, he's going to use his Susanoo. Activate your wood release immediately." "I understand." Hashirama nodded, clasping his hands together. "Wood release, wood human technique. Wood release, wood dragon technique." A towering wooden figure combined with the colossal Susanoo. The giant Susanoo transformed into armor, covering the wooden figure, even changing its appearance. The wooden dragon on the wooden figure also wore Susanoo's armor. The massive blue armored wooden figure, holding a giant blue samurai sword, charged straight towards Akihara Kagura. Going straight to this level. Akihara Kagura clasped his hands together, moonlight shining on the lake, and a white armored wooden figure suddenly appeared under him. "Be careful!" Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood inside the crystal on the blue armored wooden figure's forehead, recalling their past lessons. "That kid's wood human technique can use space-time techniques for instant movement. We must be cautious." Before the words fell, the white armored wooden figure flashed and disappeared from its original position. The 100-meter-tall white giant, holding a white glowing samurai sword, instantly appeared in front of the blue armored wooden figure, like a deadly assassin, stabbing the opponent's chest with the dozens of meters long white sword. "Be careful!" Uchiha Madara and Hashirama simultaneously warned each other. The two swiftly maneuvered their blue Susanoo armored wooden human to retreat and evade. Akihara Kagura, controlling the white Susanoo armored wooden human, raised the katana in its hand horizontally, pursuing them across the water. The 100-meter-tall Susanoo armored wooden human advanced menacingly toward them step by step. Akihara Kagura is immensely powerful. This is an acknowledged fact in the ninja world. Only those who have personally experienced the formidable power wielded by Akihara Kagura can truly grasp the terror he embodies. He possesses an extraordinarily vast amount of chakra and yet can control it with meticulous precision. Under his control, the 100-meter-tall white Susanoo armored wooden human exhibited a terrifying agility, as if the white Susanoo armored wooden human were a living human being. "Wood release, wood expulsion technique." Hashirama quickly formed hand signs. In the blue Susanoo armored wooden human's hand, a sturdy shield appeared, rapidly covered with layers of blue Susanoo armor plates. The blue Susanoo armored wooden human held a glowing blue katana in its left hand and a blue wooden shield in its right, with a blue wooden dragon perched on its shoulder, armed to the teeth. "Wood release, wood expulsion technique." Akihara Kagura simultaneously clasped his hands together. A white glowing wooden shield appeared in the white Susanoo armored wooden human's hand. The next moment, the 200-meter-tall giants collided. The ground of Turtle Island trembled under the impact of the two Susanoo armored wooden humans' battle. The massive, drifting Turtle Island began to sink into the sea, unable to withstand such a terrifying fight. In comparison, the battle on the other side was mere collateral damage. The fight between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke had been forced to halt. The clash between the purple Susanoo and the red Susanoo had been interrupted. "Now tell me the truth!" Uchiha Sasuke, insistent on uncovering the truth, ignored the distant battle, his eyes blazing with fury. "Itachi, do you know what I've been through? My brother killed our family, sought to destroy our clan to protect his brother. Is this the truth?" Uchiha Itachi remained silent, unable to answer. The man, who had nearly annihilated the Uchiha clan, nodded slowly after a moment, his voice becoming hoarse. "Yes, you know." Uchiha Sasuke felt a pang in his heart, questioning in confusion, "How can I face those in the root division?" Staring at his brother, Sasuke's face filled with suppressed anger, his voice thundered, "I might as well have died on the night of the massacre." "Sasuke!" Uchiha Itachi shook his head, sighing inwardly. His eyes locked with Sasuke's. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. You would discover the truth of the Uchiha clan's destruction, is something I never wanted you to touch. Now, I must know everything." Sasuke waved his arm, his face livid with rage. "You're already dead. How long will you keep hiding the truth from me?" "I understand." Itachi sighed deeply, but now his body was under Akihara Kagura's control. The Mangekyo Sharingan, Kato Matsukami, capable of altering everything, couldn't be retrieved in time. Currently, Uchiha Itachi remained under Akihara Kagura's control. Seeing his brother's wrathful face, Itachi attempted to use a transfer seal to pass his memories to Sasuke, defying Akihara Kagura's orders, wanting his brother to decide his own future. However, as he made a move, someone instantly stopped him. Uchiha Itachi's mind froze. He widened his eyes in disbelief. He knew who was controlling him. That man had the power to fight Hashirama and Uchiha Madara while still having enough strength to control him. How powerful was that man? Even under the assault of two legendary figures, he still paid attention to this side. Compared to Akihara Kagura, Itachi's spiritual will was as different as the sky and the earth, utterly unable to resist Akihara Kagura's suppression. Akihara Kagura! Itachi's spirit was in agony, murmuring his purpose. "I only wanted to tell Sasuke the truth." "Fool!" A mere snort in his mind. It was like a thunderbolt striking Itachi's will. The next moment, Itachi's body was directly taken over. However, the controlled Itachi showed no outward changes. The will of Uchiha Itachi was in even more pain, clutching his forehead as if struggling desperately against something, seemingly fighting against the will controlling him from within. "Itachi!" Uchiha Sasuke was startled by Itachi's actions, instantly appearing by his side. "What's going on? What's happening to you? I originally wanted to use the transcription seal to pass my memories to you," Itachi groaned, his brain in extreme pain. "But now I can't escape Akihara Kagura's control. He only wants to use me to kill you, to thwart all your actions and leave you forever in confusion." "That guy!" Sasuke pressed his lips together. "Is this Akihara Kagura's punishment?" Just as he had uncovered the truth and began to feel a mix of confusion and guilt towards his brother, he questioned Akihara Kagura and was expelled from the root, directly standing in opposition to him. That man. Because Itachi once tried to harm Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, he nurtured Sasuke to pit brother against brother. Now that he knew the truth, Akihara Kagura directly resurrected and controlled Itachi to kill him, using sibling rivalry to exact revenge for his betrayal again. "So, should I?" Sasuke looked at his struggling brother, fighting against Akihara Kagura's will. "Seal your actions first?" "It's useless." Itachi shook his head painfully. "Even if you seal me, there will be others coming to kill you. While Akihara Kagura is still fighting, I can still speak. Remember what I'm about to tell you, or it might be too late. Akihara Kagura won't give us another chance. I want to tell you the truth." Itachi gazed at the distant battlefield and spoke gravely. "Now I must first escape Akihara Kagura's control. Before I died, I left a contingency, the Mangekyo Sharingan that Shisui gave me. That eye has a powerful illusion that can quietly alter a person's will, left on a crow." "That eye technique!" Sasuke was startled. "An eye technique to alter wills?" Sasuke thought of something else, recalling the imminent crisis in the ninja world. "Can it be used to alter Akihara Kagura's will?" "No." Itachi struggled to shake his head, seemingly at his limit. "Illusions are ineffective against the Rinnegan." Clutching his forehead, Itachi continued in a deep voice. "Akihara Kagura has already sent someone to retrieve the crow. The crow is now with Shisui. Help me get that eye back." Itachi's body trembled, his voice pained. "Shisui is also on this island. You should be able to defeat him now. As long as that eye can work, I can regain control of my body, give you all my memories, and help you in the fight. Hurry!" The next moment, Itachi's body went berserk. Itachi seemed to completely lose his will, attacking Sasuke. However, this brother of his was clearly no match for Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan, immobilizing Itachi's body. "Stay here for a while. I'll retrieve that eye, free you from Akihara Kagura's control." The next second, Sasuke's body vanished. As long as Uchiha Shisui was on this turtle island, Sasuke would soon find him. Meanwhile, Akihara Kagura was still fighting two legendary figures. A 100-meter-tall white Susanoo warrior wielded a glowing samurai sword, slashing heavily at the blue Susanoo warrior's shield, its blade appearing exceptionally sharp. Within the crystal on the forehead of the blue Susanoo, Hashirama and Uchiha Madara saw the fierce blade, their faces darkening. Although they seemed to use the same technique, there was still a gap between the two Susanoos. Controlling the white Susanoo, Akihara Kagura released the white wooden shield, raising its broad hand. A giant Rasengan appeared in its palm. The 10-meter diameter Rasengan glowed brightly, pressing heavily onto the blue Susanoo's chest, creating a large circular hole in its upper body. The blue Susanoo's armor shattered, and the wooden warrior inside turned to wood chips. This strike split the blue Susanoo's body in two. The blue Susanoo's head fell, and its controllers, Hashirama and Madara, had to leave the protective crystal. "We seem to be losing." Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, seemingly having thought of something, and squinted his eyes. "This kid's chakra control is even stronger than your granddaughter's. The wooden human technique's body seems to have chakra pathways just like a human's." The next moment, the tall white Susanoo wooden human technique looked down and saw the two tiny figures on the ground, lifting its foot to stomp on them as if to crush them directly. Hashirama raised his palm. In an instant, Uchiha Madara also raised his palm simultaneously. "Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees." Both of them simultaneously used the advent of a world of flowering trees technique. Thick vines and tree roots burst out from the ground, twisting into thick ropes that ensnared the white Susanoo wooden human technique. The white Susanoo wooden human technique twisted its body forcefully, swinging its katana to cut through the vines in one swift slash, a fierce strike flying out along the blade's edge, slicing through the thorn like stone pillars on Turtle Island. Uchiha Madara and Hashirama were both sent flying back. Uchiha Madara had never imagined he would face such a powerful attack, a dark expression flashing across his face. "This guy! Leave it to me! Sage mode, activate!" Hashirama immediately steadied himself, entering sage mode in an instant. Facial markings appeared on his face as he clasped his hands together. "Sage art! Gate of the Great God!" Huge torii gates descended from the sky. This was Hashirama's most powerful sealing technique, capable of easily sealing all tailed beasts in the ninja world. No tailed beast could escape the seal of the Gate of the Great God. However, the white Susanoo wooden human technique simply swung its katana, slicing the descending torii gates into pieces. "Sage art! Wood release! True several thousand hands!" Hashirama didn't hesitate any longer. His chakra surged within him, and a 1,000-meter-tall Buddha statue appeared beneath him and Uchiha Madara. The 1,000 wooden arms on the Buddha statue's back stretched out continuously, densely bombarding the white Susanoo wooden human technique controlled by Akihara Kagura. In an instant, Turtle Island sank. However, the white Susanoo wooden human technique controlled by Akihara Kagura soared into the sky. Uchiha Madara watched as the white Susanoo wooden human technique continued to dodge and evade the true several thousand hands attacks, quickly clasping his hands together. "Susanoo, complete form!" The 1,000-meter-tall Buddha statue was instantly clad in a layer of raven tengu armor, like a cloak, with layers of blue armor extending outward, arming the true several thousand hands' arms, with pieces of armor attaching to the true several thousand hands' fists. The two of them combined their ultimate techniques. Both Uchiha Madara and Hashirama's chakra were pushed to their limits, making it unimaginable how powerful this move was. Now the Susanoo Buddha looked as if it had fallen into the demonic path, its cloak-like armor extending from its head like long hair, with numerous Susanoo armor pieces covering its entire body. On the coastline, a group of ninjas who had come to support saw the sinking Turtle Island and the rising Susanoo Buddha, which stood like a blue mountain 1,000 meters tall. "What is that?" A sensory ninja stared in disbelief at the towering Susanoo Buddha. Even from a great distance, they could clearly see the Susanoo Buddha standing there like a guiding lighthouse. True several thousand hands! Many present immediately thought of this technique. However, why was the true several thousand hands Buddha statue blue, and why did it have a layer of blue raven tengu armor? Sweat appeared on Hideki Kakashi's face as he answered in a low voice. "It must be Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo armor. This is a technique used by both of them together." In theory, only two people could use the true several thousand hands. Akihara Kagura, the first Hokage Hashirama. However, Akihara Kagura couldn't possibly team up with Uchiha Madara, so the only ones capable of such cooperation were Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. If nothing unexpected happened, it must mean Uchiha Madara's plan succeeded. Hideki Kakashi had long known about Uchiha Madara's plan. He knew Uchiha Madara intended to use Uchiha Obito to revive the three Hokage reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation. If Uchiha Madara succeeded, Kakashi Hideki recalled the consequences of the Rin rebirth technique that had been mentioned before. "Is Obito dead? Let's go immediately." Tsunade waved her hand and hurried towards the battlefield. Compared to those who saw the combined release of true several thousand hands and Susanoo from a distance, those who saw the Susanoo Buddha statue up close were even more shocked. Is this the combined power of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara? Yamato looked at the blue Susanoo Buddha statue, which stood over 1,000 meters tall, with sweat dripping from his forehead. This level of power! Even Akihara Kagura would find it hard to resist, right? After all, Yamato had once seen Akihara Kagura's true several thousand hands. In terms of size and imposing presence, Yamato did not believe that Akihara Kagura's true several thousand hands could rival the blue Susanoo Buddha statue before him. This level of power, perhaps only gods can describe it. Just at this moment, Uzumaki, Naruto, and Minato completed their trials. Two people, covered in a golden chakra aura, arrived beside them. The group, originally shocked by their defeat of Kurama and their entry into Nine Tails mode, couldn't even pay attention to them. This technique! Uzumaki Naruto felt a profound sense of awe as he looked at the 1,000-meter-tall Susanoo Buddha statue. HMPH, those two bastards! The Nine Tails inside Naruto was hiding and cursing. Because, whether it was Susanoo or true several thousand hands, the Nine Tails had theoretically experienced all of these and just felt uncomfortable. This technique, it's a bit terrifying. Can't forget it. Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, was also sweating, and his hand instinctively reached into his pocket, pulling out a small notebook. What are you doing? Yamato was dumbfounded watching Killer Bee's actions. Material, jot it down. Killer Bee took out a small pen, seriously writing and drawing in his notebook, muttering to himself, I'm going to write new rap lyrics to commemorate today's events. Yamato sweated even more. Why did this Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village seem a bit off? Bee, you idiot! The Eight Tails Juki was not only shocked by seeing the Susanoo Buddha statue, but also by his Jinchuriki's peculiar thought process. This kind of powerful technique is rarely seen in 1,000 years. Akihara Kagura is definitely going to lose. A cloud ninja stationed there felt relieved. He couldn't participate in this battle, but seeing the 1,000-meter-tall Susanoo Buddha statue appear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis in the ninja world can also be resolved. Although I want to say that too. Second Hokage Tabarama, ever rational, was shocked by the giant Susanoo Buddha statue but quickly returned to his senses. His gaze remained on the smaller white Susanoo wooden human technique. But that kid might also be able to display corresponding power as long as he has enough chakra. Everything is still uncertain. Sure, everything is still uncertain. Everyone present was in shock at the formidable presence of the Susanoo Buddha, except for a few men who had personally witnessed the might of Akihara Kagura and still felt somewhat uneasy. Coincidentally, Hashirama was one of them. Even though Hashirama was well aware that the combined power of him and Uchiha Madara using the blue Susanoo Buddha was formidable, and perhaps this was already his peak moment, but Hashirama still lacked confidence. This was related to Hashirama's humble nature and his experiences. He was not very confident that this peak power could play a decisive role. In comparison, Uchiha Madara appeared much more confident. Hashirama! Uchiha Madara's eyes revealed a hint of arrogant madness. Madara, Hashirama's expression was extremely grave. He was not at all proud of the Susanoo Buddha statue they had created together. He merely reminded in a deep voice, don't underestimate him. That young one can also use the true several thousand hands and might even be stronger than me. I know. Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a playful smile and his voice was chilling. The chakra in that kid is not weak. The next moment, their conversation was not yet over. Akihara Kagura had already clasped his palms together. Sage mode activate. Sage art true several thousand hands. As Akihara Kagura's chakra surged within his body, the wooden human beneath him rapidly grew, and in an instant, another Buddha statue over 1,000 meters high emerged on the sea. This Buddha statue also had countless wooden hands growing from its back, and it was clad in a light white armor that seemed like moonlight, standing in stark opposition to the blue-armored Susanoo Buddha statue. Everyone present had looks of shock in their eyes. Everyone was horrified as they looked at Akihara Kagura's true several thousand hands. As expected, Tabarama sighed inwardly, admitting, that kid can indeed use this technique on his own. When Tabarama saw the Susanoo armored wooden human used by Akihara Kagura, he had a certain estimate in mind. Akihara Kagura, single-handedly, could contend with the brilliant dual heroes of the Warring States period, and the outcome of this battle once again shifted. The most terrifying thing was, Tabarama had previously witnessed Akihara Kagura controlling the true several thousand hands. This kid's mastery of wood release was almost at an unattainable level for ordinary people. He even used the Canon Buddha statue of true several thousand hands for ninjutsu. This was truly terrifying. The next moment, Akihara Kagura raised his fingers. Thousands of hands behind the white Susanoo Buddha extended simultaneously, and all the giant wooden humans began to form seals. Even these sealing gestures were all different. What is happening? Yamato looked at the white Susanoo Buddha forming seals, and a sudden fear arose in his heart, as if he had seen something extremely frightening. The 1,000-meter-tall white Susanoo Canon statue, with thousands of giant hands forming seals simultaneously, some even forming different seals. Perhaps because of the simultaneous control of thousands of hands doing different things, the sealing speed of the white Susanoo Buddha was very slow, as if it were performing a strange and mysterious dance. This was completely beyond human understanding. What was Akihara Kagura's true several thousand hands Buddha statue doing? That kid! Uchiha Madara looked at the actions of the white Susanoo Buddha, his heart filled with alarm. Is his Susanoo Buddha forming seals? 1,000 hands forming seals simultaneously. Hashirama also felt uneasy. Even though Hashirama had seen Akihara Kagura use true several thousand hands to perform dust release before, the sight of thousands of hands forming different seals simultaneously was unimaginable for a ninja. What kind of powerful technique was this guy trying to unleash? What kind of power would this technique have that it needed the true several thousand hands to assist with the seals and could not be completed due to the number of seals required? Once this technique was unleashed, how terrifying would it be? Perhaps Hashirama himself could use the multi-shadow clone technique to create countless clones, letting these clones form seals, but he could not control his true several thousand hands to form seals. The only thing Hashirama could do was rely on the countless hands behind true several thousand hands to physically crush the enemy in the simplest way. Hashirama! A sudden fierceness flashed across Uchiha Madara's face, but his voice remained confident. Lend me the hands and chakra of the Buddha statue. How many do you need? Hashirama turned to look at Uchiha Madara. With the 1,000 hands of the sage art, true several thousand hands canon statue, it should be enough for Madara, right? I'll do it myself. Uchiha Madara quickly manipulated several dozen arms behind his Susanoo to form hand seals. He could only control a few, and they all had to make the same seal. We can't let this kid complete those seals. Madara's hands moved rapidly, a determined look on his face. Perhaps this battle itself Madara's hands moved rapidly, a determined look on his face. Perhaps this battle itself was a fight to the death. In the Warring States period, every battle, ninjas had to risk their lives even in minor clashes. This was nothing unusual. Madara's eyes were cold as he quickly completed his hand seals. Huge meteors began to fall from the sky. However, Akihara Kagura remained unhurried, controlling the white Susanoo to extend a massive wooden hand, gently catching the meteors. The earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique instantly reduced the gravity of the meteors to the lightest, making it easy to catch each one. Hashirama! Madara sharply looked at his friend. I understand. Hashirama immediately grasped Madara's intention. The blue Susanoo extended countless hands, each covered with blue armor, some even holding giant samurai swords. However, Akihara Kagura remained calm. The white Susanoo's giant hand completed the seals. Suddenly the sea rose up. A massive wave, towering thousands of meters high, surged like an apocalyptic disaster, forming a gigantic water wall to block the blue Susanoo's attack. A water barrier created with the power of the true several thousand hands. Hashirama instantly recognized the technique, his heart surging with shock. What level of chakra, what level of control could achieve this with the true several thousand hands? Cut it down! Madara controlled the blue Susanoo's arm, which held a huge samurai sword, slicing the 1,000-meter-high wave in half with one stroke. No matter how strong the water release technique was, it was only a single cut against Susanoo's slash. The full-body Susanoo's sword slash alone could cleave mountains and rivers, let alone the true several thousand hands in its powerful state. The divided wave fell, sweeping towards all the onlookers. Yamato watched the incoming wave in horror. Fortunately, the people present were all powerful. Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee immediately entered full beast transformation, turning into a massive ox-octopus, scooping up each ninja. This battle is beyond our ability to watch. Yamato hastily spoke as he saw the 1,000-meter-high Susanoo clash. We should retreat to a safe place now. Tabarama shook his head, standing effortlessly on the water. But this battle is crucial to the survival of the ninja world. No matter what, he had to stay and see it through. This was the most terrifying battle in 1,000 years. The strongest duo of the previous era, Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, were joining forces against the new generation's ninja god, Akihara Kagura, whose wisdom and combat power were equally terrifying. This battle, no one who witnessed it would want to leave. On the other hand, the battle had begun. After Turtle Island sank completely, Uchiha Sasuke, under Uchiha Itachi's pursuit and occasional guidance, finally found Uchiha Shisui. Sasuke also saw a red-eyed crow on Shisui's shoulder, immediately intending to borrow the Mangekyo Sharingan from that crow. "Sasuke, don't rush into the fight!" Shisui looked at the 2,000-meter-high Susanoo clashing in the distance and spoke softly. "At least wait until that battle is over, right? Shisui, you're Rinnegan." Sasuke raised his eyes, observing Shisui and the figures around him, some of whom were familiar, all possessing Rinnegan. "Because I am his puppet." Shisui looked at the white Susanoo fighting in the distance and spoke indifferently about his past. "When I tried to commit suicide, Akihara Kagura saved me and turned me into a puppet with Rinnegan." Sasuke had heard of such things. It was said that a man named Nagato also fought as a puppet controlled by Rinnegan. Akihara Kagura seemed to be no exception, with even the most terrifying of his puppets, Hanzo of the Salamander, leading the Ninja Alliance. Obviously, Hanzo of the Salamander was among them too. These Rinnegan puppets all possessed strange abilities. While Sasuke hesitated, a group of ninjas arriving for support saw him confronting 6 figures. Everyone's face changed instantly. After all, among them was Hanzo of the Salamander, who had just humiliated them. Are these the 6 Paths puppets created by Akihara Kagura? Jiraiya immediately recognized their identities based on Hanzo of the Salamander, the number of people and their eyes. Are all the puppets here? But their identities are truly shocking. Orochimaru's gaze fell on each figure and he sighed softly. Even Uchiha Shisui, the genius of the village, has been turned into a puppet. Shisui! Many people recognized Uchiha Shisui. There were many familiar faces among them, but the most eye-catching was undoubtedly Uchiha Shisui, once known as the greatest genius of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Now, Shisui has been made into a puppet, and there's Sasori of the Red Sand. Gaara recalled that Sasori had once assisted in kidnapping him. Kisame and Mengetsu. Mei Terumi looked at the 2 people from her village, among whom Hoshigaki Kisame was a rogue ninja, unexpectedly appearing here. Hanzo of the Salamander, this guy. Third Tsuchiki Janoki began to roll up his sleeves. Who is that person? Someone looked in surprise at one of the unfamiliar faces. Because no one had seen that guy before, he didn't look like a famous ninja from the 5 Great Nations villages. Was he just someone randomly chosen by Akihara Kagura? That's a member of the Akatsuki, a guy named Hidden. Tsunade was very familiar with the identities of some members of the Akatsuki, especially since Hidden had once been captured and brought back to the village by the Root Ninjas. "Sorry, passage is prohibited here." Tendo Shisui looked at the bustling allied forces, stretched out his hand, and said softly, "Although I don't want to do this either, my orders are to prevent anyone from approaching." Tendo Shisui was very polite, continuing softly, "Moreover, it would be too dangerous to get closer. This is the safest spectator position on the front battlefield." "We're not here to watch." Gaara waved his hand and a mass of sand flew up. "But," Tendo Shisui looked at the people present and continued to persuade softly, "you wouldn't be able to participate either, would you? This battle is not something we can take part in. You have to try to know." Third Tsuchiki Janoki's body floated into the air. The 5 Cage led the remaining ninjas of the allied shinobi forces here not to spectate, but to stop Akihara Kagura. While they were having this conflict, Uchiha Sasuke rushed forward, reaching out to grab the crow on Shisui's shoulder. "Sorry, Shisui, I need to borrow your eyes for a bit." "Shinra Tensei!" Tendo Shisui raised his hand. A massive repulsive force suddenly erupted from his body, instantly sending Uchiha Sasuke flying. "He is a Tendo puppet." Jiraiya immediately recognized Uchiha Shisui's identity and said solemnly, "Everyone, pay attention now. The abilities of the 6 Paths puppets differ. Each puppet has unique abilities. Tendo's ability is repulsion and attraction. The repulsion has a cooldown period. The greater the power, the longer the charging time for the next use." As Jiraiya was introducing this, Uchiha Sasuke activated Susanoo, continuously shooting purple giant arrows at Tendo Shisui. The next moment, a green Susanoo appeared on Tendo Shisui. The third form of the green Susanoo donned armor. This green Susanoo opened the armor on its chest, shooting out countless dense green arrows. Jiraiya's voice suddenly halted. What is happening with the Uchiha of this era? Every Uchiha appearing on the battlefield is using Susanoo immediately. Let's deal with them first. Tsunade clenched her fist, looking at the 2,000-meter-high Susanoo Buddhas fighting in the distance, and said solemnly, "Let's get over there quickly. We might not be able to intervene in that battle, but we can be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Look at that battlefield! A terrified voice emerged from the crowd. While they were discussing, a ninja looked in horror at the distant battle, and everyone couldn't help but follow his gaze. On the battlefield over the sea, the 1,000-meter-high blue Susanoo Buddha was still advancing aggressively. The 1,000-meter-high white Susanoo Buddha was calmly finishing a series of hand signs. Everyone saw the white Susanoo's hand signs finally stopping after a long time. The technique performed by those 1,000 hands forming seals would be unimaginable. The hand signs are complete! Are complete! Everyone stared intently at the white Susanoo Buddha, because they also wanted to see the white Susanoo Buddha simultaneously forming seals with thousands of hands. They wondered what technique it was performing and how terrifying its power could be. Could it be thousands of types of ninjutsu? Hashirama squinted his eyes, sensing the chakra within the white Susanoo Buddha. I remember that little guy can use multiple types of ninjutsu simultaneously. This was also what Hashirama speculated. Was Akihara Kagura trying to use the 1,000-armed cannon to release thousands of powerful ninjutsu? A fierce wind arose over the entire sea. The waves surged instantaneously. Towering waves gushed from beneath the white Susanoo Buddha, lifting its body, and the white Susanoo Buddha rose higher and higher. Everyone was astonished and quickly dodged the rising waves. What is going on? Uchiha Madara frowned, his gaze slowly moving from the white Susanoo Buddha to the sea below. There seems to be something in the sea. In the next moment, everyone saw why the white Susanoo Buddha was rising. A gigantic Buddha, even more terrifying than the white Susanoo cannon statue, slowly emerged. This Buddha, formed by seawater, held the cannon statue in its hands. Its palm lifted the white Susanoo cannon statue, which stood over 1,000 meters tall. This gigantic Buddha, composed of seawater, did not appear imposing. It even looked somewhat kind and gentle, like the water forming it, with a compassionate smile on its face, making observers feel inexplicably peaceful. However, this did not stop others from fearing it. Even though this giant Buddha was just sitting on the sea surface, even though it looked somewhat plump, it was at least several thousand meters tall. Likewise, this Buddha, even while seated, was several thousand meters in length and width. Its mere size was equivalent to a massive city, because its right hand could lift the white Susanoo cannon statue. Just one hand could lift the 1,000-meter-tall white Susanoo cannon statue. Neither the size nor the strength of the giant Buddha could be contended with by anyone present. Everyone who saw this Buddha was in disbelief, their eyes wide as if this kind and compassionate Buddha was the most terrifying thing in the ninja world. You must be kidding, right? Yamato's forehead was drenched in sweat, looking incredulously at the city-sized giant Buddha, his heart pounding. A technique of this level? Is it really something humans can perform? Tabarama's hand finally started trembling. As an expert in developing ninjutsu, he naturally understood the difficulty and power of this technique. This technique was inspired while researching the first Hokage true several thousand hands. It is my first attempt, and even forming the seals is very complicated. Akihara Kagura stood within the crystal of Susanoo, looking down at the relatively small blue Susanoo cannon statue, and spoke seriously. But I want to use this technique to pay tribute to the two legendary figures of the Warring States period, as a reward for your full-force confrontation with me. Kid, your talent is truly terrifying. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, not caring whether Akihara Kagura was praising or mocking them, and praised him instead. Among all the people I've seen, I've never encountered a technique of this level. In terms of power or the difficulty of execution, it is beyond the reach of others. It's enough to be called the strongest. This is a technique that requires thousands of hands of the true several thousand hands to cooperate in forming the seals. The difficulty of performing this technique far exceeds the imagination of ninjas. Even if other ninjas had the same terrifying chakra as Akihara Kagura, it would take an unknown amount of time to complete the hand seals for this technique. Other methods would be needed to assist in forming the seals. The number of hand seals for all the techniques in the ninja world combined might not exceed the number of hand seals for this technique. This level of technique must possess earth-shattering power. Then, Hashirama raised his hand, slowly clasping his palms together, and smiled. Let's decide the victor at this moment. In the next second, Hashirama and Uchiha Madara simultaneously controlled the blue Susanoo Buddha to charge towards the gigantic Buddha controlled by Akihara Kagura, their chakra surging wildly. Thousands of arms extended from the back of the blue Susanoo Buddha, each hand covered with blue Susanoo armor plates, wielding huge Susanoo swords, attacking the giant Buddha sitting on the sea surface. In the next moment, The giant Buddha on the sea surface extended its free left hand. As it extended its left hand, countless waves surged with its movement, causing the entire sea surface to churn with wind and clouds. Accompanied by water waves, wind, and dark clouds, the giant Buddha's wide, translucent left hand directly grabbed the blue Susanoo cannon statue, crushing it into countless pieces. In an instant, the battle was decided. The compassionate giant Buddha seemed to bestow mercy upon the world, directly and decisively crushing the true several thousand hands cannon statue. This scene was like a human crushing an insect. The immense shadow cast by this scene completely shrouded everyone's hearts. Everyone who witnessed this scene knew very well who the victor of this battle was and who the victor of this war was in the current ninja world. No one could match Akihara Kagura. This man performed a new ninjutsu, like the descent of a god, completely defeating the two strongest individuals of the previous era. The joint effort of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama's Susanoo true several thousand hands seemed utterly fragile. Everyone was trembling with fear. No one present could think of a way to counter Akihara Kagura. A giant Buddha like a god had crushed Uchiha Madara and Hashirama, breaking many people's spirits, leaving them with no means of resistance. However, not everyone would submit. Kagura, Uzumaki Naruto, radiating golden chakra, looked up at the towering Buddha without a hint of concern for his own insignificance. At the same moment, Tabarama and Minato, two flying thunder god technique users, simultaneously appeared beside Uchiha Madara and Hashirama, catching them just in time as they fell from the sky. "Thank you, Tabarama." Hashirama struggled to stand on the sea surface, gasping heavily. Hashirama's body was also close to collapsing. He had exhausted a tremendous amount of chakra to maintain the true several thousand hands, which was easily destroyed. Even though the true several thousand hands had taken the full force of the giant Buddha's palm strike, Hashirama still bore the injuries from the attack. He felt as if his internal organs were being crushed, and blood continued to seep from the corner of his mouth. Although Uchiha Madara hadn't sustained severe injuries, he also appeared weak. In a critical moment, he had used his Limbo Shadow Clone to escape the battlefield and even attempted to rescue Hashirama. Unfortunately, they still needed the help of the two Flying Thunder God technique users. "Hashirama!" Uchiha Madara glanced at Hashirama beside him, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth, unfazed by their defeat. "Now you understand my point, don't you? Is it time to go all out?" Hashirama slowly nodded. This was their prearranged plan. After his resurrection, Hashirama would fight to the death to hold off Akihara Kagura, giving Uchiha Madara the chance to resurrect the 10 Tails and become its Jinchuriki. It was their only chance to stop Akihara Kagura from destroying the world. Huff! Akihara Kagura exhaled, dispelling his giant Buddha and gradually recovering his strength. Even for him, such a terrifying technique consumed a vast amount of energy. Uchiha Madara's gaze fell on Akihara Kagura as he contemplated his strategy. "I need to make this kid summon the Jido statue of the outer path first, then I'll seize control of it, and someone needs to keep him occupied, giving me time to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki." Judging by Akihara Kagura's condition, Madara surmised that the boy was in no shape to continue fighting like this. Probably, he was going to summon the Jido statue of the outer path soon. Indeed, as Madara had anticipated, it's about time to end this. Akihara Kagura clasped his hands together, placed one hand on the sea surface, and coldly summoned ninjutsu, summoning technique. In the next moment, a tall and ugly Jido statue of the outer path appeared before everyone. Compared to the despair-inducing giant Buddha, this grotesque statue seemed almost kind-hearted by contrast. "You all keep him busy." Madara quickly confirmed his plan, indifferent to the fate of others or whether he would sacrifice the Jinchuriki. "I'll seize control of the Jido statue and the 2 Jinchuriki will be mine." However, Madara's plan had no time to unfold. Standing on the Jido statue's head, Akihara Kagura controlled it to open its mouth, releasing 3 chains simultaneously. One targeting 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, one targeting Uzumaki Naruto, and one targeting Minato, this guy. He intended to take all the tailed beasts at once. Black Zetsu appeared beside Akihara Kagura immediately, smirking. "Don't mess up the order. Capture the 8 tails first, then reclaim the 9 tails." "Got it." Akihara Kagura nodded slowly, yet 2 of the chains missed their targets. In an instant, Minato grabbed his son Uzumaki Naruto, and they both evaded the Jido statue's chains, clearly not planning to surrender. However, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki was not so lucky. Killer Bee, controlling his tailed beast form, tried to escape, but a chain wrapped around the 8 Tails' neck, dragging it forcefully toward the Jido statue. "Damn it, this bastard!" Killer Bee and the Eight Tails struggled in pain. "Bee!" The Eight Tails gritted its teeth and instructed solemnly. "Don't worry about me. I'll leave some chakra of an octopus tentacle within you so you won't die." The Eight Tails, a creature with an octopus body, could sever its limbs. Previously, it did this to survive. This time, it was for the Jinchuriki's survival. As the words fell, the Eight Tails beast didn't care about Killer Bee's thoughts. It knew there was no way they could escape from the restraints of the Jido statue, so it decisively severed one of its tentacles to leave inside Killer Bee's body, even flinging Killer Bee away while being dragged. This pair of Jinchuriki and tailed beast is probably the most harmonious duo among all the previous generations. Killer Bee's broad-minded and cheerful nature always influenced the Eight Tails, helping it shed the darkness associated with tailed beasts and made the dark life of a Jinchuriki not entirely bleak. "Hey, Eight Tails!" Killer Bee reached out his palm, trying to grasp the Eight Tails detaching from his body. But it was all in vain. The enormous tailed beast instantly turned into chakra and entered the mouth of the Jido statue. Its eyes lit up again, now only missing the chakra of the 9 tails. "You cannot escape," Uchiha Madara coldly spoke, looking at Minato, who was trying to flee with his son. "Someone must sacrifice themselves here." "What?" Minato looked at Uchiha Madara in astonishment. Uchiha Madara shook his head and solemnly explained his plan. "I learned from the Uchiha clan's stone tablet about the 10 tails. Now, a portion of the 9 tails chakra must be absorbed to fully revive the 10 tails. When the 10 tails is fully revived, a hand sign must be formed to become its Jinchuriki, transforming into the new sage of the 6 paths. At that moment, there will be an opportunity for me. At that moment, you and Tabarama use the Flying Thunder God technique to restrain that brat, preventing him from forming the 10 tails Jinchuriki hand sign. And I will seize control of the 10 tails at that moment. As long as I have the Rinnegan, I can control the 10 tails. I will become the 10 tails Jinchuriki first, and everyone must risk their lives to try it. Only by becoming the sage of the 6 paths will there be hope to deal with Ikehara Kagura." Uchiha Madara's eyes slightly dimmed. He held 2 dice in his hand, continuing in a cold voice. "We must do this now. Even if you escape, you cannot stop that brat from destroying the ninja world." This was Uchiha Madara's true plan. The combined combat power of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama couldn't solve Ikehara Kagura, which meant no conventional methods in the ninja world would work, because Ikehara Kagura was the strongest man in conventional battles. Minato and Uzumaki Naruto began to sweat simultaneously. "Can I let him absorb the 9 tails inside me?" Minato suggested his idea. He couldn't let his son sacrifice himself here, having already sacrificed his son's life by making him a Jinchuriki. "No!" Uchiha Madara slowly shook his head, a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Because Tabarama is useless, he alone is not a match for Ikehara Kagura. If he gets an opportunity, he will be instantly dealt with by Ikehara Kagura." "You!" Tabarama snorted in dissatisfaction. However, Tabarama had to admit this. Because he indeed was not a match for Ikehara Kagura, trying to restrain him might result in defeat right from the start. And the most important point, Uchiha Madara's gaze fell on Minato, observing the golden chakra overflowing from him. "You have the 9 tails within you, which will inevitably attract Ikehara Kagura's attention. Ikehara Kagura will surely try to obtain the 9 tails inside you. This was the best way. It might also be the only way." Minato remained silent, unable to respond. Many years ago, he sacrificed himself and let Uzumaki Naruto live a miserable 17 years. Now, at the critical moment of the ninja world's survival, must he sacrifice his son again? There's no other way. Uchiha Madara glanced at Minato, speaking solemnly. "I don't know where Uchiha Sasuke went. If he were here, you could sacrifice yourself, but now we must sacrifice that kid." At such a critical juncture, Uchiha Sasuke was absent. At a time when his comrades urgently needed him, Uchiha Sasuke, like this Flying Thunder God user, was unexpectedly absent. The fate of these extremely fast Flying Thunder God users seems to be like a cycle. Almost every one of them disappears when destiny needs them most. This is truly an enormous irony. Minato was like this, and so is Uchiha Sasuke, to uncover the past truth. Uchiha Sasuke was lured by Uchiha Itachi to find Uchiha Shisui. He thought that once the 3 Hokages were revived, the battle between Hashirama and Uchiha Madara against Ikehara Kagura would not end quickly. Uchiha Sasuke believed he could quickly obtain the Kato Matsukami Mangekyou Sharingan from Shisui, freeing his brother Uchiha Itachi from the control of Edo Tensei, and finally uncover the truth he had been chasing for nearly 10 years. However, Uchiha Sasuke miscalculated. Ikehara Kagura's combat power was incredibly strong, ending the battle shortly after Sasuke left. Sasuke, along with the 5 Kage watching from afar, and Ikehara Kagura's 6 Paths puppets were all perfect spectators. Coincidentally, from their position they could fully witness the awe-inspiring scene where a giant Buddha crushed the blue true several thousand-hand statue with one hand. Not good! Uchiha Sasuke immediately sensed something was wrong. Sasuke hastily joined the Ninja Alliance reinforcements to battle Ikehara Kagura's 6 Paths puppets, realizing he was in the wrong place and had left the battlefield he shouldn't have. However, these Ninja Alliance reinforcements were also backup troops. Sasuke didn't know the battlefield situation. He knew he might not be a match for Ikehara Kagura alone. He needed to quickly defeat these obstructing 6 Paths puppets and bring a ninja capable of making a difference back to the battlefield. In this sea area, countless missiles flew chaotically in the air. The power of Asura Path Sasori was unmatched, blocking every ninja attempting to breach the front line, but his chakra wouldn't last long in this battle. Sasori's outer puppet was destroyed, revealing his true form, a red-haired man with chakra receivers embedded all over his body. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Third, Tsuchike Janoki used his dust release to disintegrate all incoming missiles into atoms. Fifth, Keisuke Gara controlled his sand to pursue Sasori's body, the sand trying to capture him like a giant hand. However, Sasori's body was extremely agile, and even missiles would occasionally shoot out from within him, smashing Gaara's sand, until fourth Reikage and fifth Mizukage made Terumi attack together. Water release, Thunder Dragon Bullet. A water dragon wrapped in lightning hit Sasori's body. Gaara immediately seized the opportunity to bind Sasori with his sand, crushing his body, only to find it was just Sasori's outer shell. Sasori's true form was finally fully exposed. A red-haired boy's figure floated in the sky with propulsion devices under his feet maintaining his flight. It's about time! After all, there's still another battle. Sasori glanced at the battlefield situation, no longer obstructing, quickly flying away and leaving the battlefield. With Asura Path Sasori's departure, the other 6 Paths puppets soon suffered attacks. Animal Path hands summoned huge beasts in the sea to block the ninjas attempting to rush through. Summoning technique! The 3 Sannin of Konoha simultaneously summoned their beasts. These beasts, created in the peculiar space of the Rinnegan, were no match for the summons from the 3 Sage regions and were quickly dealt with by the Sannin. Tsune smashed Hanzo's body with a single punch. Human Path Mengetsu turned into water waves but was pierced through by lightning release. Preta Path Kisame wielded his Semhada sword invincibly but was defeated by Might Guy and Hachek Kakashi's combined attack. Hell Path Hidden couldn't exert his power in the sea battle. His immortality made him troublesome, but he was soon tied up and unable to move. Only one troublesome opponent remained, Deva Path Shisui. Deva Path Shisui's body emitted chakra patterns like flowing water. He activated the curse mark left by Ikehara Kagura and fiercely fought with Uchiha Sasuke. The green Susanoo emerged from his body, shooting countless arrows at Sasuke, striking every possible evasion point. Even Susanoo has differences. Sasuke's eyes were bloodshot, his face ferocious, the purple Susanoo standing tall, shooting a giant arrow at the green Susanoo, instantly piercing its chest. Sasuke appeared beside the giant arrow in a flash, having left his Flying Thunder God mark on it when he shot it. This is the terror of the Flying Thunder God users. Susanoo's long-range attack capability provided Sasuke with infinite possibilities in battle, allowing him to easily defeat even the strong ninjas. Sasuke appeared inside the green Susanoo, stabbing Deva Path Shisui, an apology flashing in his eyes. Sorry, Shisui. Sasuke grabbed the crow on Shisui's shoulder and released it to the Edo Tensei Itachi. The crow's Mangekyou Sharingan glowed with a strange red light, Itachi's body stiffening slightly, as if freeing him from Kato Matsukami's control. Hurry to support them. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at his brother and said solemnly, We'll discuss the truth later. Madara and the first Hokage have already been defeated. If we move any slower, it will be too late. It's actually already too late, Sasuke. As Shisui of the Deva Path fell, a bitter smile appeared on his face. If you make it back in time, you might just be able to see Naruto's corpse. Everyone's face showed a hint of panic. Naruto! Hachek Kakashi, recalling his student, immediately entered Kamui mode, disregarding the potential vision impairment from its frequent use. Jiraiya was shocked, bit his lip, and dashed across the sea towards the other battlefield. I can help too. Uchiha Itachi, looking at his worried brother, softly reassured him. If we have enough time, the Totsuka blade should be able to help seal Ikehara Kagura. Uchiha Sasuke could only nod, placing his hand on Uchiha Itachi's shoulder, using the Flying Thunder God technique to take Itachi to the other side of the battlefield. However, they ultimately arrived a bit too late. because Uchiha Madara's battle plan had already been accepted by everyone. Even Uzumaki Naruto, who was to be sacrificed, felt a mix of emotions upon learning of Madara's plan, unsure of what to say. Someone who never believed in fate. At this moment, everyone had preordained his fate. This is the only way. Tobirama had to admit that Uchiha Madara's plan was correct. All right, I understand. Uzumaki Naruto looked at everyone, indifferent to being the recognized sacrifice. I always knew this day would come, but I need to think it over. Though I never became Hokage, stopping Kagura is more important than becoming Hokage. Naruto, Minato looked at his seemingly naive son with a bit of guilt. As a father, there's nothing more painful than watching your son sacrifice himself, especially since Minato had already sacrificed his son once before. It's a bit unfortunate. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Akihara Kagura standing atop the Jido statue and suddenly smiled. I originally wanted to have a good chat with the Nine Tails. I really owe it an apology. Third Hokage once said that all ninjas will face death at some point, and when that time comes, they will reflect on their lives and calmly accept the moment destiny arrives. But, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes reddened slightly as he rubbed his eyes, it still feels a bit strange. In the end, I still want to ask the Nine Tails' opinion, because I'm not the only one being sacrificed here. I want to fight alongside the Nine Tails once. Are you sure it's not just fear of death, kid? Kurama, the Yang Nine Tails, grinned inside Naruto, revealing sharp teeth as he sneered. In this life, you will always be a sacrificial pawn. I'm not afraid of death. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and started talking to the Nine Tails sealed within him, seemingly quite interested before his impending death, not at all sad about his sacrifice. I just don't want to accept this fate, nor do I recognize this fate. Changing this fate is very difficult. Uzumaki Naruto reached out and opened the cage, sealing the Nine Tails, extending his fist and smiling as he said, unless we can defeat Kagura. But, if you agree with them, I'll choose to sacrifice here with you. Even if it means sacrificing, I'd rather fight one last time to rewrite my destiny. If you don't agree with them, Uzumaki Naruto stared intently at the huge Nine Tails in front of him, his face suddenly becoming resolute. Let's try changing this destiny together. Idiot! As if we have a choice. Yang Kurama, with a displeased look on his face, extended his paw. Clenching it into a fist, he heavily bumped it against Uzumaki Naruto's fist. Although neither he nor this brat had a choice. But, this brat was willing to consider his feelings, at least in terms of being a person. This brat was much better than his father Minato. On the other hand, inside Minato's body, Yin Kurama started to grumble with an unhappy expression. Hey, Minato! Kurama! Minato's consciousness appeared within the sealed space. Yin Kurama stared at Minato with a sinister gaze, sneering mockingly. You sacrificed your entire family and even split my body in half. My other half's chakra saw firsthand how that kid barely survived in Konoha. Do you want to see what kind of life your son is living? What? Minato looked at Kurama in astonishment. Or let me make it clearer. Yin Kurama grinned maliciously, fixing his gaze on Minato as if plotting something. Would you consider sacrificing this regained life of yours for your son? I was already planning to sacrifice myself. Minato hurried to explain his willingness to die voluntarily. Yin Kurama interrupted Minato impatiently. This jerk was far worse than his son. At least his son would ask the tailed beast's opinion rather than choosing to sacrifice on his own. This jerk wants to sacrifice the tailed beast inside him, but has he asked the tailed beast's opinion? All right then. Yin Kurama's gaze turned slightly colder, and it grinned. There is a way perhaps to barely keep the Jinchuriki alive, but the chances are slim. Do you want to bet your life to try and save your son? Please, go on. Minato took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. If it can save Naruto, no matter how small the chance or how great the danger, I am willing to try. Above the sea, chakra surged within Uzumaki Naruto. When the Nine Tails was willing to extend a fist and fight alongside him, Uzumaki Naruto had already achieved the perfect Jinchuriki state. A golden Nine Tails suddenly emerged. For the first time, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki unleashed his peak power. In an instant, a tailed beast bomb formed at the mouth of the golden Nine Tails and was fired towards the Jido statue, faster than any other tailed beast could manage. The most ferocious tailed beast in the ninja world demonstrated the incredible strength of the combination of a tailed beast and its Jinchuriki, tricks of a novice. Akihara Kagura shook his head indifferently. A wooden dragon emerged from behind him, catching the tailed beast bomb in its mouth and flinging it in another direction. Boom! The entire sea surface exploded in an instant. The wooden dragon charged at the golden Nine Tails, wrapping around its body. Roar! The golden Nine Tails roared to the sky, charging forward without hesitation. Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan. Golden hands emerged from its body, each holding a massive Rasengan, which then landed on the wooden dragon, shattering it instantly. The golden nine tails charged towards the Jido statue again with nothing in its way and began forming another tailed beast bomb. Akihara Kagura raised his hand once more, and the white light of dust release pierced through the golden nine tails body, causing it to howl in pain. However, the pain did not cause it to hesitate. Golden chakra quickly refilled its body. The nine tails leaped off the sea surface, pouncing towards Akihara Kagura, who stood atop the Jido statue, ready to attack. Boom! Akihara Kagura soared into the sky, kicking the nine tails in the head, sending it crashing heavily into the sea. A purple chain emerged from the Jido statue's mouth, binding its neck and dragging it towards the statue's mouth. Calm down a bit. Akihara Kagura squinted slightly, watching the nine tails being slowly drawn into the Jido statue and Uzumaki Naruto falling towards the sea. At the next moment, a figure appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto. It wasn't Minato, who was prepared to catch Naruto, but Uchiha Sasuke, who had just arrived, albeit late. Naruto! Uchiha Sasuke looked incredulously at the Uzumaki Naruto in his arms. Sasuke, quickly replace me and the second Hokage in fighting Akihara Kagura, Minato instructed Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly. We can't let Naruto die here. Let me save him. We need a medical ninja. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke handed Uzumaki Naruto over to Minato and said seriously, Don't worry, Tsunade and Sakura will be here soon. After speaking, Uchiha Sasuke looked towards the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was eerily calm. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Jido statue, which finally began to change as 10 tails emerged from its back. After absorbing the 9 tails chakra, the 10 tails was finally resurrected. Everyone stared in disbelief at the revived 10 tails, seeing it for the first time, looking so different from the other tailed beasts. The 10 tails had brown skin all over, a single red ring Sharingan on its face, branches growing wildly from its head, a body larger than any other tailed beast, and 10 tails dancing in the air. There was no doubt its chakra was terrifying, even more terrifying than any chakra anyone had ever sensed in their lives. Standing on top of the 10 tails, Akihara Kagura smiled smugly and began forming the hand signs to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Everything is going according to my plan. Not necessarily, brat. Tabarama appeared beside Akihara Kagura, holding an explosive tag, ready to stick it onto him. Akihara Kagura raised his finger. The 10 tails tail suddenly struck, sending Tabarama flying. Why did you kill Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke immediately followed, swinging his blade. For the sake of your so-called plan, how many more lives do you intend to take? That's not up to me. Akihara Kagura dodged Uchiha Sasuke's attack, grabbing his wrist and kicking him away. However, a sharp glint flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, teleporting Akihara Kagura away from the 10 tails to his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Madara! Uchiha Sasuke shouted to Uchiha Madara. The 2 flying thunder god users aimed to remove Akihara Kagura from the 10 tails to give Uchiha Madara the opportunity to become its Jinchuriki. I know. Uchiha Madara raised his fingers and smiled. Fortunately, I've also mastered the method to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. At that moment, Uchiha Madara opened his Rinnegan and after seizing control of the 10 tails, immediately began forming the hand seals to become its Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara couldn't afford any delay. Any delay, even for a moment, would give Akihara Kagura time to react. They only had this one chance. If they lost this chance, Akihara Kagura would definitely become wary and never allow him to get near the 10 tails again. Madara! Black Zetsu emerged from the sea with some concern, looking at Uchiha Madara, who had seized control of the 10 tails. Then it glanced at Akihara Kagura, who was taken away by Uchiha Sasuke. In Black Zetsu's heart, a sense of despair was growing. All this time, Black Zetsu had been oscillating between hope and despair, sometimes feeling hopeful, other times falling into despair. These ninjas were too unreliable. Black Zetsu had originally thought that Akihara Kagura's strength would be enough to suppress everyone in the ninja world, perfectly revive the 10 tails, become its Jinchuriki, then launch the infinite Tsukuyomi to absorb chakra and revive Kaguya, who would then deal with the Sage of 6 Paths. But Akihara Kagura failed at this critical moment. Maybe you should have killed me back then. Uchiha Sasuke grasped Akihara Kagura's wrist firmly, refusing to let go, his Mangekyou Sharingan staring intently. My eye technique has locked us in this space, preventing you from leaving. So what? Akihara Kagura frowned, lifting his gaze abruptly. Your Mangekyou Sharingan's power is to keep those who cannot be kept. A chill ran through Uchiha Sasuke's heart. Ever since he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke had rarely used his eye technique because it brought him pain. The Mangekyo Sharingan's powers were all about compensating for regrets. Uchiha Sasuke's eye technique was very unique. His left eye's technique could imprison a space, trapping anyone within it forever. His right eye allowed his body to enter that space, as if he didn't want to leave a place, yet wanted to return to it. To keep those who cannot be kept, to enter a world he cannot enter. However, Uchiha Sasuke felt his eye technique failing. Akihara Kagura looked at Uchiha Sasuke coldly, his voice icy. "Unfortunately for you, my Rinnegan's power can restrain yours." Hadate Kakashi's figure appeared beside them, having just used Kamui, but now unable to enter Kamui's dimension. "Your eye technique!" Hadate Kakashi recalled the last time Kamui had failed against Akihara Kagura. "It can disable all spatial abilities used near you." "Correct." Akihara Kagura laughed softly. "Itachi, seal him!" Uchiha Sasuke was shocked and quickly reminded his brother. "Use the Totsuka blade to try to seal Akihara Kagura, or at least stop him. We can't let him get near Madara." Chisui's Mangekyo Sharingan had altered Uchiha Itachi's will, making Itachi's Susanoo wield the Totsuka blade, which could at least help control Akihara Kagura. However, a sudden change occurred. Crack! A kunai pierced through Uchiha Sasuke's chest. The reanimated Uchiha Itachi, cold and unfeeling, wielded the kunai, stabbing through his own brother's chest, feeling a sudden pain in his brain. "Sasuke! Sasuke!" Uchiha Itachi couldn't believe his own action. Even though Uchiha Itachi was reanimated, he couldn't believe he had done such a thing, immense fear engulfing his spirit. That Mangekyo Sharingan's technique wasn't about altering his will to free him from the reanimation control, but to make him attack his brother Uchiha Sasuke upon seeing Akihara Kagura's eye technique. All of this was under Akihara Kagura's control. "Itachi!" Uchiha Sasuke saw the blood-stained blade in his chest, slowly turning to look at his brother, seeing only a face full of pain. "Why?" Uchiha Sasuke looked at his brother in disbelief. "Sorry, Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi's voice was filled with unbearable pain. That Mangekyo Sharingan was a trap. It was specifically set up as a trap for him and Uchiha Sasuke. This was Akihara Kagura's revenge for his attempt to kill Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nano, but he couldn't say it out loud. "Sasuke, do you feel the pain now?" Akihara Kagura watched the brothers' mutual destruction with indifference and laughed. "Do you think what you see is real?" Madness flickered in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes as he pushed Uchiha Itachi away and fell powerlessly onto the sea's surface, blood gushing from his chest. This stab, it was fatal for him. Uchiha Sasuke, who once harbored immense hatred for Itachi, felt guilt and resentment after learning the truth about the clan's massacre. At this moment, it all turned into rage. "Why?" Clutching his chest, Uchiha Sasuke looked at his brother in agony. He glared at Uchiha Itachi. For this brother, he left the root, left his clan, yet this brother chose to kill him now, at this very moment, at this critical juncture for the ninja world. If no one stopped Akihara Kagura from seizing control of the 10 Tails, the entire ninja world would be annihilated. "Sai, I can't bear to watch any more." Akihara Kagura raised his hand and began to heal Uchiha Sasuke's wounds. "Though I am the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, from a medical perspective and not an enemy's, such a fatal wound is almost impossible to save." "You, self-proclaimed." Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched involuntarily. He was so speechless that he forgot to curse his brother and instead glanced at Akihara Kagura, weakly arguing, "Karin is the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world." As Sasuke spoke, the wound on his chest worsened and his eyelids drooped. He could feel his life slipping away. "No." Uchiha Sasuke looked at his brother again, gritting his teeth as he questioned Uchiha Itachi. "Even if you wanted to kill me, first heal the wound." Akihara Kagura extended his hand, with green chakra desperately trying to heal Uchiha Sasuke's wounds, but it was ultimately in vain. Akihara Kagura withdrew his hand and said helplessly, "To save such a wound, only the legendary sage of the 6 paths could help. I'll take him to Lady Tsunade." Hadate Kakashi's face was grim as he reached out to carry Uchiha Sasuke away, his eyes fixed on Akihara Kagura. "Can I take Sasuke away, at least, for the sake of our past?" Hadate Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura, unable to voice his thoughts. All the jokes they shared in the past had long since faded in the wind, and he could no longer joke with his close friend as he once did. "Of course." Akihara Kagura smiled lightly, his gaze shifting to the distance where the 10 Tails was being absorbed by Uchiha Madara. "Your plan succeeded. Uchiha Madara has become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. This chakra might even be stronger than mine. Are you going to abandon your plan?" Hadate Kakashi picked up his dying disciple. "My plan?" Akihara Kagura put an arm around Hadate Kakashi, smiling as he said, "Wait a moment, let me say one last thing to the dying Sasuke." Hade Kakashi took a deep breath. For Sasuke, every second counted. Relax! Akihara Kagura raised his finger and pointed it at Uchiha Sasuke's forehead, smiling as he said, I've bound his soul. Even if he dies, his soul will remain in his body. Isn't that a big help? So what do you intend to do? Hade Kakashi frowned, puzzled by the man before him. At that moment, Hade Kakashi felt Akihara Kagura was shrouded in mystery again. Have him deliver a message for me. Akihara Kagura bowed his head slightly and whispered in Uchiha Sasuke's ear, Sasuke, if you see the Sage of the Six Paths, remember to ask him for me. What? Nonsense, Uchiha Sasuke muttered faintly. Ask him if he has always been this arrogant. Akihara Kagura smiled faintly, his voice barely audible. If he is no longer arrogant and needs my help to deal with Kaguya with you all, then what can he offer me? Sage of Six Paths. Why did Akihara Kagura mention the Ancient Ones at this time? Uchiha Sasuke's consciousness was already in a fading stage. His brain was gradually losing the ability to think, but he still felt a surge of anger in his heart for being killed from behind by Uchiha Itachi. Wasn't it said that Uchiha Itachi had already broken free from the control of Edo Tensei with the help of Uchiha Shisui's Kadomatsukami Mangekyou Sharingan? Wasn't it said that Uchiha Itachi massacred the clan to save his younger brother? What exactly is going on? Amidst confusion and bewilderment, Uchiha Sasuke felt his consciousness continuously falling until it completely sank into the abyss, accompanied by an eerie dripping sound in his ears. Is he dying? Drip! Drip! The clear sound of dripping water was somewhat pleasant, in a space resembling a water prison. When Uchiha Sasuke's consciousness appeared here, he found himself lying in a pool of water. He stretched out his hand, trying to feel the temperature of the water. Is this the world after death? It seems the ethical views on death in your era are different from those in mine. We do not believe that this is what death is. An old voice interrupted Uchiha Sasuke's words, speaking seriously. Do not casually declare yourself dead, newcomer. Uchiha Sasuke heard other people in this space. Instinctively, he turned and leapt up, staring intently at an old man who appeared in front of him. The old man sat cross-legged in mid-air, surrounded by a circle of pitch-black orbs that seemed to support his body, dressed in a long robe. Who are you? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were filled with vigilance. Why is this old man here? And wasn't he already dead? The pain of being stabbed through the body by Uchiha Itachi from behind was still fresh in his memory. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke could clearly feel his life slipping away. You are! Uchiha Sasuke thought of a possibility, recalling Akihara Kagura's murmurs before his death, and suddenly a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. The Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. To be honest, this was all thanks to Akihara Kagura's dissemination of history. It was because Akihara Kagura used the histories of the three great ninja clans that the world gradually learned the real name of the Sage of Six Paths and the stories of this sage's past. Of course, these stories contain some conflicts. Some believed that the Sage of Six Paths was a demon who once destroyed the world. Others believed he was a god who created the world. Some thought he was a schemer who would stop at nothing to rule the world, while others saw him as the creator of the era of peace in ninjutsu 1,000 years ago. Regardless of how the world viewed the Sage of Six Paths, this god from 1,000 years ago finally became known again in the ninja world, letting people know the legends from 1,000 years ago. You even know my real name. The old man's body slowly turned around, revealing his true form and slowly opening his eyes, which were known to all as the eyes of the sage. The Rinnegan. This old man was indeed the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths did not look quite human, resembling an alien being, with a pair of small sharp horns growing from his head, a crimson mark on his forehead, Rinnegan eyes, a long beard extending from his chin, and a long robe adorned with 6 black Magatama pendants, giving him a dignified appearance. This form is certainly not that of a mortal. It really is the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. At that moment, he understood why his brother Uchiha Itachi had stabbed him from behind. It was because Akihara Kagura had predicted he would meet the Sage of Six Paths. This was all part of Akihara Kagura's conspiracy. He knew that after death, Sasuke would meet the Sage of Six Paths, which was why he had arranged for Sasuke to relay a message to the sage before dying. Everything happened just as that guy expected. Uchiha Sasuke's hand trembled as he clenched it into a fist. He looked at the old man before him and had to believe the truth. After my death, I really did meet the Sage of Six Paths. Newcomer, you're not dead yet. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Uchiha Sasuke, slightly frowning as if a bit puzzled. How did you know you would definitely meet me? I didn't know. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and said solemnly, but Akihara Kagura knew, which is why he plotted to assassinate me, so I would meet you at this moment. Why do I see you here after dying? Are you here to guide me to the underworld? No, this is a very long story. The Sage of Six Paths slowly shook his head and began to speak of the past, because within you there is Indra's chakra. Perhaps you do not know this name. No, I know. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted the Sage of Six Paths, showing a hint of shock on his face, but soon calmed down as he recalled various pieces of information circulating in the ninja world recently. Actually, Uchiha Sasuke had long anticipated this matter. According to the records of the Hyuga clan, only those who possess the mysterious and powerful chakra passed down through generations within the Uchiha clan can awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara was one of them. The brother of Ikehara Kagura's ancestor was one of them. And Sasuke himself was also one of them who could awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Is this also why Ikehara Kagura believed he could meet the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, Indra, he was your eldest son and the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, correct? That's right. The Sage of Six Paths nodded slightly and continued. It seems the ninja world still retains records of history from 1,000 years ago. You still remember Indra's name. Asura was your second son. Uchiha Sasuke continued with the information he knew. Asura's chakra should have been passed down through the Senju clan, right? You know about this too. The Sage of Six Paths slowly nodded and said softly, That's correct, but Asura's chakra not only resides within the Senju clan. In this generation, his chakra also appeared in another descendant, a member of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki? Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke mentioned the name the Sage of Six Paths intended to say, and his expression suddenly turned dangerous. Why isn't Uzumaki Naruto here? He is in another conscious space. The Sage of Six Paths raised his hand and offered, If you want to see him, I can merge the two spaces together. Another conscious space. Compared to the serious conversation between Uchiha Sasuke and the Sage of Six Paths, the interaction between Uzumaki Naruto and the Sage of Six Paths was much more lively and cheerful. Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head and looked at the Sage of Six Paths in front of him. Hey, Sage of Six Paths, is Kaguya Otsutsuki your daughter or your mother? The Sage of Six Paths was momentarily confused. Wait, why would Kaguya be his daughter? How did the history of the ninja world become so distorted? Kaguya is my mother. The Sage of Six Paths clarified his relationship with Kaguya. Uzumaki Naruto extended his hand and gestured. Then that black Zetsu, that pitch-black thing, is it your dark will? The one that wanted to revive the Ten Tails? It claimed to be Kaguya's will. The Sage of Six Paths frowned immediately and said in a deep voice, Black Zetsu should be my mother's will left behind. Why would anyone think it's my will? There was a record mentioning it. Uzumaki Naruto recalled reading something on the tree bark in Konoha after Uchiha Madara and Ikehara Kagura's first battle. It said that Black Zetsu is your dark will, that darkness grew in your heart, wanting to rule the world or something. As Uzumaki Naruto said this, he even sized up the Sage of Six Paths. You don't look like that kind of person at all. Because I am not. The Sage of Six Paths' forehead twitched as he refuted in a deep voice. It seems the historical records of your era are somewhat exaggerated. And there's another. Uzumaki Naruto immediately brought up another record from the Hyuga clan, which he heard entirely during Hyuga Hinata's historical narration. You have another brother who is the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. Hamura. The Sage of Six Paths remembered his brother and smiled faintly, nodding. Indeed, I have a brother who inherited our mother's Byakugan. Uzumaki Naruto's face showed a thoughtful expression, seemingly somewhat uncertain. He doesn't look like a terrible murderer who would kill everyone in the ninja world. The Sage of Six Paths' forehead twitched again. What's with the history records of the ninja world? Why are they either incorrectly recording his family's relationships or his actions? He clearly wanted to lead this world toward a better future. Why does this reincarnation of Asura's chakra always bring up these unreliable histories? The reincarnation of Indra's chakra on the other side isn't any more reliable either. Because Uchiha Sasuke is also mentioning these histories. The historical records of the Hyuga clan state. Uchiha Sasuke began speaking about the Hyuga clan's historical records. You and your brother, Hamura Otsutsuki, in order to overthrow Kaguya's rule and seize control of this world, colluded with the sages of Mount Myaboku to seal Kaguya together. Then, to rule the world alone, you defeated your brother Hamura Otsutsuki and killed all those who knew about the conflict between you and your mother and the fratricidal battle. I never did such things. A black line appeared on the Sage of Six Paths' forehead, though he maintained his composure, feeling that the history of the ninja world was already messed up. However, As he listened to Uchiha Sasuke recount these histories, the Sage of Six Paths' expression grew increasingly serious. The outcome is the same, only the process and intentions are different. Indeed, many people died in that war, but that was because the battle between my mother and me was so astonishing that it brought destruction to the entire world. The reason I teamed up with Hamura to seal my mother was because she used the God Tree to absorb the natural energy of the ninja world, and because she made humans sacrifice their lives to the God Tree. Uchiha Sasuke remained skeptical of the Sage of Six Paths, for good reason. He had been deceived too many times. Uchiha Sasuke didn't trust the Sage of Six Paths' words. Who knows if the Sage of Six Paths might also be a schemer like Kaguya? In these ancient historical records, the Sage of Six Paths was never depicted as a good person. Your gaze is very disrespectful. Young man, the Sage of Six Paths, slightly displeased, looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said, "The historical records of your era are too absurd. It seems I need to tell you the true history." The Sage of Six Paths sighed, feeling compelled to recount the history of the ninja world from 1,000 years ago to Uchiha Sasuke. About 1,000 years ago, a tall god tree appeared on this planet and became. "I've heard enough of these stories." Uchiha Sasuke, uninterested in these stories, interrupted and summarized. "The outcome is always that Kaguya was sealed away and you became the actual ruler of this world." The Sage of Six Paths was at a loss for words. This ancient deity fell silent, then suddenly laughed heartily. "It seems Indra's chakra is still the same, by comparison." Asura's chakra reincarnation was more obedient, because Uzumaki Naruto listened quietly as the Sage of Six Paths recounted the past. Kaguya's arrival, her actions, the sage and his brother sealing Kaguya, and the 1,000-year struggle between his two sons. Uzumaki Naruto nodded obediently, showing a look of sudden realization whenever he was confused, as the Sage of Six Paths narrative, being the true history, was more convincing than the records of the Senju clan's bark and the Hyuga clan's wooden tags. After all, chakra cannot lie. The remaining chakra of the Sage of Six Paths did not seem like that of a bad person. In any case, this is the story from 1,000 years ago. The Sage of Six Paths concluded his story. "The historical records of your era are too outrageous. Although the outcomes are the same, recording the stories from 1,000 years ago in such a bizarre manner makes the people involved feel uncomfortable when they hear them. This time, the revival of the 10 Tales gives me a bad feeling. My mother has never truly died. She might reappear. She won't miss the chance to seize the 10 Tales revival, and the ninja world will once again face a crisis because of her revival." Uzumaki Naruto nodded solemnly. In another consciousness space, Uchiha Sasuke also listened to the Sage of Six Paths' forced recounting of the story, and he seemed to confirm one thing. "It's not a possibility. Kaguya will definitely be resurrected." Uchiha Sasuke recalled what Akihara Kagura had mentioned and said in a deep voice, because Kaguya's resurrection should have been within Akihara Kagura's expectations. "Oh," the Sage of Six Paths looked at Uchiha Sasuke in surprise. "Because he asked me to ask you a question." Uchiha Sasuke looked at the Sage of Six Paths and said in a deep voice, "Sage of Six Paths, have you always been this arrogant? What do you mean by this?" The Sage of Six Paths was a bit puzzled. After pondering for a moment, he seemed to understand something. "That little fellow thinks I'm arrogant because I've been watching indifferently. How unfortunate. I simply have no choice." The Sage of Six Paths looked at his own body and spoke softly. "Now, I only have a remnant of chakra left, residing in the gap between the Pure Land and the living world. Even if I wanted to solve the crisis brought by my mother's resurrection, the best way is to entrust my power to you. This is very dangerous for you because my mother's power is extremely strong, far surpassing any human in this world." "Is that so?" Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the Sage of Six Paths and continued to ask in a deep voice, "Perhaps Akihara Kagura can help. Akihara Kagura asked if you need him to assist us in dealing with the problem of Kaguya. He wants to know what you can offer him in return." "Ha ha ha!" The Sage of Six Paths chuckled lightly. He slowly shook his head, seemingly skeptical of Akihara Kagura but also somewhat indifferent. "If that powerful little fellow is willing to help, that would be great, but I have nothing to offer him. Maybe when I get the chance to meet him, I can ask what he wants." "Wait, hold on a moment." After speaking, the Sage of Six Paths seemed to realize something was amiss. His remnant chakra seemed a bit confused. Hesitantly, he said, "Based on my observations and monitoring, that kid named Akihara Kagura is the mastermind behind the 10 Tales resurrection. He wants to use the 10 Tales to destroy the world. But he also says he wants to help deal with the possible resurrection of my mother. Then why did he resurrect the 10 Tales?" This ninja is quite absurd. To save the world, Uchiha Madara became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, leading to a potential greater crisis, forcing me, a remnant chakra, to appear and grant the reincarnation of Indra and Asura the sealing power. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths was somewhat perplexed. Uchiha Sasuke, who knew Akihara Kagura well, had a flash of realization in his eyes. Perhaps at this moment he understood something. Because his goal, Uchiha Sasuke revealed a truth he had pieced together, has always been Kaguya. This doesn't conflict at all. Akihara Kagura wants to resurrect Kaguya, to use her power to destroy and recreate the world. Because Kaguya's power is the greatest, right? Uchiha Sasuke recalled the information he had obtained in the past, understood everything, and stated the truth. But Akihara Kagura will achieve his goal. He has already planned everything. Because he predicted we would meet you. He must have also predicted that Naruto and I are the reincarnations of Indra and Asura's chakra. You just mentioned you would give us the power to seal Kaguya. Before we return to the living world, Uchiha Sasuke's heart trembled, feeling he had once again fallen into Akihara Kagura's trap. Akihara Kagura will definitely resurrect Kaguya directly, having her complete everything for him. And at that time, we would have already returned to the living world. Uchiha Sasuke slightly raised his eyes and revealed Akihara Kagura's scheme, just in time to use the power you gave us to seal Kaguya. Such a deep and calculating conspiracy. The Sage of Six Paths shook his head, sighing helplessly. The ninjas of your era are truly terrifying in their scheming. I am very aware of how deep his mind is. Uchiha Sasuke thought of everything, yet found no way to break it. Even though I have guessed his conspiracy, in the end, I still have to do as he anticipated. It has always been this way. Even knowing I will fall into his trap, it is ultimately too late. The Sage of Six Paths had seen many people. Over 1,000 years, the ninja world had not been without extraordinary individuals. However, there had never been anyone like Akihara Kagura who even managed to manipulate the ancient god like him and his mother Kaguya. What Uchiha Sasuke deduced sounded terrifying but reasonable, making even the Sage of Six Paths feel a shiver down his spine. In that case, the Sage of Six Paths sighed, and his gaze subtly changed. Even my residual chakra monitoring the ninja world could be confirmed by him? I don't know. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, then nodded affirmatively. But I believe Akihara Kagura is definitely aware of it. Forget it. The Sage of Six Paths looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said, everything can be questioned later. Now I will grant you the power of yin and yang to prevent my mother and Akihara Kagura from destroying this ninja world. If you cannot. The Sage of Six Paths stared at Uchiha Sasuke and said solemnly, perhaps we will have to follow that kid's plan to seal the resurrected mother, though there should still be time. As he spoke, the Sage of Six Paths extended his staff, slowly touching the water's surface, reflecting the image of Akihara Kagura. In the present, on the sea surface of the ninja world, Akihara Kagura stood on the water, glanced at the figures of Hadate Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke heading to find Tsunade, and smiled faintly. Akihara Kagura, is this your revenge? A flash of crimson appeared in Uchiha Itachi's eyes as he looked at Akihara Kagura, still holding a kunai stained with Sasuke's blood. Experience the pain here slowly. Akihara Kagura chuckled and ignored Uchiha Itachi, focusing instead on Uchiha Madara, who had become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. The gigantic 10 tails funneled into Madara's body, continuously enhancing his chakra and aura. As the 10 tails fully integrated, Madara's body rapidly transformed. His long hair turned from black to white, his skin became ashen, and a horn-like protrusion grew on his forehead resembling a headband. Chakra fragments floated off his body, a robe of the Six Paths draped over him. A black spear appeared in his hand. Black orbs gradually floated behind him. Black feet stood on the ground, and his hands turned black, holding a staff resembling that of the Sage of Six Paths. At that moment, Uchiha Madara became almost unrecognizable. Becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki had completely evolved Madara's life, elevating him to another level. Everyone sensed his immense power, a power that inspired fear without effort. This is the power of the Six Paths. Madara gripped the staff, feeling the continuous surge of power within, fully aware of its might. The power of the Six Paths was vastly different from ordinary ninja power. With this power, he could do anything he desired, even creating life from nothing. This was the terrifying power of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Madara confirmed one thing. Now, the situation was entirely under his control. Madara's gaze fell on Akihara Kagura in the distance, a contemptuous smile on his lips. Kid, you can no longer use this power to destroy the ninja world and recreate it, but I can show you the terror of the Six Paths power. Your coordination is impressive. Your coordination is impressive. Akihara Kagura clapped his hands lightly, applauding their teamwork, to even find a chance to turn the tables at this point. This was within my expectations. Madara spread his hands nonchalantly. In the end, the result is the same for me, using this power to save the world. In the past, Madara wanted to use this power for infinite Tsukuyomi. Now he needed it to deal with Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura's power was too terrifying. Only the power of the six paths could match him. Madara swung his staff, pointing it straight at Akihara Kagura. "Kid, I remember your Mangekyo sharing an ability allows you 10 minutes of immunity to death. Now you can start counting your last 10 minutes. In the next moment, Madara raised his hand. A black orb flew toward Akihara Kagura. "That is the truth-seeking ball." Madara watched the orb's trajectory, seemingly worried that as the new sage of six paths, he might accidentally kill Akihara Kagura in one move. It contains the chakra of all elements, possessing the power to destroy everything. This was the power of the six paths. The truth-seeking ball alone, with its combination of yin-yang and five elemental chakra, could nullify all ninjutsu in the world and defeat all ninjas in the ninja world. The most terrifying thing was, any contact with the truth-seeking ball was dangerous. Only those with the power of the six paths could touch it. Any other ninja would be instantly obliterated. "Be careful!" Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, appearing beside Akihara Kagura. "The truth-seeking ball is very dangerous. Do not touch it." "Is that so?" Akihara Kagura raised his hand. A white spiraling ball appeared in his hand. This white spiraling ball was concentrated with high-density chakra, making it shine brightly like a white pearl, faintly opposing the pitch-black truth-seeking ball. "Sage Art, Dust Release, Spiraling Ball!" Akihara Kagura threw the white spiraling ball. It resembled a small sphere and collided directly with the incoming truth-seeking ball. Boom! The entire sea surface exploded in an instant. The explosion dissipated in a flash. "What is happening?" Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed slightly. From his knowledge, the truth-seeking ball was supposed to be unbeatable. Why did Akihara Kagura's spiraling ball resolve the truth-seeking ball so effortlessly? Perhaps it is due to dust release. Uchiha Madara instinctively pondered, actively thinking. The dust release of Rock Village is a bloodline elimination technique that combines 3 types of chakra. It could also be because of Sage Art. After becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Madara naturally mastered the 6 paths Sage Arts, and he roughly guessed 2 possibilities. Things are getting interesting. Indeed, quite interesting. Akihara Kagura smiled lightly, his body slowly floating. "It seems the power of the 6 paths is not as invincible as I imagined. Or perhaps..." Akihara Kagura's figure transformed into a golden light, instantly appearing beside Uchiha Madara, condensing a sharp blade in his hand. "Sage Art, Wind Release, Vacuum Blade!" Akihara Kagura swung the sharp blade in his hand towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara raised his staff and easily blocked Akihara Kagura's Wind Release blade. His eyes lifted slightly, confirming his guess in his mind. Because of Sage Chakra. Only Sage Chakra could contend with the power of the 6 paths, as no material in this world should be able to withstand the weapons of the Sage of 6 paths. The next moment, Akihara Kagura's vacuum blade danced wildly. Uchiha Madara waved his spear of Nanaboko to block all of Akihara Kagura's strikes. His hand moved swiftly, continuously throwing one truth-seeking ball after another towards Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura had to retreat swiftly. "Kid!" Uchiha Madara seized the opportunity to press forward, raising his hand towards Akihara Kagura, his eyes becoming sharper. "Sage Art, Yin Release Lightning Dispatch!" A massive tree branch-like purple lightning shot from Uchiha Madara's hand, transforming into a dense lightning net that spread towards Akihara Kagura. "Sage Art, Lightning Dragon!" Akihara Kagura quickly raised his hand and formed seal. Arcs of electricity surged from his body, forming a massive lightning dragon to counter the purple lightning. But after a brief struggle, the huge lightning dragon was quickly shattered by the Yin Release Lightning Dispatch. The power of the 6 paths Sage Arts far surpasses ordinary Sage Arts. A confident smile finally appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. The chakra of the 6 paths Sage Arts had undergone a qualitative change, and no matter how strong Akihara Kagura was, he could not alter this fact. The next moment, the purple lightning of the Yin Release Lightning Dispatch struck Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura's eyes quickly turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he rapidly activates his Mangekyo Sharingan's ability. Limitless Yomi. This ability grants 10 minutes of invincibility, similar to Izanagi. Limitless Yomi nullifies all adverse factors during this period. Moreover, The most terrifying aspect of Limitless Yomi is its instant activation. Even if Akihara Kagura is completely controlled, he can still use Limitless Yomi, unlike Izanagi, which requires forming seals or chakra to activate. Akihara Kagura raised his hand, with a large spiraling shuriken in his left hand and silver lightning in his right. Sage Art, Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Chidori Sharp Spear. The white spiraling shuriken was thrown towards Uchiha Madara. Enhanced by Sage Chakra, the silver Chidori sharp spears flew densely towards Uchiha Madara like spears. Uchiha Madara remained fearless, raising his six-path staff to deflect the incoming spiraling shuriken and brushed away the incoming Chidori sharp spears. "Kid!" Uchiha Madara looked at Akihara Kagura, speaking disdainfully. "These little tricks are useless against me. Indeed, somewhat troublesome." Akihara Kagura rapidly flew into the air, raised his hand again, and chakra quickly gathered from within his body, merging into his palm. Akihara Kagura raised his hand and struck towards Uchiha Madara. The dazzling light transformed into a beam, swiftly flying towards Uchiha Madara, looking extremely terrifying. Uchiha Madara raised his hand, manipulating the truth-seeking balls to form a shield in front of him, resisting Akihara Kagura's attack while counting the time of Akihara Kagura's invincibility. The truth-seeking ball shield quickly melted. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed slightly, adding another truth-seeking ball while continuing to calculate Akihara Kagura's Limitless Yomi duration. Limitless Yomi should have 10 minutes of invincibility. Once used, there will be a 3-hour cooldown period. The counterattack I need will happen in 10 minutes. Certainly. The biggest problem is that Akihara Kagura is proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. What if, after attacking, Akihara Kagura finds he is no match and decides to escape immediately? Uchiha Madara glanced at everyone present and suddenly realized a troublesome issue. Both Uchiha Sasuke and Minato, the two users of the Flying Thunder God technique, are unaccounted for. One was assassinated by Uchiha Itachi, his fate unknown, and the other gave the 9 tails within him to Naruto, who had lost his own 9 tails. Among the Flying Thunder God technique users on site, only Tobirama remains. Uchiha Madara felt a bit helpless, but had to acknowledge the troublesome situation. Shadows of his 4 Limbo clones were always ready to appear at his side. Once Akihara Kagura's Limitless Yomi ends, I will slay Akihara Kagura along with the 4 Limbo clone shadows, minimizing the chances of him escaping. "Hey, Tobirama!" Uchiha Madara defended against Akihara Kagura's attacks while looking in Tobirama's direction. "You are the inventor of the Flying Thunder God technique. Is there a way to prevent that kid from escaping using it?" Tobirama hesitated, unsure of how to respond. "This guy is asking me how to counter the Flying Thunder God technique. There is one way." Tobirama, worthy of being the master of forbidden techniques, immediately thought of a solution. His gaze fell on Hideki Kakashi, proposing a possibility. If that kid tries to use the Flying Thunder God technique, Hideki Kakashi can use Kamui. The effects of 2 different space-time techniques can neutralize each other. This is one way to prevent Akihara Kagura from escaping. Tobirama quickly assessed the situation between Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara. Akihara Kagura was attacking relentlessly, as if in a hurry. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara seemed to be effortlessly defending, indifferent to the attack and defense, as if teasing a child. "No way!" Hideki Kakashi voiced his objection. "Akihara Kagura's Rinnegan Eye technique prevents anyone near him from using space-time techniques, but it's uncertain if he can use the Flying Thunder God technique himself. Then there is another way." Tobirama proposed another solution in a deep voice. If the attack speed is fast enough, it could cause spatial distortion, making it impossible for a Flying Thunder God user to define space-time coordinates. Their body might even be killed by the spatial distortion. "Ha, are you joking?" Uchiha Madara sneered, feeling that Tobirama's second proposal was somewhat unreliable. To achieve that level of speed, how strong would one's taijutsu need to be? Currently, even Uchiha Madara felt he couldn't achieve that. How could this be possible? Uchiha Madara believed his taijutsu was strong enough, especially with the enhancement of the 6 paths power. But he still couldn't achieve that. Uchiha Madara watched as Akihara Kagura continuously used Dust Release to attack him. His 3 truth-seeking balls had already been melted by Akihara Kagura. However, only 2 minutes had passed since the start of Limitless Yomi. "If I can't kill him here..." Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "There are still 8 minutes left. If that kid uses the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, he will become extremely dangerous. I can kill him, but I can't catch up to his speed. He might hide and kill everyone in the ninja world in revenge. Let me try. A man in a green ninja uniform stepped forward and said, I've developed a few taijutsu moves. Let me see if I can distort space. Many people looked at the man in surprise. Who is this guy? He doesn't seem familiar. Can he participate in such a high-level battle? Might Guy! A group of ninjas from Konoha recognized him. They knew Might Guy had some strength, at least enough to become a jonin with his formidable taijutsu. But it seemed he wasn't qualified for this level of battle. Uchiha Madara was the second person in the ninja world to gain the power of the 10 tails. Akihara Kagura was the previously strongest man in the ninja world. Might Guy waved his fist and said firmly, I developed this taijutsu specifically for my youthful rivalry with Kakashi. It will definitely defeat Kakashi. Everyone's foreheads twitched. That statement sounded less confident, didn't it? Hideki Kakashi's name was indeed well known, but comparing it to this situation seemed a bit off, right? That guy! Only one person's expression changed slightly. Akihara Kagura looked at Might Guy, who ignored the derision of others and continued warming up, removing his weights. He took a deep breath. Akihara Kagura's eyes flickered. He closed them slightly, ending his limitless Yomi to reset its duration. Now, he must reset the limitless Yomi. No one should know the exact timing of his limitless Yomi cooldown to prevent being caught during the 3-second cooldown and killed by Uchiha Madara and Might Guy. 6 Paths Madara. Might Guy with the 8 gates released formation. These two could definitely kill him within 3 seconds. Moreover, he had to exploit Uchiha Madara's miscalculation of the limitless Yomi's end to strike a heavy blow. If everything goes well, Uchiha Madara should have started timing from when his yin release lightning hit me, unaware that limitless Yomi reset at that moment. The time he calculated for limitless Yomi still has 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Akihara Kagura took a deep breath, rapidly increasing his chakra, ready to engage Uchiha Madara in close combat. The real time is still 10 minutes, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. This is a very brief period of time. For powerful ninjas like Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura, fighting for a day and a night is no big deal. 7 minutes and 30 seconds is but a moment for them. Uchiha Madara wielded his staff to block the white light of the sage art, dust release, leaping towards Akihara Kagura. In an instant, the two engaged in close combat. The clash of the vacuum blade and the staff was heavy, and everyone watched the two main characters of the battle intently. Uchiha Madara switched from defense to offense, forcing Akihara Kagura into close combat while exploiting the gaps to end him within the duration of his limbo, border jail, all the while pressing on Kagura's time limit. Because the 10 Tails Jinchuriki possesses an immortal body. Even if fatally wounded, he can heal rapidly. Uchiha Madara swung his staff at Kagura's head, leaving himself open, and in that moment struck Kagura's shoulder. However, Kagura was still within the duration of limbo, border jail. Uchiha Madara saw Kagura disappear and reappear in front of him, clearly still in an invulnerable state. Kagura instantly advanced, stabbing Madara in the chest with his vacuum blade. Ha 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 ha! Madara didn't mind his injury, pushing the blade out of his body, his chest healing instantly. Madara continued to exchange his life for time, delaying Kagura's limbo, border jail. 6 minutes and 17 seconds left. Madara calculated in his mind, swinging his staff at Kagura again, getting his leg cut off in the process. Madara! Hashirama's eyes flashed with shock. Don't worry! Madara didn't care about these injuries. His leg slowly regenerated, the power of the 6 paths granting complete resurrection, even if half his body was cut off. 5 minutes and 25 seconds left. Madara's staff struck at Kagura's neck again, causing no harm but leaving a cut on his own chest. 4 minutes and 16 seconds left. Madara's smile grew wider, unleashing his ninjutsu, a burst of flames hitting Kagura's body. Kagura vanished in the flames, reappearing behind Madara, slicing off half his arm. This life-for-time strategy shocked all onlookers. Madara seemed reckless, or perhaps being the new sage of 6 paths, he didn't need to care about his life. Madara! Hashirama felt uneasy. Hashirama, don't worry! Madara kicked Kagura away, his shoulder regenerating instantly. Becoming the sage of 6 paths and gaining the immortality of the 10 Tails power, this battle will inevitably lose some elegance. 3 minutes and 25 seconds. 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Madara charged at Kagura again, not wanting him to flee. He had to lure Kagura to stay. Is time running out? Kagura frowned, seemingly calculating his time, contemplating escape. Planning to run, kid? Madara grinned. Just hiding for a while. Kagura squinted. Do you have other techniques to attack the entire ninja world? Humph! Madara laughed contemptuously, clasping his hands together. A tall tree sprouted from his back. Its roots gripped the seabed, towering into the sky, bearing a red fruit like a huge brain. As the tree appeared, the moon turned red. Strangely, the moon resembled the 10 tails, Rin Sharingan, but Madara didn't care, clasping his hands together, releasing a massive scale jutsu. God, birth of the world tree! Thick vines emerged from the sea, not just this sea. The entire ninja world sprouted vines. In big cities and small villages, vines appeared, causing panic. A vine reached for Kagura. Kagura slashed it with his vacuum blade. Kid, this is the legendary God tree. Madara grinned at Kagura. As long as you're in this world, you're within my attack range. Stay here and fight to the death, kid. You can't escape my pursuit. Kagura was shocked. Immediately, the shock vanished. Kagura raised his hand, white light slicing through the vines, calmly stating, "Even so, the God Tree's attacks can't kill me. Without limitless Yomi, how long can you last?" Madara charged at Kagura again, giving Tobirama a contemptuous look. Madara knew the God Tree couldn't kill Kagura. He used its vast attack range to intimidate Kagura, preventing his escape before limitless Yomi's time ended. Madara forced Kagura to fight for every second against the 10 tails Jinchuriki. As long as Kagura fought for every second, the restricted space-time operation could begin. Clearly, Tobirama received Madara's hint. A shadow of a Limbo clone appeared beside Tobirama, carving a bloody countdown on his arm. "That bastard!" Tobirama cursed quietly. Observing the battle all along, he naturally noticed that each time Akihara Kagura was gravely injured, it seemed as though nothing had happened. He understood what this time meant. Did Uchiha Madara know about Akihara Kagura's invincibility period? The time is almost up. Prepare to take action. Tobirama spoke coldly. "Kakashi, in 57 seconds, use your space-time jutsu to neutralize Akihara Kagura's flying thunder god." Understood. Kakashi kneeled on one knee at a distance, his eyes fixed on Akihara Kagura. He could not determine when Akihara Kagura would use his space-time jutsu and had to rely on this. "I should prepare as well." Might Guy's body suddenly burst with a bright green chakra light. "Sixth gate, gate of view, open!" Might Guy clenched his fist, his voice suddenly rising, and his chakra erupted again. "Seventh gate, gate of wonder, open!" At this moment, everyone couldn't help but focus on Might Guy's erupting chakra. Just the chakra from opening the 7th gate gave Might Guy a presence that could challenge the cage of a village in a life-or-death battle. "This power is very strong." Tobirama frowned. He knew the immense strength and severe aftereffects of the 8 gates released formation, and he spoke gravely. "But if you want to distort space, this might not be enough. If you can open the 8th gate, prepare at my countdown. But once the 8th gate is opened, your life might." "I have long been prepared to burn my youth." Might Guy clenched his fist tightly, his blue chakra surging like waves, ready to open the 8th gate at any moment. "However, this is my first time opening the 8th gate. I cannot be certain of its power. It might affect my companions above." 19 seconds remaining. Tobirama counted the time, calculating the final moments, and then explained, "Do not worry about Madara. That guy is not our ally." Indeed, if Might Guy opened the 8th gate and killed both Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura, it would be a blessing for the entire ninja world. Next, this would be their key opportunity to eliminate Akihara Kagura. Similarly, this time would also mark the moment Might Guy, this Konoha ninja, faced his destiny. Yet Might Guy's heart felt no tension. His body remained covered in blue chakra, and he clearly heard the countdown from the second Hokage, Tobirama. 10, 9, 8. As Tobirama counted down, the battle in the sky confirmed his hypothesis, as Akihara Kagura's speed increased and his attacks became more fierce. The vacuum blade lights in the sky were so fast they were hard to see. Even with the Sharingan, Kakashi was astounded by Akihara Kagura's speed. Was this Akihara Kagura at full power? "Are you ready? We need to prepare in advance." A drop of cold sweat appeared on Tobirama's forehead. He knew the coming moments would decide the fate of the ninja world. Who knew whether Might Guy could succeed? But no matter what, they had no choice but to bet everything. Tobirama's gaze shifted from the sky to Might Guy, counting down the last 3 seconds. His heart grew heavier. 3, 2, 1. 8th gate, gate of death, open. A crimson wave suddenly surged from Might Guy's body. The immense momentum from this crimson wave shocked every ninja who witnessed it, causing a tempest even over the ocean. Everyone was stunned by Might Guy's chakra aura. Even Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara in the sky couldn't help but look at the red steam emanating from Might Guy. In the next moment, Might Guy's figure shot into the sky. Might Guy's speed instantly elevated from the 1st to the 5th level, his rapid charge creating a pressure that immobilized Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura in the sky, forcing them to watch as Might Guy charged towards them. The red surge around Might Guy turned into a dragon shape, rushing straight at Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kageura. This strike could almost kill them directly. At this moment, Might Guy became the savior of the entire ninja world. Even many Konoha ninjas present could not believe that Might Guy, who always trained in bizarre ways around the village, would erupt with such terrifying chakra, a power that seemed enough to defeat anyone in the ninja world. That guy, wasn't he only good at taijutsu? Many ninjas even thought he had no real strength. However, at this second, everyone's perception was overturned. Perhaps it wasn't that Might Guy was only good at taijutsu, but that only Might Guy was the best at taijutsu. The 8th gate Might Guy had gained power surpassing everyone, making even the 5 cage step back in awe. This powerful force was enough for Might Guy to kill anyone. This is Teacher Guy's ultimate move against Kakashi-sensei. Might Guy's disciple Rock Lee clenched his fists, his face full of excitement, even opening the 8 gates himself in his excitement. Against me! Sweat appeared on Hade Kakashi's face. What had he done to deserve this? Lee, are you also? Tsunade looked at the green steam emanating from Rock Lee. Rock Lee quickly shook his head, speaking proactively. I still can't open the 8th gate. I can only attempt to open the 7th gate for now. That's terrifying enough. Tsunade recalled the scene when Might Guy opened the 7th gate. Undoubtedly, the 8 gates release formation would be the ultimate technique of taijutsu ninja. However, once the 8th gate is opened, Rock Lee looked at Might Guy in the sky, his eyes welling with tears. Guy-sensei's life will burn along with the red steam emanating from him. This is youth, burning. Might Guy's figure swiftly charged toward the 2 figures in the sky. In that instant, the space around him seemed to distort from his speed. Space is being distorted. Uchiha Madara was the first to notice the distortion of space. He saw that Akihara Kageura seemed equally unable to move, knowing that Kageura couldn't use his space-time technique at this moment. Unconcerned about the possibility of being injured by Might Guy, a grin spread across his face. Kid, your time is up! In the next moment, a flash of a red dragon's head streaked across the sky. Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kageura were struck by Might Guy's figure at the same time. This heavy blow sent both Madara and Kageura crashing down from the sky, Madara's body twisting instantly. Even as the Sage of 6 Paths, Madara was gravely injured by Might Guy, who had opened all 8 gates. His body even began to split, unable to withstand the tremendous impact despite having the life force of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. He felt an unprecedented pain. However, it was all worth it. Kageura, who had also taken the blow head-on, was nowhere to be seen. Uncertain of his fate, it was clear that Kageura's limitless Yomi had ended. Madara slumped beside the god tree, slowly exhaling as his injuries began to recover more slowly after the blow. Regardless, the crisis in the ninja world was averted. A voice in Madara's mind suggested that absorbing the god tree could quickly heal his injuries. Slowly, he reached out, reabsorbing the god tree he had released into his body. In the sky, Might Guy's figure descended. However, the ninja who had just executed the most powerful taijutsu attack seemed to turn to ash, the steam from the 8 gates burning all his life force. Might Guy's life was like a brilliant flash of light, like a meteor streaking across the ninja world, leaving a dazzling mark. Undoubtedly, Might Guy's appearance was crucial in defeating Akihara Kageura. Madara, as the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, had only pushed Kageura into a disadvantage, but Might Guy, opening the Death Gate, delivered the decisive blow to end the war. Universal pull! Madara raised his hand, pulling the ash like Might Guy to his side and placed his hand on him. Madara, what are you doing? Tabarama Senju suddenly appeared beside Madara. Madara ignored Tabarama, slowly releasing his 6 Paths chakra to reconstruct Might Guy's body. Such a frail body like a candle in the wind. Madara looked at Might Guy, a proud smile appearing on his face. That level of chakra, I acknowledge you. At least in taijutsu, I've never seen a man as strong as you. I, Madara, am willing to call you the strongest. To die here. Madara continued healing Might Guy, unabashedly praising him. It would be too much of a waste for you to die here. Like Kageura, you are one of the most brilliant ninjas of this era. Are you being kind? Tabarama watched Madara healing Might Guy as if he had seen a rare animal, having never seen Madara value anyone before. However, the next moment, Tabarama noticed a shadow behind Madara. Wait! Tabarama's expression changed suddenly. Thanks for the compliment. A calm and familiar voice came from behind Madara. As the figure fully appeared, a blade suddenly flashed out, slicing Madara's body in half. When Madara's upper body flew up, and as his lower half hit the ground, he saw the figure behind him. Akihara Kageura, this guy was still alive at this moment. How could it be? The time for the Yomi had ended. You, this guy! Madara's upper body floated, rapidly regenerating his lower half, his mind recalling the information on the Yomi. the information on the Yomi, was deliberately provided by Kagura himself. The intel was false. Either the duration exceeded 10 minutes or the cooldown time was much shorter. There are two things I forgot to tell everyone. Kagura smiled at Madara. First, the cooldown time for the Yomi is 3 seconds, so I had already reset the time. Madara's eyes narrowed. He alone understood what this meant. To kill Kagura, they would need to attack him continuously for 10 minutes and 3 seconds without any interruption longer than 3 seconds. Because Kagura could reset Yomi's duration within 3 seconds. However, how could this be possible? Kagura was a space-time jutsu user, capable of restricting others from using space-time techniques with his Rinnegan, having numerous chances to survive 3 seconds. Because few attacks in the ninja world could kill Kagura. Kagura's physical strength and recovery ability were formidable, able to withstand ordinary ninjutsu with his bare hand. Proficient in countless ninjutsu, he could counter any ordinary ninjutsu, and the only one who could harm him might be the current Ten Tails Jinchuriki Madara. This man couldn't be killed, the thought flashed through Madara's mind, because in their recent clash, Madara knew he could suppress Kagura, but Kagura's invincible eye technique, the Yomi, could cause him significant trouble. Perhaps his only advantage was his 6 paths immortal body. Oh, and one more thing. Kagura looked at Madara, a strange smile spreading across his face. Madara, do you want to guess if I can learn to use the 8 gates formation? Do we still need to guess about such things? Is there any technique in the ninja world that Akihara Kagura cannot master? Everyone present became heavy-hearted. They all knew how extraordinarily gifted Akihara Kagura was. Even the troublesome technique of the Flying Thunder God could be mastered in an instant. The difficulty of training a forbidden technique like the 8 gates formation, no matter how high, wouldn't pose much trouble for Akihara Kagura. Hade Kakashi took a deep breath, a trace of fear in his eyes. He recalled how long ago Akihara Kagura had started training in taijutsu. One might say, since Kakashi had known Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura had been tirelessly training his taijutsu. Moreover, Akihara Kagura had long transplanted Hashirama cells, possessing a physical quality far surpassing Might Guy's. Coupled with nearly 10 years of honing, even if Akihara Kagura's training regime wasn't as extreme as Might Guy's, his talent and physical strength more than compensated for everything. The 8 gates formation. Hade Kakashi would never doubt Akihara Kagura's talent. Even someone as not so bright as himself could learn the basics of the 8 gates formation. Not to mention someone as diligent and talented as Akihara Kagura. If Might Guy is a ninja who diligently and thoroughly mastered the 8 gates formation, then Akihara Kagura might be a genius who mastered it due to his physical talent, with the sage's body's strong regenerative abilities sparing him from worrying about training injuries. I really like training in taijutsu. Akihara Kagura slowly extended his palm, his fingers gradually clenching into a fist. I've liked it from the very beginning. Taijutsu combat is the foundation that can decide everything. No matter where one is, a man strong in close combat will never be a weakling. The 8 gates formation is also a powerful technique for me. Akihara Kagura smiled as he looked at the increasingly serious and somber Uchiha Madara and continued cheerfully. Incidentally, Uchiha Obaido used Izanagi to avoid the death from the Rin rebirth, which confirmed one thing for me. Uchiha Madara clenched the staff in his hand. This guy had intended to use Uchiha Obaido for experimentation. If Uchiha Obaido could use Izanagi to avoid the inevitable death from the Rin rebirth, then the negative state of fully opening the 8 gates formation could also be negated by his limitless Yomi eye technique. This also means Akihara Kagura has covered his weaknesses. Akihara Kagura's ordinary techniques couldn't threaten someone of his sage level, but the immense attacking power of the 8 gates formation could. The most terrifying part is, Akihara Kagura suffers no aftereffects from the 8 gates formation. Any ninja who trains in the 8 gates will inevitably suffer bodily damage. Every point opened from the injury gate onwards will cause harm, but some people can withstand these damages through intense training. Akihara Kagura can ignore all damage. Even if Akihara Kagura didn't care about death and forcibly opened the 8th gate, he could use his Mangekai Sharingan techniques to negate all negative states, turning the life-burning aftereffects of the 8 gates into a dream. This is the most troublesome aspect. This is also Akihara Kagura's greatest strength. Uchiha Madara's heart pounded with excitement as he thought about the formidable opponent he was about to face. The staff in his hand suddenly swung. To think you'd make me go all out. Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly widened, and a wild laugh flashed across his face. Ha 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 ha! I really underestimated you, brat. No, I overestimated you. Akihara Kagura glanced at the fallen Might Guy, smiling lightly, because I also wanted to see if the 8 gates could truly threaten a sage 6 paths Madara, whether he would step forward to stop me from using space-time techniques. Now, I have ample experience. The next moment, a powerful burst of chakra erupted from Akihara Kagura, who showed no concern for the slight burden of opening the 8 gates. First gate, gate of opening, open. Second gate, gate of healing, open. Third gate, gate of life, open. Fourth gate, gate of pain, open. Fifth gate, gate of limit, open. Sixth gate, gate of view, open. Just the state of opening the 6th gate made the ninjas present somewhat fearful, unable to look directly at the green vapor emanating from Akihara Kagura. 7th gate, gate of wonder, open. Akihara Kagura's eyes flashed, and in an instant he opened the 7th gate. Blue steam rose from his body, and his aura surged even higher. So it's not yet the red steam. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, feeling underestimated, his gaze turning icy. Brat, don't underestimate a sage ninja. Then I'll show you the utmost respect. Red vapor suddenly surged from Akihara Kagura, his blood energy burning instantly. 8th gate, gate of death, open. With the opening of the 8th gate, Akihara Kagura's chakra instantly soared to its maximum. This immense chakra far exceeded that of Might Guy. This was power dozens of times greater than his own, even surpassing the Uchiha Madara before him. The limitless Yomi-Eye technique gradually took effect, slowly erasing the damage to Akihara Kagura's body. This ocular technique, akin to Izanagi, removed all detrimental conditions while preserving beneficial combat states for the user. At this moment, Akihara Kagura had undeniably surpassed all previous ninjas. Even Black Zetsu, hiding underground, couldn't help but feel terrified, his body trembling slightly. Have these ninjas evolved to the point where their paltry tricks could surpass Mother? No wonder. Akihara Kagura aimed to resurrect Kaguya. Perhaps with such power, Akihara Kagura might even pose a threat to Kaguya. This level of chakra. Uchiha Madara gripped his staff tightly, feeling an overwhelming pressure. To surpass me even now, such a thing is quite normal. Akihara Kagura's chakra far exceeded that of everyone in the ninja world, reaching the pinnacle just below the Sage of 6 Paths, surpassing even Hashirama. Now, Akihara Kagura's chakra abundance even surpassed that of Uchiha Madara as the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. This feeling isn't bad. Akihara Kagura looked at the red steam around him, intrigued by the power within his body. Simultaneously activating the limitless Yomi and the 8 gates, Akihara Kagura paid no heed to the pain from opening the 8 gates. I'll use this as the curtain call for an era. In the next moment, Akihara Kagura's figure transformed into a golden red light, moving with a speed reminiscent of the yellow flash, with red steam faintly visible within the golden glow. Even faster! Uchiha Madara couldn't raise his staff in time. Akihara Kagura appeared before Uchiha Madara, raising his fist and striking Madara's abdomen heavily. Ah! Madara felt his organs shatter under the punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his pupils widening instantly. 4 limbo clones appeared around him. The limbo clones simultaneously reached for Akihara Kagura, but their hands fell short, unable to capture his figure. Too late! Madara's heart tightened. In the next moment, Akihara Kagura's figure traced an arc. Along this arc, a limbo clone appeared under his palm, collapsing instantly. Akihara Kagura's attack speed and strength were so overwhelming that even the powerful limbo clones couldn't resist for a moment. Can't withstand even one hit! Madara spewed a flame towards Akihara Kagura, but the flame couldn't even scorch Akihara Kagura's body, being extinguished by his punch's wind in an instant. In the next moment, the red steam around Akihara Kagura coalesced into a dragon. This massive dragon, many times larger than Might Guy's, flew towards Madara with Akihara Kagura. The sea waves were cleaved by the steam from the dragon, surging towards Madara. Crack! 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 The surrounding space slowly fractured. Clearly, this strike's power far exceeded Might Guy's. Might Guy's strike heavily injured Madara, so what magnitude of impact would Akihara Kagura's strike have? Compared to Might Guy's full-force spatial distortion, Akihara Kagura's 8 gates attack directly caused spatial rupture, preventing anyone from stopping this move or using any space-time techniques against him. The red dragon rushed towards Madara, crashing into him, nearly shattering his body, breaking his arms and legs with no resistance. This level of power! Madara's hands rapidly healed. But before he fully recovered, the still-flying red dragon turned around, charging at him again. This time, the dragon seemed to bite Madara's body. Akihara Kagura, enveloped by the red steam dragon, kicked Madara, making him feel as if his body didn't belong to him. Even as a 6th level ninja, this attack's strength made his body unable to endure. Madara felt the 10 tails within him almost being forced out, tails growing from his back. Madara is no match. Hashirama watched his old friend with concern. Even as the 10 tails Jinchuriki, Madara can't stop Akihara Kagura's attacks. If this continues, Tabarama, watching the battle between the two malevolent Uchiha, had to side with Madara for the sake of protecting the ninja world. The 10 tails in Madara might be forced out by Akihara Kagura. In the next moment, Madara raised his fingers sharply, trying to suppress the 10 tails within him. The figure of Akihara Kagura suddenly appeared. Along with Akihara Kagura's figure, a red steam dragon struck Uchiha Madara again with great force. No, my chakra is not enough. This thought suddenly arose in Uchiha Madara's mind. The 10 tails within him also craved chakra. I need more chakra to defeat this guy. As Uchiha Madara's body was sent flying, his gaze fell on the blood-red moon in the sky, as if he had thought of something. In an instant, Akihara Kagura appeared beside Uchiha Madara and delivered a knee strike to his waist, sending him flying into the sky. The next moment, Akihara Kagura, accompanied by golden red light, appeared above Uchiha Madara once again and stomped heavily on him. Uchiha Madara's body crashed onto the surface of the sea. Blood instantly dyed the sea red. This first Jinchuriki of the 10 tails in 1,000 years, since the end of ancient times, appeared incredibly miserable at this moment. To defeat me now, you need to use infinite Tsukuyomi to gather the chakra of the ninja world. Akihara Kagura slowly descended beside Uchiha Madara, lightly smiling as he looked at Uchiha Madara lying on the sea. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance to use infinite Tsukuyomi. Hand over the 10 tails within you. The one who will use infinite Tsukuyomi and gather all the chakra of the ninja world is me. Madara, Akihara Kagura slowly squatted down and spoke leisurely. You only got the 10 tails by exploiting a moment of my negligence. You shouldn't wield this power that doesn't belong to you. Uchiha Madara coughed up blood heavily. Akihara Kagura was right about one thing. To defeat Akihara Kagura, infinite Tsukuyomi must be used to collect all the chakra of the ninja world to possibly resolve Akihara Kagura. But he just didn't have the time, because no one could stop Akihara Kagura from attacking him continuously. The ninja world needed someone to hold off Akihara Kagura's relentless attacks so he could have a chance to ascend to the sky and cast infinite Tsukuyomi. The idea of collecting chakra to possibly resurrect Kaguya and so forth was completely abandoned by Uchiha Madara at this moment. If he couldn't defeat Akihara Kagura now, he couldn't prevent the ninja world from being destroyed by Akihara Kagura. He had to do it. Hand over the 10 tails within you. Akihara Kagura lifted the recovering Uchiha Madara lying on the sea and raised his hand, ready to plunge it directly into his body to extract the 10 tails. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Madara, kicking Akihara Kagura away. This figure, after kicking away Akihara Kagura, hurriedly placed his hand on Uchiha Madara. A bright light appeared in Uchiha Madara's chest. This bright light seemed like pure life force, rapidly healing Uchiha Madara's injuries and finally giving him a moment to catch his breath. Ah, are you okay? The blonde boy who suddenly appeared looked at the barely recognizable Uchiha Madara and felt a bit forlorn. So, what should we do now? Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Madara finally saw the newcomer's identity clearly. The Uzumaki Naruto standing before him seemed peculiar. He looked no different from an ordinary ninja, yet the energy he used to save him seemed to be of the 6 paths level strength. Moreover, hadn't this guy already sacrificed himself? Why was he appearing here again and even possessing the power of the 6 paths? Naruto is alive! Jiraiya, seeing Uzumaki Naruto suddenly revive and appear in Uchiha Madara's critical moment, even saving Uchiha Madara, felt his eyes moisten. At this moment, Jiraiya recalled the long-forgotten prophecy. Uzumaki Naruto was the child of destiny spoken of by the great Toad Sage, destined to save the ninja world at this moment. Not just Uzumaki Naruto. Another person who had died at the same time also revived. Sasuke! Headache Kakashi looked at the revived Uchiha Sasuke in disbelief. What surprised Kakashi even more was that one of Sasuke's eyes had become a Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the mark in his palm, his heart beating again. He also heard Uzumaki Naruto's voice. This power was given by the Sage of 6 Paths. Through the gift of the Sage of 6 Paths, not only did Uchiha Sasuke gain the 6 Paths Sage mode and awaken the Rinnegan, but Uzumaki Naruto also mastered the Yang release power of the 6 Paths. This power was meant for sealing the possibly resurrected Kaguya Otsutsuki. As for Akihara Kagura, the Sage of Six Paths believed that with the power of the Six Paths, they should be able to deal with the ordinary ninja Akihara Kagura. The power of the Six Paths was unparalleled. This power was even greater than that of the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke believed he now possessed this strength. He took a deep breath, and silver lightning appeared in his palm. Anyway, let's solve the crisis of the ninja world first. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, seeing the revived Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, also noticed the changes in these two youngsters, and a new battle plan arose in his mind. You two hold off Akihara Kagura. Uchiha Madara gazed at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, doubting even with their strength they could defeat Akihara Kagura. To defeat him, we must first gather all the chakra of the ninja world. I will go cast infinite Tsukiyomi. But that might revive the Sage of Six Paths' mother. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, remembering the sage's warning. Deal with Kaguya later. Dodge now. Uchiha Madara saw the golden red flash flying towards them and pushed the two youngsters aside. The next moment, Uchiha Madara's body was sent flying again, his freshly healed body heavily damaged once more. Let me gain the strength to defeat him first. Uchiha Madara, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, grinned darkly. If we can't resolve him now, we have no chance to turn the tables. You two alone might not be his match, as he can indefinitely maintain his current state. Uchiha Madara was fully alert, because he had been fighting against Akihara Kagura, whether it was after his resurrection, teaming up with Hashirama, or even becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara had always been defeated by Akihara Kagura. At this moment, Akihara Kagura, who had activated the 8th gate, had become an unsolvable monster in the ninja world. Perhaps even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't stop him if he were resurrected. These two youngsters somehow gained Six Paths level power, but they might not be able to defeat the current Akihara Kagura because what they were facing was a true monster. This was the Akihara Kagura in his prime. At least in Uchiha Madara's view, Akihara Kagura, who had opened the Death Gate, was clearly stronger than him as the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Just a casual strike from him could inflict severe damage. Don't worry, I'll handle him. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the red dragon soaring in the sky, his Rinnegan with 6 Tamo shining brightly in his eyes. In the next moment, a silver-white lightning appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's hand. This was the powerful force brought by the Six Paths Senjutsu. The nature transformation of Chidori was astonishing, showcasing a power that Uchiha Sasuke had never mastered before. It must be said, this power was indeed formidable. It was even enough to threaten the current Uchiha Madara. I will also stop Kagura. Golden light flickered around Uzumaki Naruto, several truth-seeking balls appeared behind him, and he held 2 black rods of yin-yang release in his hands, exuding an aura of majesty. This was the power bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, allowing Uzumaki Naruto to unconsciously activate the truth-seeking ball. He could clearly feel his own strength, and with the Sage's recognition, he could even borrow chakra from other tailed beasts. This was a new mode called the Six Paths Sage Mode. With the Six Paths Sage Mode, Uzumaki Naruto's sensory abilities and reaction speed were greatly enhanced, enabling him to use yin-yang release, yang release, tailed beast powers, and other mysterious abilities in this state. The current Uzumaki Naruto could be considered a being that surpassed everyone in the ninja world. I will wake him up. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the dragon in the sky and said solemnly, I want him to understand that to achieve eternal peace in the ninja world, it's not necessary to destroy this era. As long as everyone can understand each other, eternal peace will come. This era should not end. A naive idea. Uchiha Madara did not agree with Uzumaki Naruto's opinion. While recovering from his injuries, he scoffed contemptuously. That guy's idea is more realistic than yours. What would it matter if the era of mutual understanding came? For instance, Uchiha Madara once did not understand Tabarama and only thought about killing the bastard who killed his brother. But if Uchiha Madara understood Tabarama's prejudice against the Uchiha, he would probably want to kill Tabarama in a more brutal way. And didn't Tabarama understand the Uchiha enough? Perhaps no one in the entire ninja world understood the Uchiha clan more deeply than Tabarama, yet he still believed that the Uchiha were a naturally evil clan. Naruto! Akihara Kagura's body slowly floated down, still emitting red steam. His face was hidden within the steam, making it impossible to see his expression, and even his hair had turned a bright red, making him look terrifying. Stop saying such grandiose words! Akihara Kagura curled his hand contemptuously, always talking about saying what you mean and doing what you say. How much have you actually accomplished? Empty words. Anyone can say them. Akihara Kagura's words were filled with mockery, showing that he cared little for their former friendship. What have you done? At your age, I had already settled all the disputes between Konoha and the great nations. I will do it. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth. This was indeed something he couldn't argue against. Akihara Kagura had appeared in Konoha at the age of 10 and defected at 21, contributing more to Konoha than even the Hokages. I will do everything. I will start by stopping you from destroying this era. Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand, pointing the black rod in his hand at Akihara Kagura. Kagura, I will defeat you. I will also show you that this era doesn't need to be destroyed to achieve the peace you desire. Uzumaki Naruto's words were powerful and resonant. Without further delay, Uzumaki Naruto charged towards Akihara Kagura at high speed. The red steam on Akihara Kagura's body surged again, transforming into a huge divine dragon that rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. Ha! Golden chakra emanated from Uzumaki Naruto's body, clashing instantly with the red steam dragon. His fist was about to strike Akihara Kagura's body. However, Akihara Kagura was faster. He swiftly kicked Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder, sending his body crashing into the sea like a cannonball. Chidori! A silver-white lightning appeared in Akihara Kagura's sight just as Uzumaki Naruto was kicked away, striking Akihara Kagura's chest. However, Akihara Kagura seemed unaffected. The silver-white lightning infused with six-path senjutsu couldn't harm him at all, as the invincible time granted by limitless Yomi rendered him immune to such attacks. Crack! Uchiha Sasuke's neck was grasped tightly. Akihara Kagura grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's neck, sneering as he was about to snap it. Everything you have was given by me. Even the power you received from the Sage of Six Paths was within my expectations. Sasuke, how dare you defy me? Akihara Kagura! Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, You always think everything is under your control. Is what happens next also within your control? In the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's space-time eye technique activated instantly, disappearing from Akihara Kagura's grasp and reappearing beside Uzumaki Naruto. In his place was a pitch-black truth-seeking ball. This was Uchiha Sasuke's most powerful eye technique, capable of swapping positions with any object in an instant. Akihara Kagura grabbed the truth-seeking ball with his bare hand. The truth-seeking ball quickly disintegrated Akihara Kagura's hand, but in the time of limitless Yomi, such damage became a dream. Truth-seeking ball shuriken! Uzumaki Naruto raised his hand. A seeking orb in his hand instantly transformed into a seeking orb shuriken, with golden chakra swirling around it like a blade. The seeking orb shot towards the red steam dragon, causing an earth-shattering explosion on the sea's surface, and a new sun seemed to appear in the sky. However, after the dazzling light faded, Akihara Kagura's figure was still floating in the air, as if the previous attack hadn't harmed him at all. Akihara Kagura raised his fist and struck towards the three of them, sending an air cannon that made them completely immobile. We can't move! Uzumaki Naruto felt his body being suppressed by the air in an instant. This is that guy's full power! Uchiha Madara had expected this and said in a deep voice, Control your seeking orb to envelop us and stop the air circulation. Uchiha Sasuke, use your space-time technique to take us out of the suppressed area. Naruto could only control the seeking orb to form a huge sphere, wrapping all three of them inside, barely blocking Akihara Kagura's void punch. What's going on? Uchiha Sasuke witnessed his Chidori and seeking orb shuriken being ineffective against Akihara Kagura. His face darkened. Is it because of his Mangekyou Sharingan technique, the Yomi? I heard he possesses this powerful eye technique. That's correct. Uchiha Madara appeared beside them, watching Naruto heal his shoulder, and said solemnly, This eye technique may have only a 3-second cooldown but lasts at least 10 minutes. During this time you can't harm him, and any attack from him can easily kill you. Even among the Mangekyou Sharingan techniques, only Abaido's Kamui can compete with it momentarily, but it still falls short. Most importantly, Madara's face grew serious as he continued, This information comes from that little guy himself, and we can't determine its authenticity. Then let's test it. Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand again. Agreed. Uzumaki Naruto also intended to test the information about the Yomi. No, there's no time. Uchiha Madara stared at Akihara Kagura, speaking in a deep voice. We don't have time to keep probing. Moreover, the information he gave us alone makes him an unsolvable existence. A 3-second cooldown for the Yomi, and he himself is a space-time technique user, making it impossible to neutralize his eye technique. Before the Yomi's duration ends, and before the 3-second interval appears, that little guy can kill everyone. We can't continue testing. Uchiha Madara watched as Akihara Kagura charged down and said solemnly, "He's angry that I took the revived 10 tails and he won't give us another chance. Focus all our strength on fighting him now. They cannot lose again. This is the most severe situation. If they make another mistake, the ninja world will face utter destruction." Akihara Kagura's power is terrifying, combined with his invincible eye technique, making him unbeatable, while the three of them, even with Sage of Six Paths powers, cannot solve the problem. They are being overwhelmed by him. This guy has surpassed the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Madara looked at Sasuke and Naruto and said coldly, "Don't act recklessly, follow my battle plan. You two can't engage him in close combat. Use the Seeking Orb to entangle him, and I'll launch the infinite Tsukuyomi to gather the chakra of the ninja world." Uchiha Madara's idea wasn't wrong, because it's the only method he could think of to gather all the chakra of the ninja world into himself as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, which Madara has long sought after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Even the 10 tails within him tells him that only by gathering more chakra can he defeat Akihara Kagura in front of him. As for Kaguya's revival, how could Kaguya revive? Uchiha Madara couldn't even imagine the true method of Kaguya's resurrection. No one could foresee how Kaguya would revive. Not even Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, who know the truth, can only speculate on a possibility. "Don't involve the moon," Uchiha Sasuke sternly suggested, having learned from the Sage of Six Paths that Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed in the moon. A threat more dangerous than Akihara Kagura, Kaguya Otsutsuki, is sealed within the moon. "I won't be fooled again," Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully. According to legend, those with the power of the 10 tails can awaken the Rin Sharingan by approaching the moon, enabling them to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. That was once his true dream. Unfortunately, the infinite Tsukuyomi was just Black Zetsu's conspiracy. But now the ninja world has to rely on Black Zetsu's plan, gathering the chakra of the ninja world to have a hope of defeating Akihara Kagura. "Sasuke, use the Flying Thunder God to take Naruto and me away." Uchiha Madara placed his hand on Uchiha Sasuke and said in a deep voice, "The Seeking Orb is not safe either. That guy has ways to shatter the Seeking Orb." Sure enough, as Uchiha Sasuke took Madara and Naruto out of the Seeking Orb's protection, the red dragon in the sky crashed into the Seeking Orb. The Seeking Orb exploded instantly. However, it still couldn't harm Akihara Kagura. Taking advantage of Akihara Kagura's descent to the sea, Uchiha Madara flew straight up to the sky, intending to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. "What is Madara doing?" Tobirama appeared beside Uchiha Sasuke as he watched Madara fly towards the moon. "Is he trying to escape from Akihara Kagura? Madara wants to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi." Uchiha Sasuke looked at the ninja group below and said solemnly, "He intends to put everyone in the ninja world into a dream, using the infinite Tsukuyomi to gather everyone's chakra and use it to defeat Akihara Kagura." Tobirama hesitated. This method might be the only possibility. Gathering all the chakra in the ninja world to defeat Akihara Kagura, this ultimate villain, such a thing, it seems to fit a certain theory. But Tobirama felt something was off. Could it be that the wicked Uchiha Madara would become the savior? Just as they were discussing gathering the chakra of the ninja world, Akihara Kagura seemed to sense Uchiha Madara's intentions. The red steam dragon suddenly raised its head and charged towards the sky-bound Uchiha Madara, seemingly to prevent him from launching infinite Tsukuyomi. Trying to collect the ninja world's chakra, Akihara Kagura's figure suddenly soared into the sky, with the red steam dragon flicking its tail and flying straight up, suddenly appearing beside Uchiha Madara. "Madara!" Akihara Kagura's voice echoed through the heavens and earth, with the red steam soaring into the sky. "You should not covet the power that doesn't belong to you." "Chibaku Tensei!" Uchiha Madara raised his palm. Countless black orbs were flung towards Akihara Kagura. The tremendous gravitational pull of these black orbs continuously drew in Akihara Kagura's body, as if they intended to tear it apart. However, Akihara Kagura in his Deathgate state was unfazed. The red steam dragon extended its enormous head beneath Uchiha Madara, ready to bite him. Without a doubt, if Akihara Kagura caught Uchiha Madara, he would inflict a devastating blow, completely disrupting their plan to gather chakra. Ameno Chikara! Uchiha Sasuke fixed his gaze on Akihara Kagura. Yet, it was to no avail. The limitless Yomi can reverse all adverse factors. Even the ocular powers of the Rinnegan fall within the scope of its reversal. In the next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Madara. Although he couldn't switch places with Akihara Kagura using Ameno Chikara, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly teleport next to Uchiha Madara for a direct rescue. Susanoo! Uchiha Sasuke's fully formed Susanoo suddenly emerged, with the giant purple warrior raising its palm to forcefully fling Uchiha Madara towards the moon. Naruto and I will hold him off during this time. Uchiha Sasuke, piloting the full-body Susanoo, dived down, instructing, Madara will leave the rest to you. The purple full-body Susanoo charged down, meeting the ascending red dragon head-on, with the Susanoo wielding two massive blue glowing katanas, aiming to decapitate the red dragon in a single strike. In an instant, the two figures collided. Akihara Kagura, enshrouded in red steam, and the red dragon he conjured crashed into the fully formed Susanoo's blade. In an instant, the giant blade of the purple Susanoo shattered. The red dragon's momentum didn't falter, and it collided with Susanoo's chest. Akihara Kagura's kick landed on Susanoo's body. Countless cracks appeared on Susanoo. In the next second, it seemed as if a purple cloud appeared in the sky. The enormous full-body Susanoo was shattered by Akihara Kagura's kick. The full-body Susanoo, enabled by Uchiha Sasuke's Sage of Six Paths power, faced a devastating defeat upon its first use. Sasuke! Uzumaki Naruto shouted hoarsely, calling his companion's name. Don't worry! Uchiha Sasuke's voice appeared beside Uzumaki Naruto. He had used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Naruto's side when Susanoo was destroyed. Now, Uchiha Sasuke no longer worried about his own survival. Sasuke possessed 4 different space-time techniques, 2 Mangekyou Sharingan abilities, 1 Rinnegan ability, and the Flying Thunder God technique. These techniques could all be used for space-time manipulation. Uchiha Sasuke was now likely the most adept ninja at space-time techniques, at least able to easily protect himself, though his eyes still held a hint of worry. Self-preservation alone wasn't enough. They needed to stall Akihara Kagura's attacks until Uchiha Madara activated Infinite Tsukuyomi. This battle was destined to be grueling. Now is the final battle moment. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the sky where Uchiha Madara flew and said, if we can successfully stall Akihara Kagura and Madara gathers all the chakra in the ninja world, we can defeat Akihara Kagura. If we fail to stall Akihara Kagura, Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath, looking at the red dragon also flying in the sky, and said solemnly, if Akihara Kagura seizes the chakra, it means we will become sacrifices of a new era. In the next moment, the red dragon in the sky suddenly dissipated. Akihara Kagura's momentum faltered, seemingly reverting to a gentle man harmless to humans and animals. What's happening? Uzumaki Naruto frowned. This is an opportunity. Tabarama's voice grew urgent. That guy's limitless Yomi is running out of time. He needs to refresh his cooldown. But the time was already too late. Uchiha Sasuke raised his palm, instantly using his Mangekyou Sharingan ability to seal the space around Akihara Kagura. His reaction was swift, blocking Akihara Kagura for a moment. In the next moment, the sealed space immediately disintegrated. 3 seconds passed, and Akihara Kagura reactivated Limitless Yomi and 8 Gates formation, his hair turning red again and the red steam rising once more. 3 seconds. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and said solemnly, I've seen it. To defeat that guy, even if Madara gathers all the chakra, we can only defeat him in this 3-second gap. This! Uzumaki Naruto sensed the gravity of the situation, but Akihara Kagura's speed was still a bit slow. During the time Akihara Kagura was restarting Limitless Yomi and 8 Gates formation, Uchiha Madara had already approached the moon. He tore off the horned protector growing from his forehead, revealing a scarlet Rin Sharingan. Infinite Tsukuyomi! Uchiha Madara hurriedly raised his finger. At this moment, Uchiha Madara bore the hope of all the ninja in the world. Only he, as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, had the right to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi and hoped to gather all the chakra in the ninja world, uniting the ninja world's power to eliminate the threat of Akihara Kagura. The blood-red moon in the sky suddenly brightened. At this moment, the entire world saw the glowing moon, and the light of Infinite Tsukuyomi enveloped the world.